Oh, good morning. Good morning, Tartaria, Australia. Hello, man.
Morning. Good
What's going
morning.
on? It's so morning. It's a weekend morning,
Got my
and
coffee.
yeah, I'm still in my pajamas. I just rolled out of bed. So this is very nice. Like a Saturday morning. We don't normally do this on a Saturday morning, but we didn't do it last yesterday. So hello,
Right.
everyone.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. What
All
did you think
right.
of our water theory? Let us know. Have you watched them both? If not, why not?
Yeah, the second one's good. We're going to keep
Mm.
going with that today. Had some new thoughts. This is our working theory, as you all know, but as opposed to doing it on the veranda, we're going to do it here on the podcast and just speak it out as we think it out.
Mm.
Um, but before we launch into that, Cam, I just want to mention a few updates as per normal. The first thing being the Get Your Shit Together hour. Now,
Oh,
guys,
get your shit together.
because I just want to update everyone's idea of what's happening there. So, when we launched this almost at the beginning of this year, so it's been almost a fucking year. Can you believe that? I can't believe that. It was primarily started with the idea of starting to bring back some of the old time disciplines that we'd all like loved and forgotten about, like meditation and breathing and visualization. But the group itself has ascended through that, and it's now operating more like I guess, like a supportive a community that's coming
Yeah.
together. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, yeah. Like some people have, we all have challenges and some people have voiced them, especially in our Friday night, share the good shit. And yeah, it's just become a really supportive community, right? Like helping, solve problems for people and talking it out.
Yeah,
Basically
it's
helping
cool.
people, making people feel less isolated, right? Like they're supported.
Yeah, it's really taken on. I mean, this is what happens with the potency of containers, which is why we love them so much. It's just that because it holds a space and the discipline is showing up, right? And just by doing that, you suddenly form this like relationships with the group who's ever there, and people come in and out, and it's never too late to join, by the way. This is an open-ended invitation, but it's certainly morphed to become a group of friends who have like listened to each other's stories and thrown in their advice and have participated. So the weekly day-to-day thing seems to be more governed now by the people within the container who are volunteering to lead that session. And which is really fun because it means you don't know what's going to happen. It's definitely not static. It's definitely very evolving every day.
Evolving,
And
yes.
yeah, and you got meditation or visualizations, or there'll be this exercise or this idea, and people show different clips. I'm really just putting it out there again to tell people that this container is really powerful. Like as far as um, waking up every morning, and the first thing you're doing is connecting to a community every day, and then on Fridays hanging out for an afternoon session, which is all of that has seemed to fulfill a bit of a value that or a void that's been it's been lost within our current paradigm of this reality. And I look, if anyone out there in our community is feeling alone or struggling or in a sort of retarded Groundhog Day loop, or just feeling blah, or just feeling like they need to like do something fresh or new or different or anything like that, I reckon you guys should like jump on and check it out. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean the community can't it flow, it's a flow, it's fluent, it's flowing, it's evolving, it's dynamic. I'm really proud of it. I love it. I think it's a really amazing space that's been generated through the Get Your Shit Together hours. So reminder to everyone, open invitation. If you want or feel that that's going to be something that's valuable in your life, then jump on. Like just jump in there. And you don't have to be there every day. You don't have to like
No, yeah.
overcommit. I mean, it's early, but I just wanted to update on that. Any thoughts your end,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Go
Alexander?
check it out, tartariaustralia.com. And you don't have to show your face, you can sit there in your jocks with your
Yeah.
hair all messy and having your coffee and
Yeah.
just yeah, go through it every morning. And it's just a good way to start the day, right? It's better than getting up and turning on the YouTube or whatever, and it's good. It's just a good way to start the day, right?
Yep.
Starts you
And
fresh, good ideas.
And it's just a
Enjoy.
good, and like if you're feeling shit on a day, you can actually just voice it, and then you're going to have all these beautiful souls and minds just like naturally moving to help you problem solve it because we are problem solving machines. That's how our brain functions. So, I mean, it's a cool vibe and putting it out there. It's just one of our steps out of the internet. We're just constantly stepping our way out of the internet, you
Yes,
know?
yes,
Mm.
yes. The internet is getting weird, guys. We know the control that's coming into it, the AI, the bots, it's not it's pretty unreal at the moment, right? It's always has been, but now it's just like we don't know what's real and what's not, right? So we got to get back to the old ways, get back to things in our hand,
Oh, the current
actual,
paradox of our reality. Campbell,
yes,
we just don't know anything about anything.
we
But that's
don't.
why it's fun. Except we know this. We know this because it's in your physical hand. Go on, put it in your mouth, Campbell. Prove that it's chewable. It's right. It's chewable. All right, this is going so well. Guys, I've been laying it out this week and I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Is so much fun to actually see all of the submissions that come in. I mean, we never know what we're going to get. That's what I love about it. And it's all real. It's all human. It's all good. It's all good. It's good shit, Campbell. It feels
It's
good. It
good.
feels good. The content feels good. It makes you feel good. There's just energy through it that's so human. And
Mm.
I'm never going to edit anyone. I'm never going to censor. We're never going to correct your spelling. We're never going to correct your grammar. The more real it is, the more I like it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, again, tartariaustralia.com. And if you've got one, guys, and you're watching, leave it in the comments. What do you think of it? Because everyone we've spoken to loves it. And, you just said you'd sent it to your dad. That's a complete different
I
group and,
do.
thinking, and they loved it. Like my
Yeah.
family's seen it and, they really liked it. So it's across the board, but especially for our community, it's right up our alley, right? And
It is.
completely uncensored. There's none of the L grid, right? This is all humanness.
I know, and it's so fun to be able to have a platform where you guys can actually promote things and sell things and
Yes.
and like actually a platform that's not like advertising on any platform is just fucked. It's so unbelievably expensive. It's impossible.
Yeah, this is the cheapest advertising in Australia and to a captivated audience who are already on your wavelength into what you're talking about. $20 a month, you can put a full page ad in if you want, whatever you want.
Yeah, because we don't censor the submissions. So if you can be fucking bothered to put together a beautiful one page app, it's going to go in. Like it's going to go in. The only censorship I'm ever going to do with it is the page cutoff. The amount of pages we do. And the more
Mm.
subscribers, the bigger it can get. But right now, like it's the submissions, we've probably got maybe over, I don't know, there's probably like 180 submissions in the inbox right now. And
Yeah.
they vary from the most like beautiful articles, the most fascinating pictures, to the most wonderful personal stories, to and really surreal stuff that is going to like just you're all going to love. It's right up our alley, right? It's you guys. So it's like there's nothing lame in there. There's lots of like how to solve like health issues naturally, all that stuff, just stuff that's relevant. So, I'm laying it out this weekend, guys, and I will tell you this is the last weekend. If you haven't done your submission yet and you want to, this is it. You have to do it this weekend. I need them by the end of Sunday. That's it. No more. That will be second edition. And hopefully we'll have it in the post in the next 2 weeks. So it takes 9 days to print. But yeah, man, this one's going to fly. It's going to
Yeah.
fly.
Yeah, get into it. And it can be anything. It can literally just be a picture with a little title. It can be a poem. It can be a three-page article, right? Like,
Yeah, yeah,
or an advertisement. It doesn't have to be
yeah.
big. It's whatever you're into, whatever you want to get out there, whatever you want to share. Yeah, send it in
Lots of
before
people have
Sunday.
lots of people have written books I'm putting in there. Lots of people are submitting books, and lots of people like this. I mean, we got our first Tartaria Australia crossword this edition. Call out
Yes,
to our
yes, we need
crossword
some
maker.
cartoons as
I
well.
love that.
Things
We
like
do need some
this.
cartoons. Yes, I want
Yes.
some cartoons. Come on, artists and cartoonists. Make some fun stuff that would be relevant to this audience. Now, my
Hmm.
big challenge this week is because I want to make that front cover in 3D, Campbell. I want to figure out how to do it. So that's going to be my big task for the fun bit for this weekend, because, when you used to buy magazines when we were kids, they used to come with things, Cam. They used
Yes.
to have little things stuck onto the cover. They used to have bits and bobs and like offers and cool, like, do you remember scrolling like the comic books at the back? There'd be like this, like, there'd all be these really exciting offers that as a kid, it just looked,
Yeah, sea
like
monkeys, man. Sea monkeys.
they came out, yeah, or box of magic tricks or weird random jokes like that you could purchase. Like there was fun stuff.
Yeah, whoopee
So
cushions, all that stuff. So, and you can do that if you've got a product like that. Just make up a funny little ad or whatever and send it in, right?
absolutely. So, yeah. So, last call out this Sunday is the final day. You've got 48 hours to put in a submission. And other than that, if you are listening to this show and you haven't fucking subscribed, you're an idiot. Get into it, man, because this internet is going to be out soon. At some point,
We,
this is going to be gone and you are going to suddenly be alone again. And so, the whole
yes,
point of these little steps we're making out of the internet, this channel is so fucking forceful about this because, like once this thing disappears, this is a fragile ecosystem. This is a hijacked alien, not in our service internet system. So every little step out of this is the plan. And so we got the Get Your Shit Together hour and you got the newspaper. These are all ways to stay interconnected. And
yeah,
then in a couple of weeks, Campbell and I launching the best and greatest idea we've ever had, which will be the final thing that we launch on this show. I think it will be the final thing. So like, yeah, we're gearing up to this idea that it's time to actually build the new
yes.
Earth ecosystems with our hands. And we have to do that by skipping out of
Yeah,
the little internet.
yeah, man. Enough talking, right? It's time for doing.
Yeah.
But definitely go to tartariaustralia.com and join our
Yep.
newsletter, our email list. Then at least we've got a contact. Because like Kelly said, man, if this, we don't have any control over the internet. It could literally go down tomorrow, right? We don't know. And if it does, where are you?
Yep.
Back in COVID days,
Yep.
right? You
Yeah, we're
won't
back
have
in
any
COVID days.
connection with anyone.
Yep.
And no one wants to go back there, right? After all
Exactly.
the steps we've made. So
Exactly.
get in and get involved, put your attention where you want it, right? To create what you want. Because we're kind of going around in circles at the moment with all the, scrolling and oh my God, there's so much going on in the world. Look at this, what's happening there? Oh my God. But it's all kind of BS. It's none of it's real. It's just a show, but what's real is newspapers, meeting people, hanging out, gatherings, all this kind of stuff. So get involved and get on the list and
And
subscribe to the newspaper.
there's nothing cooler than seeing your work in print. Like, hey, that's cool. That's cool from our generation. That's cool. And also having people like respond to it. That's excellent. And also with the Get Your Shit Together, there's nothing cooler than to like make friends that way. And so when we actually come together in our events or whatever, the next thing that happens, you're gonna already know so many people. You'll be welcomed like so lovingly as you welcome them. Like it's just such a beautiful interconnected human interconnectedness. This is the human connectivity.
Mm.
Yep.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. And if you want to be notified, of our next, gatherings, then you need to be on the email list because, like we said, we don't know. We don't know what's going on because we don't control the internet, clearly.
right. Good introduction, Campbell, because this show is going to be on what the fuck is the internet? Because we don't really understand it. And I tell you what, once I started to have a look at the ocean as a concept of, so just to summarize the last show, so we start where we left off. There's this ocean that has appeared on this realm, potentially was the Great Flood, which had potentially very direct and intentful purposes, that the flooding of our realm with seawater actually was the bridge between the underworld and the above world. And via that ocean connectivity, we suddenly saw out of nowhere the innovation of basically the initial cables laid, which would become the internet. So that's sort of like the summary of, and we haven't explored the ocean. Apparently 80% is underexplored. We know in our own lifetimes that ocean exploration's been out of the question. Like it's not been on our radar. We can only ever name one ocean explorer in our whole
Jacques
lifetime.
Cousteau.
Yeah, which is crazy. Like that's wild concept. So there's some obvious things that we can look at here. And also that like ocean isn't something that we as earthbound beings require to live or survive. Now, the interesting thing, Cam, is that if the ocean was previously not there, and well, you can also say there's a lot of underground civilizations that were drowned by the ocean, right? Not underground,
Oh,
but they were drowned. They were literally
definitely.
on the surface. So many
Everywhere.
of them,
Yeah.
which would tell you that basically it wasn't there, that didn't exist. And
Yeah, yeah.
then,
At the very least, and they even say, even mainstream says it, at the very least, the ocean was 120 meters lower But I think more than that, right? Because that's kind of the level that we can probably see, and that's the level that they've probably found sunken cities at. But how low was it, right? And it just begs the question, where did that 120 meters of water come from and go?
Yeah.
Like how does this happen, this fluctuation in an enclosed system?
Exactly. So from our perspective, we are in a closed system. Like that's something that we've like sort of chewed on for years and have concluded that we are on in a closed system.
Mm.
So if we're in a closed system, then those waters had to come from somewhere. And so we're going to assume they've come from underground. Now, the underworld is that dark, scary little realm that is very interesting, Cam, because when you start to overlay the internet and the terminologies of the internet, you get some startling, it's all ocean references, the
Yeah, yeah,
deep
yeah. What's
web.
better, I mean, internet, right? Enter the net, the World
Yeah.
Wide Web. Like it's something to catch us and ensnare us, right?
So if you take away the oceans, right? So two ways of looking at it. If you take away the ocean, then suddenly you've got land masses that are all in all the old ancient maps connected. Like it's just one big connected landmass. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
Gondwana land, right? They tell us Gondwana land, that was it. So is that really just the realm without the oceans?
Which I would say it
Yeah, because I
is.
mean, I don't believe in tectonic plates floating around on a sea of, magma and all this kind of stuff. Doesn't make sense.
No.
Especially when now they come out and they say that there is an ocean under the ocean, which is
Yeah.
bigger than all the ocean
We're
put
gonna.
together. And where's the magma? Like, what's
Yeah.
it floating on, right?
Yeah. We know that the sea creatures, the deeper they get in the ocean, the more electrical they get. So that's another thing. They get really fucking weird, but really electrical. So they're like vibrating electricity, basically. They're luminescent.
Mm,
So
yep, the
that's another weird
luminescence,
thing.
electric eels, those anglerfish with their little light bulb hanging off their head. And I mean, I haven't done a proper search, I've done a bit, but I don't think there's any land animals that create their own electricity, right? I mean, you might be able to say fireflies do, but I'm not sure that's a chemical reaction. But yeah, it's all in the water, right? Because the water is the ultimate salt bridge, right? Which
Oh,
is
no.
what you need for electricity, batteries, and it's completely changes the environment and the frequency of those that are in it. And we know that all these fish look like aliens, right? They really do, to the point where,
Yeah.
aliens in movies and that have been, designed off them, right? Because they look so
Yes.
weird and
Yes.
otherworldly.
Hmm.
Is that because they are?
Is that because they are? So if we had no oceans, then we would have an interconnected landmass, right? In which case, we would have developed communication networks above ground. Now, if they're above ground, they're operating off basically the above ground Ethernet. They're above the above ground connectivity. Back in the day, if you study the sort of the ancients as far back as we could really study them, because that's another edge. Their internet was telepathic. It was behaviors that they could like connect into with their own internal grid. That's why they had things, people like shamans and the people that would like specialize in this process. Um, so if there was
Mm.
above ground, if it was an above ground communication network, it's entirely different from an underwater information connection, communication, connectivity. All right, so
Totally.
like, yeah,
Mm.
so and we've got this realm which probably to this day is still interconnected above the ocean. That one thing that we've been looking at is like how much of the forbidden, out of bounds, militarized nature reserves, can't access land masses actually are at those points where two continents would have connected. A classic example is the Grand Canyon, right? Classic example is the Grand Canyon. And we've got these ridiculous flight paths that make no sense, that travel far and wide and basically give the delusion or the illusion of this ocean everywhere and this like separate continents and how far it takes to get there. All of that is deceptive,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it?
it's all shipping routes and airplane routes, and you can't just fly or take a boat wherever you want, right? Like you've got to obey the laws. Even these people who, sail around the world and that, they're given a course. They're told what course they can take. They're monitored, they're tracked, and you step outside of those, areas we're allowed to use, and big Navy ships appear. with
Yeah.
big gums.
It's very policed. So why are the oceans so goddamn policed? You know, they're really, really, really policed to the point
Hmm.
where our world's just turned from them. Our world's turned from utilizing them or exploring them or investing in different, innovative crafts to maneuver through them. Like we've just turned away from it completely and utterly. And all our attention has been
Our
put up
attention
there.
has been, yeah, and it's been inverted up into the sky. But is that really what they're doing? We've all seen NASA in the space suits, right? We all know that a spacesuit is literally, it's just a deep diving suit. It's the
Yeah.
same thing, right? We've seen them practicing in their pools and the bubbles in space, the rockets that go up just to go down. Is that where all this is going on?
Yeah, I mean, like if you look at NASA, the space community, they're all diving. They're all working with water. It's an underwater organization. And that is so obvious. And when you look at the say some of the glyphs and some of the artwork from different eras,
Mm.
so many of them look like they're divers,
Yeah, I'm
you
just
know,
thinking of the word astronaut,
astronaut.
nautical,
Nautical.
N-A-U-T,
Oh, yes,
from the
absolutely.
sky to the ocean,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
yes, yes.
Mm.
It's so crazy. Like, so, okay. So if we look at like the internet, now the story on the internet we briefly went through last week, and I hope you guys researched it because honestly, it's bullshit. It
It's
is like we're looking at those original, the architectural competition, and this man, he won, and he came and built like half of Melbourne, like that sort of bullshit in 1 year, sort of thing. It's the same sort of drill. Like it's a really bad story. Essentially, if we had had the oceans forever, like the scientists would like to tell us that they're completely natural, millions of years, um, then by now we would have, over that like length of time, developed so much more input into the oceans than we have. But into their blank canvas up until this day, they've been there a million years. So the internet story, Cam, is essentially 1858, like in a like 1 to 4 5 year process. They like not only invented before the light bulb, not only invented fucking the cables that were going to be insulated and run, and the fine cables. I mean, these are like hair strands of wire, and
Mm.
then like managed to build like almost 5 like how much was it? It was like so far, like 5,000 Ks of cable, and then put it onto and then build a special boat big enough to carry the weight of such a thing, and then all of the like mechanisms to unravel it, and then just start launch their way into the ocean, and then basically without divers, without any sonar radar, without any technology, just basically drop it into the ocean and just keep going and expecting that it was going to just like land on the nice soft sand in a nice straight line and like, follow the boat to the other side of the world. Like, and this is like within a 1 to 3 year period, like in the 1850s. Like, so
Yeah.
that story is so fucking bizarre. It is so bizarre. It's like us taking a cable and basically running it from Australia over the Himalayas to like, wherever to the States, and actually just like dropping it all by aeroplane, just dropping it on the continents and letting it fall wherever it fucking falls, down the crevices, get
Yep.
down the rocks, up the hills,
So,
blah,
so
blah, blah.
there's no way they could know how much they needed, how long it needed to be.
No way.
It's
No way.
it's crazy, right? Like, it's just all done. And hang on, I'm just going to share quickly because it was 1858, the first transatlantic telegraph cable. This is a picture. Like, do you
Yeah.
think that's, got 5,000 meters on it? I mean, and also it's not that thick,
Yeah.
right? Like, and they're telling us that we were basically running off that until fiber optics, right?
Yeah.
So the whole world came on board. But the weird thing is, right, 1858, they're putting the cable across the ocean, right? Then if we go here, where am I? The first town to have telephone cables, New Haven, Connecticut, in 1878.
Yeah.
So they're running cables across the ocean before they're even trying them out in a town.
Yeah.
That's
That's
just,
crazy.
that's
It's
retarded.
retarded. So, like, you have to start to say there's an agenda here. So, like for actually the underwater cable system to be like you can see how it feels like, and then they built the Melbourne Exhibition Centre in a year without power tools, without industry, and without fucking anything, electricity. They
Mm.
built this out of convicts. It's the same sort of story, right? That it's the same sort of retarded story. So then we've got, so but it happened. Here we are. We've got this interconnected cable that happened and then formed this and basically allowed them to declare war on the world, really, because one of the first actions that it really got utilized for was the oncoming wars and letting everyone know that we're in war and letting people know that we're invading and letting people know that there's a war going on. Like without any of that, how would they even let people know? It's like you can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
why it was so important to them to form this worldwide communication channel because without it, they can't control us.
No
They
media.
can't.
No news, right? Like no narrative. And oh, this is like you said, this is happening over there, this which we're getting today, right? We don't know if it's happening over there, but there's definitely lots of, media, Medea, the goddess of illusion, all that kind of stuff coming out. So yeah, it makes sense that that's what they needed to set up first. And then there's the question of all the, how did they take down Tartaria? How did they change the frequency? Why are all the bells cracked? And you add a crap load of salt water like to an environment, it changes the frequency.
Yeah, it does.
That could be
Absolutely.
it.
How could it not?
Mm.
How could it not? And, we do know that there was a flood. We know there was a great flood. Like history would like to tell us there were several great floods, but I am at the point of understanding that really there was one great flood that came up from the underworld and flooded this realm with an entirely unnatural water, salt water. And it
Mm.
has, and it did. And that's the flood that destroyed and sunk Atlantis and Lemuria and was Noah's flood and was all the floods of all the floods, all the floods that had ever flood. It's like a one flood, you know.
Mm.
Um
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I mean, and they love to tell us that life began in the ocean, don't they?
they
And,
love to tell us that.
and that's kind of exactly what these, psychos would want to do because they're egomaniacs. They're like, of course, that was us. We were the first. It's this again. It's just this weird story that's trying to promote them in their own little,
That's right.
little,
I've forgotten
little
about
minds
that.
is great. Yeah,
That's right. Darwin's explanation is that we amoebas that walked out of the ocean.
turn into frogs and salamanders, and
What?
then
How did
somehow
we ever buy this? How was this ever reasonable to any logical mind? It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
it's ridiculous, and it's got absolutely no evidence at all. We don't have any evidence of microevolution. We've got macro, which means a bird can change the color of its feathers, if it helps with its environment. But as far as a bird losing its beak and getting a pig's nose, that doesn't happen. None of
Yeah.
this stuff happens. There's no
No.
proof at all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a little bit of evidence if we have like a magnetic shift, like if we go from the negative to positive charge, that in those moments there can be instant evolution or adaptation by animals that they could like adapt overnight to something as strong as that, but it is very
Mm.
like
Yeah.
unusual.
But I mean, that's not even really evolution, is it? That's kind
No.
of more of a frequency change. And so you're just aligning with a new frequency and everything's
Yeah.
frequent. So it changes your physical structure, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
So, like, we go back then to the idea of mermaids and mermen, which, again, another topic that sort of like floats around on the very edge of reality. It's like it's been Disneyified, it's been denied, it's been squarely put into the realm of fairy tales, just like the giants, just
Mm.
like the flying airships into fairy tales. And yet, there's definitely evidence. Well, I mean, I can't say with my own eyes, but yeah, I've seen a lot of clips over the last 20 years in the truth community of various moments in time when mermaids have been washed up dead on the shore or have been caught by fishermen. And, suddenly, instantly, there's like the military's there with their fucking white tents and their white things on and la la la. And everything that has ever connected with mermaids has been completely censored. And there was one horrible thing I watched a while ago about
The
spirit cooking.
dinners. Yeah.
Yeah. And how eating mermaids is like, whatever, eating the
Some kind of
underworld.
delicacy or something. Yes.
gives them
It's an interesting
immortality.
one. And, you know, in history that they used to call them sirens, right?
Yep,
Right?
exactly.
We're surrounded by sirens at the moment,
Sirens.
right?
We
Sirens
certainly are.
everywhere.
Now, if you had an army of mermaid and mermen underwater, like from the underrealm, or even bridging the underworld and the above world and keeping it like a low profile through our evolutionary understanding of our massive deception that we live in, then that would make so much more sense to me. So if the waters came from the underworld deliberately in order to bring the bridge that is required for the underworld to come into the above world and basically colonize and take over, then it would make sense to me that if you had an army of underwater beings, they could fucking lay an internet cable or lay a transatlantic cable. That would make sense to me because they're already there. They could lay the damn thing. Right?
Mm.
That just makes more sense than their explanation.
Yeah, 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 right. And they could, you know, obviously have their own technology and stuff down there, and they could definitely do it, right? And you know, I was thinking about, you know, Aquaman, right? He's basically a merman.
Yep.
And when you look at the sort of early, I mean, there's a billion superheroes now, but the earlier ones were kind of Aquaman, Superman, Batman.
Mm,
Batman's a vampire,
mm,
right? Clearly,
mm-hmm.
Superman came from some other place, and all of them when they have like superpowers. Like Aquaman has superpowers, you know, he's got his mind powers because they're in a different environment. And of course, Superman has Bizarro World, right? This alternate world that he goes into. So there's definitely themes like
Yeah.
between these superheroes, at least the earlier ones, right? That they're all
Yeah.
not really from here, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
And then you've got the we've got our whole context about the Phoenicians arriving, who
The
Campbell and I
nations,
squarely
sea
put at
people.
the beginning of the Abrahamic religions with the arrival of the Phoenicians, who morphed over time to become what we would know as the Jews, essentially, but began the Abrahamic religion, which was operating off technology, which was operating off electricity. So I went into look at all the holy books, Cam, all of them, to see if there's any relationship with the word electricity or that's anything of that ilk. And what the word that comes up is that the Lord, the God, the Lord emerged surrounded by lightning. Lightning was the word. And when the Lord spoke, he struck you down with lightning, and like that was the same in the Quran. Like the connection to these gods with lightning, which we could take as electricity, I would say.
Electricity, which is El, Elohim, which is
Yeah,
El, you know, it's all this El thing, right?
all the L thing, mate.
The El
Yes.
thing.
And then if we can connect that with electricity, and then we start to see the technology that they're trying to create. Like, what is the Ark of the Covenant? Really, what is the Ark of the Covenant? Is it a computer? Is
It's a
it
weapon.
a weapon? Is it a weaponized computer technology? What is it? But it
Mm,
came with the directions of the Lord to build,
mm.
right?
Yeah, 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 right. Like, yeah. And this is, you know, we can take this into CERN and computing and the internet and
Yep.
quantum computing all seems to be this technology to give someone access to this realm, right? And it's all around electricity and electronic circuits and all this kind of stuff.
So I did some like deep diving on what is the internet. Now, I'm not going to show you this whole video, but just for a few minutes, just to see the language that's being used, right? Because that's like, oh, whenever you look at the internet, it's always talking about, it's got the watery ocean language all the way fucking through it. The way they talk about it, anyway, let's just play this
Well,
for a second.
and let's not forget what runs through water, right? Current,
Current
current,
radio waves.
waves, good one.
Good one.
Good
Ooh,
one.
what have I just done? You still got, can you see that?
Yes,
Can we see
surface web,
that?
deep
All right.
web, dark web. Oh, I didn't know there was a deep web and then a
Pages
dark
that are
web.
indexed by traditional search engines such as Google, Bing, and Yahoo.
Yeah.
This means that the content within the surface
Hang on.
web can be easily found.
So basically, this is the explanation of what the internet entails. There's a lot of it that we don't even realize is part of the internet because, again, it's like we have a retarded perspective on it, right? Anyway, here we go. I'll just play like 2 minutes, all right?
The surface web, also known as the visible or index web, represents the first and most accessible layer of the internet. It encompasses all websites and web
look at the
pages
image.
that are indexed by traditional search engines such as Google, Bing, and Yahoo. This means that the content within the surface web can be easily found and retrieved by using search engines, making it the most familiar and widely used portion of the internet by the general public. It includes everything from news websites, online stores, social media platforms, forums, educational resources, and more. At its core, the surface web operates through a system of servers and browsers communicating using protocols such as HTTP, meaning Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or its secure counterpart HTTPS. When a user types a URL into their web browser or submits a query to a search engine, the browser sends a request to the web server that hosts the corresponding content. If the content is indexed and publicly available, the server responds by sending the requested data back to the browser, which then displays it for the user. This simple interaction forms the basis of web browsing and defines much of the surface web experience. Search engines deploy automated programs known as web crawlers or spiders that systematically browse the internet and index pages based on keywords, metadata, and other elements. These index pages are then ranked and presented to users through search results. The process is governed by algorithms that aim to provide the most relevant content based on a user's query. Web developers and content creators often utilize search engine optimization techniques to increase the visibility of their website within the surface web. Security and privacy are also important aspects of the surface web. Websites that use HTTPS.
I mean, just them saying surface.
And it's all going through servers. Who's it serving, right?
Yeah. And just the whole connection with the web and spiders and the ocean and the waters. It's just like, we're starting to see where our nightmares come from, is what I'm feeling here.
It's very watery, man.
Very watery.
Encrypt data transferred between the user's browser and the server, providing a basic level of protection against eavesdropping and tampering. However, not all websites offer the same level of security, and users can be exposed to risks such as phishing, malware, and data tracking. Cookies and other tracking technologies are commonly used to collect user data for analytics and advertising purposes, raising concerns about online privacy. Web users are often encouraged to use browser extensions, VPNs, and private browsing modes to help safeguard their information while navigating the surface web. The surface web continues to evolve with advancements in technology, and the increasing use of certain content, interactive features, and AI-driven tools has transformed how users interact with websites. Although the surface web is vast, it actually represents only a small fraction of the total content available on the internet. Estimates suggest that it only comprises less than 10% of all online data. The remainder lies beyond the reach of standard search engines and is categorized as the deep web and, further down, the dark web. The deep web is the second layer of the internet, sitting just below the easily accessible surface web, and is often misunderstood due to its mysterious reputation. Unlike the surface web, the deep web consists of web content that is hidden from search engine crawlers. This layer includes all the online data and services that are not indexed and therefore do not appear in typical search engine results. However, contrary to popular belief, the deep web is not inherently secretive or illegal. It simply contains information that is behind logins, paywalls, or other access controls. The majority of content on the internet actually resides within the deep web. This includes anything stored in private databases, dynamic pages generated in response to specific queries, academic journals behind subscription walls, personal email accounts, online banking systems, medical records, and more. These systems often require authentication or specific URLs to access, making them invisible to standard search engines. For instance, when someone logs into their email or accesses their bank account online, they are navigating the deep web, not the surface web. Technically, the deep web operates in much the same way as the surface web. It uses the same internet protocols.
I mean, that's good enough to pause on. Navigating the deep web instead of the surface web. So, I mean, all these, to even explain the internet, we are going deep into the ocean right now. It's
totally
full of that language.
I mean, we navigate on land now, obviously, but the word comes from ocean navigation. Navigation, right? It's on the surface of the deep, it's like in our face, right?
Yes, man. Yes. We're basically building a case to kick us all off the internet, by the way. So anyway, here we go.
Such as HTTP or HTTPS, and is hosted on web servers. However, the main difference lies in how its content is protected or hidden.
It lies. Oh no.
Google Ad will guide you through starting a new campaign. First, I select my search.
Goodbye.
Many deep web pages are dynamically generated, meaning they are created on demand based on user input, such as a database query or a form submission.
All
Because
right,
search
just pause on that. That means every time we input a question or go searching for something, we are basically creating the deep web. That's what it just said. So our very usage of this thing is creating this thing.
And making it bigger, our attention, yeah.
Yep.
engine bots are unable to interact with these input forms in meaningful ways, the content behind them is not indexed, and thus remains out of reach for the average search engine user. Accessing the deep web does not require any special tools or software beyond a regular web browser. What is required, however, is knowledge of where the content resides and the proper credentials or permissions to access it. In this way, the deep web is not so much hidden as it is private. Websites intentionally keep this content out of public view to protect user privacy, secure sensitive information, or restrict access to subscribers or authorized users. Importantly, the deep web is distinct from the dark web, although the two terms are sometimes mistakenly used interchangeably. In terms of its role in the internet ecosystem, the deep web is very important. It supports secure communication, enables e-commerce transactions, protects user identities, and hosts a vast amount of valuable information that is not meant for public consumption.
Oh, not meant for public consumption.
It's dangerous
Very
to us.
sensitive.
They're just protecting us. Come on.
Oh, public consumption. We
Yeah,
can't handle it. We're like little children.
And they can over censor the surface web.
Yep.
They can make the deep web secure, and they're always on us, right? Change your password because someone will hack you.
Yeah.
And the dark web is completely uncensored.
Ah, the dark web. Let's
Right?
get to that.
So,
I mean,
like, what's going on here?
I know. I mean, it's just like just looking at this. This is a very mainstream explanation, right? This is not a conspiracy theorist talking about this. This is a mainstream explanation of the internet. And look at what we're looking at right now. Look at that.
I mean, that image, I just keep seeing the torch, right? The Statue of Liberty.
Oh, Satan.
Without the deep web, online activities that require privacy and personalization would not be possible.
Ooh.
The dark web is the most concealed and least accessible layer of the internet. It is intentionally hidden and cannot be accessed through standard browsers or indexed by conventional search engines like Google or Bing. Instead, the dark web requires specialized software, most notably Tor, which is designed to anonymize both users and hosts. While the dark web is often sensationalized in media as a place full of illegal activity, it also serves legitimate purposes, specifically in situations where privacy is important. What sets the dark web apart from the rest of the internet is its architecture. Websites on the dark web use encrypted networks and operate under special domains, typically ending in .onion rather than the standard .com or .org. These sites are hosted on an overlaid network that exists on top of the regular internet, but is only accessible via software that supports onion routing. Onion routing works by sending data through a series of volunteer-run servers, or nodes, each of which peels away a layer of encryption like the layers of an onion. This system makes it extremely difficult to trace the origin or destination of data, ensuring high levels of privacy for both site operators and users.
Oh, it's so important, Campbell, because without that, what would we have in this world if there's no like deep privacy put up to protect the underworld?
To protect the underworld, it's all protected, right?
Exactly.
But as far as what we get to use or what's promoted, everyone's getting hacked, everyone's losing money, everyone's getting scammed, but and this is just the point, like we can actually create another, well, I can't, but I'm sure someone can create another internet, right? That is secure, that is uncensored, that keeps the parasite out, right?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you can use their own technology against them. I don't think so, Cam.
Well, I think you can use their own technology
I don't
against
know.
them.
I don't know, because this goes deep. This is like so deeply connected in a way that we have not even like touched the surface on yet.
But it has helped wake people up, right? It has changed.
But has it?
Well, I think it got away from
That's my question. Has it?
I think
that is the real question.
I think at the start, definitely, I was finding heaps, but now, definitely questionable, just because, we don't get information, right? We just get this little surface level and, our allowed information that's completely, censored and structured and so it's becoming useless. But back in the day when there was less control, where it was probably more like the dark web, you could get
that was only a small amount of time, though. That was small.
It wasn't.
No one knew how to use it back then.
Like back in 2007, man, YouTube was the Wild West. It was it was fun. It was like a
Yeah.
newspaper. You'd just get the randomest stuff just popping up and blowing your mind, going, what the hell?
But I don't know, because we've been like sold this program that, the internet's been the reason why the truth community have had access to information. But I was in the truth community before the internet. I
Mm.
was there way before the internet, watching VHS tapes of talks, reading books. Like, I was there before the internet, and the truth community was very much well and kicking at that point,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah. You'd be passing around the old VHS, with all the great docos, get all your mates around and watch some cool stuff, learn something. Yeah, for sure. And books, I mean, books were massive back then, right? And we're bringing them back.
So
Subscribe to a
now
newspaper.
the truth community is just in a loop, right? We're just in a loop, an echo chamber projecting forward the next novelty idea, forward, and it's just like a loop. So I don't know if it has been of service to us. It certainly hasn't in a broader context at all. Zero, zero. It's the invasion, but let's keep going.
Yes.
The
And
content found on the dark
oops.
web is incredibly varied. On one hand, there are markets that trade in illegal goods and services, including drugs, firearms, counterfeit documents, and stolen data. These activities are part of what gives the dark web its notorious reputation. Additionally, forums and communities exist where individuals can engage in activities ranging from hacking and cybercrime to extremist discussions. Law enforcement agencies around the world actively monitor these spaces and have occasionally infiltrated and shut down high-profile marketplaces.
Ironic, since they're the ones that like actually
But
created it and used it in the first
exactly.
place.
It's the marketplace for the bloody parasite, right?
But the decentralized and anonymous nature of the dark web makes complete regulation nearly impossible. The dark web also provides a refuge for individuals seeking to communicate or share information without surveillance or censorship. Journalists, political dissidents, whistleblowers, and activists in repressive regimes often use the dark web to bypass government monitoring and publish content anonymously.
Ooh,
Oh my
bypass
God.
government monitoring.
What?
Ooh.
That's horrendous.
Ooh.
Secure whistleblowing platforms like SecureDrop operate on the dark web to protect the identities of sources. In these contexts, the dark web becomes an important tool for preserving free speech and protecting human rights. Accessing the dark web is relatively simple for those who understand the basics, but it carries significant risks. Users must download Tor or similar software and configure it properly to maintain privacy. Even then, careless browsing or interacting with malicious sites can expose users to surveillance, hacking, or malware. Many dark web sites are unregulated and may be full of scams, phishing attempts, or harmful software designated to steal personal data or compromise devices. As such, navigating the dark web requires caution, technical knowledge.
Hey, I'd just like to say, I think that whole explanation of dark web's bullshit. I think it's all part of the programming. That enter at your own risk, and you're going to get caught by the government and la la la. Oh, that's programming bullshit.
It's stay off, because at the start they were literally just telling us it's the safest, it's encrypted, you can't get caught, it's all this stuff, and then they go into, oh, but don't go in there because you'll get scammed, and people will get your information, which they just told us was pretty much impossible to do. So it's a narrative, man. That's clearly
it's a narrative
where there's information that they don't want us getting hold of.
That's right. We don't know what the dark web is. That's a concept that has an edge because we don't fucking know or understand what it is. And any context around what the dark web is. I've never explored the dark web. Conceptually, it just feels, and instinctively as a human, it feels bad. It feels
it's
dark.
called the dark web, and that's not by, chance, right?
I mean, would you like willingly walk into something that was like a dark web? Would you willingly, physically, on the surface, go into a cave, for example, that was called the dark web? You wouldn't fucking do it. There would be like every instinct and every hair on your neck would be up. You would be like, this doesn't feel good. This is not where I need to be. This is not human as such. That's what I think of when those two words, dark web, is non-human to me.
Yeah.
So this human explanation, fucking bullshit. I bet you it's bullshit.
Yeah.
All right, sorry, carry on.
And a clear understanding of the legal and ethical boundaries involved.
Oh, whatever.
From a cybersecurity perspective, the dark web is a double-edged sword. It is a common destination for stolen data, such as login credentials, credit card numbers, and personal information that has been leaked or sold following breaches.
See that image? That's what I feel like the internet is. I feel like these cables have come up from the underworld, up through the oceans, and have through the oceans emerged into our physical reality. Like that hand coming out of the internet. It's like coming out of the ocean to start with. That's what it feels like. Like AI has morphed its way. So when I think of the ocean right now, I'm thinking about the deep, deep dark of the ocean. And these like cables just emerging out of them, like AI tentacles just merging out of the underworld. And all that they were told to do and taught how to do was connect it all up. Like that it
Mm.
was already there, just like weird tendrils of fucking wires and technology, just like ready to just be connected into the surface. That's how it feels like to me.
Mm. Yeah, and it's just the new circuit, right? The old world it was a macro circuit, but different, right? Ether technology. That's what the overlay is. The
Yeah.
L.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
At the same time, cybersecurity professionals use the dark web to monitor threats, track stolen
Whatever.
data, and understand the methods of cybercriminals in order to
You are
protect
the
users
cyber
and
criminal?
organizations. Because of this, the dark web is both powerful and dangerous, with it being a controversial and complex space that reflects the broader duality of the internet itself, capable of both harm and good, depending on how it is used.
Really? What good's
Imagine
come out
being
of the
able to
dark
build
web?
an app with your name
What
on
good
it
has come out
just
of
by
the dark
thinking about
web?
it.
Can
Meet
any
Base
good
44,
even come out
a complete AI.
of a word called
The
the
Mariana
dark fucking web? I mean, you can't, how can you even connect that with goodness? That language, that
Yeah, the language.
terminology.
Yeah, but I mean, who knows, right? It could be a complete inversion like everything else they do, right? It might be the light freedom place, not the dark web. I mean, we just don't know. But I mean, what we do know is they're using it for all their nefarious stuff. It's not really monitored, and it's definitely not what we're promoted. It's every time you hear about it, it's bad. There's
Well,
criminals, you'll get scammed, there's horrible stuff. But I mean, I've never, used it. Have you? Let us know in comments. What did you find?
yeah, that's right. What have you found out there in our community? I mean, at the end of the day, like this idea of the dark web, what energetic does it bring up in you as a human, Campbell? Like, what does it
Yeah,
make you
well,
in
a dark web, right? I mean, it's like the giant spiders in the Lord of
like
the
a
Rings.
no-go zone? Like,
Yeah,
don't go there as a human.
yeah, exactly. The danger, that's exactly what they want us to think, right? Dangerous, dark, there's seedy people, it's low vibration, all this kind of stuff.
But here's the catch, right? Here's the fucking catch. We are being programmed to believe that the internet is on the surface, the one we all use, and then you go deeper into it, it starts to form this more nefarious mystery, right? But in reality, it is the dark web that
Yeah.
underpins the internet that we're
And the
using.
others have been built on top. Yeah,
We're
exactly.
exactly what we're using has been built on top of all of this. So
Mm,
just know you're not
but-
meant to go into the dark web from the
mm,
surface. The dark web is already what you're using on the surface. This
mm.
is the technology's origin. This didn't come as a side
And
effect of the creation of the internet. It is the foundation of the
yeah,
fucking internet.
and it's like everything, right? Like it's like electric cars, we had them, back years, 100 years ago, and they took them away because they couldn't use them against us, right? Like we're not allowed access to this technology until they can sanitize it, control it, censor it. And the exact same story here, right? They had the web going around, and then like, oh well, how do we get all their information and surveil them? Oh, let's give them a censored version and tell them it's the only version and it's freedom and it's all this when it's just the controlled version of the internet.
And it's the top of an inverted pyramid. If you want
Yeah.
to understand the internet, you got to start way down into the darkest, deepest version of it, not the other way around. So when you feel like you're on the internet and you're not going to go into these dark places because that's so inhuman and scary, like
Mm.
you already there. Like this is not a side effect that's come from the surface internet. So,
Yeah.
when you look at all those creepy little videos of the back rooms,
Yeah, yeah.
don't they just look like something totally inhuman? Like they're like could be underwater bases or
Mm.
underwater's like ecosystems or entirely different reality. Like they have that vibe to them, right?
Yeah, they've always got no color, right? They're always white. There's no creativity or color or anything, imagination in them. They're just these stagnant, very, very, electronic kind of look, I guess. It's almost like you're inside a big computer. And that's how they show us all these future movies, right, where they got future civilizations that have got it all together. It's always white and clean and square edges and controlled by like the
And
internet, right?
robotic and
Basically.
AI.
And so what we're looking at is the story that we're trying to put out, right? If they've come from the dark up through the deep and onto the surface.
Which they have, because this is their own very own explanation. Hello. And it's
Mm.
weird, like, AI is always white. It's always white. You're so right. Like the robots they're creating, they're white. The whole chat world, everything about it is like white and minimal. It's like shiny white and minimal. It's like a total inversion, because what
Mm.
they actually look like is like, to our eyes, I can only imagine would be rancid, would be rotten to the core. They are AI is dressed to look angelic and neutral. That's how it's been presented to us. Angelic and neutral.
Yeah, yeah,
Neutral wisdom. Neutral, neutral, neutral. But fuck
yeah.
that. It would be rancid.
Yeah, well, it's very kind of fallen angels, right? Like it's that they came down and angelic and looking good and gave us all this information that would
So
help
did
us
they come
all.
down, Campbell, or did they come
Well,
up?
yes, well, exactly, right. The inversion. So the story is they came down. So that, yeah, they came up, right, but they've given us all this information and all this knowledge that we think is empowering us. But
And yeah,
clearly, at this point, we can see that it's not. It's a scam.
and we don't have, there wouldn't be celebrities without the internet. There would not be celebrities without, and not
Not
just the internet, all of it, all of the
the
communication channels
media,
that,
yeah.
yeah, it wouldn't exist without this now.
No, yeah, the movie, like Hollywood couldn't exist, the music industry wouldn't exist,
No,
and the media, obviously, the news wouldn't exist, right? And they're the three main influences on us.
it's diabolical. I was only going to show 2 minutes of this clip, but I think this is good for everyone to get a really good understanding of what this fucking invasion actually is. So let's keep going. We're
Right.
on to a part of the web I've never even heard of, the
I know,
Marianne
right?
web.
He just said it was the deepest level, but clearly there's more. But
There is
wait,
more. Check it
there's
out. Yeah,
more.
wait. Here we go. The real internet we're using.
Web is a concept that exists more in the realm of internet mythology. It is often described in online forums,
Wait,
conspiracy
internet mythology.
Mythology, I know what the
Internet
hell.
mythology? Oh my God.
theories, and digital folklore as the deepest and most secretive layer of the internet, far beyond the surface web, deep web, and even the dark web. Named after the Mariana Trench, the
What?
deepest part of the world's oceans, the Marianas Web is portrayed as a hidden digital realm where the
Oh
most
my
sensitive,
gosh.
powerful, or forbidden information resides.
All right, Cam, I don't know
That
anything
is,
about the Mariana Trench. Tell me everything you know. What do you know?
well, the Mariana Trench is the deepest part of the ocean, is what they
Okay,
say.
there you
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
How
yeah.
fucking interesting.
And that is like very interesting.
Hmm. I've never heard of the Marianas Web. Have you?
Not the web, no,
Hmm.
no,
Hmm. How
definitely
very
not.
fascinating. So, in their own mythology, because the internet has a mythology, for fuck's sake, why wouldn't they? They're the invasions and the
They love
Phoenicians,
that kind of stuff, right? There's stories of
Abrahamic.
all their
Yep.
gods and stuff, yeah.
So, they're about to place us in the Mariana Trench. So, that is, as you just said, the deepest part of the
Deepest
ocean
part
that we know, that we like.
that we're
Having
told
said that,
about. Yeah.
80% unexplored, but
Uh,
like, okay, isn't that interesting?
Yeah, and it's supposed to be just like a rift kind of, right? Like a long sort of cracked trench, which could it be the deepest? Could that be their entry point?
So exactly, is this the origin of the internet, the Mariana Trench? Is this the beginning of the trench?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
There is no confirmed evidence that the Marianas Web actually exists in any functional or technical form, and it is widely regarded as a fabricated idea or
Look at
extreme
that image.
exaggeration of the lesser known corners of the web.
Wait,
According
hang on. Sorry. Just can you pause the entire video, Cam? I've got someone coming the door.
Yeah.
Hang on.
to the lore, the Marianas Web is inaccessible through any known software or browsing method used for the other internet layers. It is said to be encrypted with quantum-level computing and protected by protocols far beyond the capabilities of modern technology.
All right, let's pause on that for a second, Campbell.
Encrypted by
What do you,
quantum computers.
what do you have to say about that?
Well, quantum computers are very interesting. These are these computers that they have to keep in deep freezers, by the way, like in the
Oh,
ice. Yes,
is that
very,
so?
yeah,
Oh,
very
yep.
cold. And one of the creators, Geordie, if I can't remember his surname, literally says that they are going into other dimensions and bringing back information and resources, and it's like, what did he say? It's like basically being at the altar of an alien god.
Right. Good then. Excellent. All
It's
right. We're
very
starting to
interesting.
understand the origins of our invaders. Cool. Let's go.
Some theories claim it can only be accessed through advanced artificial intelligence, highly restricted government systems, or even biological computing interfaces. These
Biological
ideas are
computing.
based purely in speculation, as no practical example or verifiable technology currently exists that supports such a system. Stories about the
Think of the word biological, logic, thinking through a natural form, right? Like literally using us as
Literally
computers.
using us as computers. Exactly. Right. Yes. Exactly. Like, just keep it in context, people. Like, this is not the dark web, not the deep web. This is underneath both of those. And this is the foundation of your internet.
Mariana's Web often include content of immense secrecy and importance.
Ooh, men's products. Oh, they fucking love all these ads.
Is that the Wiggles?
Hey, we're how ridiculous.
Yeah, anyway.
Some describe it as a digital archive of suppressed knowledge, such as classified government research, extraterrestrial communications, advanced artificial intelligence, or even ancient hidden knowledge.
Yeah.
Others suggest it is where the true decision-making entities of the world reside.
Oh.
Oh my gosh. We've hit the bottom.
We're not even at the bottom yet, man.
Well,
we're just in the Mariana's Web.
That's crazy. Extraterrestrial, which is extra land, right, from another land. And that's where they make all the decisions and rule the world from. I mean,
but the Mariana's Web is this mythological Campbell.
of course.
But
Yes.
it is where they make all the most important
Right?
decisions and does interconnect artificial intelligence with aliens.
Crazy.
Is this blowing your mind?
Yeah, it's
know,
good.
right? Yeah.
It is.
Are removed from the public and even governmental scrutiny. These claims are typically unsupported, but nonetheless, the allure of the unknown has helped sustain the myth of the Mariana's Web. From a technical standpoint,
it looks like the symbol of the god A that you see in Sumerians, where you have the wing coming off the circles and the little dude popping his head through.
Yes,
going down deep in the waters.
We should put an image of that when we finish. You can find one of those.
Okay, I'll put one up.
I mean, I love how we just look how the entire conversation about this is you're seeing visuals of the ocean. You're literally seeing visuals of them getting deeper and deeper into the fucking goddamn ocean. Why?
No structure or protocol currently supports the kind of layered, secretive, and impenetrable internet environment that the Mariana's Web is alleged to be. The internet operates on a foundation of interconnected networks using established protocols, and while there are secure and private systems such as VPNs or classified government networks, none of these approach the fantastical depth of secrecy attributed to the Mariana's Web. It reflects society's concerns about what might lie beyond public access, and in this way, the Mariana's Web is less a functioning part of the internet and more of a symbol, one that represents the ultimate hidden layer where the most powerful forces might be at work, beyond the reach of ordinary users, government, or even current technology. The mediator layer, often referenced in speculative internet models rather
than... What?
Anyway, we're not finished. That's not the end. Let's keep going. The foundations of our internet.
In official networking standards, is described as a transitional zone between the more accessible layers of the internet, such as the surface web, deep web, and dark web, and the deeper, more obscure layers like the Mariana's Web. Though not officially recognized, the mediator layer is theorized to act as a gateway or buffer, providing a controlled or
Okay, pause. Sorry, Cam. So the mediator layer is under Mariana's Web, and it's meant to be a buffer zone between the two layers. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What's down there needing to fucking be a buffer zone to resolve, like, communications between what exactly? If humans cannot even get past the dark web, who's using it right now? Where are we in user language if humans have no access?
And exactly what are they mediating from and to?
Exactly. Why do we need this?
Why do we need? Yeah.
obscured access point to the deeper and more secretive parts of the digital realm. It is said to serve as both a filter and a facilitator, mediating between users and the sensitive information or networks that lie beyond ordinary reach. The purpose of the mediator layer, according to these speculative models, is to protect and regulate access to information that is not entirely hidden, but also not freely available. It is often imagined as containing...
Oh, what is that statement? That's such an oxymoronic statement. All these statements now to me is oxymoronic. Like they're contradictory of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just all theory, but look, they seem to have a pretty good theory laid out there. They've got diagrams and everything for it.
Yeah, that's right. But apparently no one can get past, no one can even get to the Mariana Web, let alone need a mediator layer underneath that.
Restricted research, sensitive databases, or secure communication networks that require not just passwords or encryption, but also contextual access permissions. For examples, a system in the mediator layer might only allow entry under specific conditions, such as geographic location, biometric validation, or multi-layered identity verification. It is designed to offer more...
like maybe if you're a vampire, for example, maybe like if you have a specific blood, for example, anything that's not human, for example, maybe you're a mermaid. And mermaids don't get fooled by this Disney bullshit behind me. Don't get fooled by that. That is not what mermaids and mermen are going to look like. Do not be fooled.
Security than the dark web, while being more accessible, at least in theory, than the Mariana's web. It is thought to use decentralized hosting models, sometimes incorporating blockchain-like structures or peer-to-peer encryption framework.
Hello. Did they say blockchain, Campbell? Did they say blockchain is used at this level? Have we suddenly started to understand what the fuck blockchain is, where it came from, why it's suddenly taking over our entire economy in the world? We're under the deep, darkest version of the internet, which we as humans don't want to go anywhere near because it already feels really fucking bad. But way down the bottom, the mediator layer, they're using blockchain, Campbell. Blockchain.
Blockchain, yes.
Blockchain, meaning that this whole internet from its conception has been operating with that technology. It's not new
Probably
thing.
from the start, yeah, it's not new at all.
To reduce the risk of surveillance or breaches, the layer is also believed to use sophisticated access protocols, possibly involving artificial intelligence or machine learning to access behavioral patterns and authenticate user intent before granting access. The kind of content theorized to exist in the mediator layer ranges from confidential communications and legal documents to sensitive government records and advanced research data. And
I'm sorry, but didn't they say that's what the deep web was? And didn't they say that's what the dark web was? Isn't it? And the Mariana Web is mythological. Like, at what point of sensitive government and legal documents require this level? Honestly, Campbell, we can't even access it. They don't have to hide it from us. This is a bullshit story, but here we are at the crypto level of the internet.
Yeah. This is just telling us that there's a level down there that is controlling everything that's on top of it, right? And hiding all their crap that they want to hide so they can talk to each other, right?
And did they just say that it's operated via AI?
Yes, definitely. So this is the thing. Like, so if we look at it properly, then they needed AI first before they could build the internet on top of it.
Exactly. That's the program buster. AI has not come from the top and growing up. It has come from the foundations of the entire structure.
Yeah, totally.
Interpretations. This layer may also host ethically gray or legally ambiguous materials that are not outright illegal, but are kept away from the public for various reasons.
Keep saying this at every
While there
layer.
is no definitive evidence that the mediator layer exists in the same way internet theory suggests, its role highlights the growing need for more nuanced and layered approaches to digital access and data protection. The fog, also known as virus soup, is a term rooted in internet folklore, referring to an alleged layer of the internet where chaotic, unregulated, and often malicious digital activity occurs. While not recognized by mainstream computer science, the concept of the fog serves as a metaphor for the murky, unstable, and potentially dangerous digital undercurrent that supports the broad structure of the internet. This layer is said to exist beneath all known or theorized layers of the web, representing
Did you see
a
the
zone
lowest
filled
level
with
then? I think we're going to talk about it soon, hopefully. It was called the Prime Arc.
Yeah,
the Prime Archon.
Yeah.
The
Yep.
head of the archons.
Yes,
What
my
the
friend.
hell?
What the hell? Hello, there's a layer of the internet called the fog. Let's
The
talk about that
fog.
for a second. The fog.
The
The
fog.
fog. Do you think that the fog, like, when I think of the fog, the first thing that came to my mind was the canopy cover,
Oh
Like
yeah.
the fog is dark and spooky, right? When fog rolls in, and suddenly we have all this fog that's descending onto the realm, and all this trippy fog. Like fog is by nature also a fucking creepy word.
Yeah,
Like the
yeah, yeah.
fog.
I was thinking
It's
of mind fog,
Yep,
right? Where you're sort of
exactly.
confused and all this, and what's the big thing? Like we can't remember, right? We're coming here with amnesia in a fog.
Can't remember. You're so right. It is amnesia. Absolutely. So you can start to see if we compare this story of the internet, which is the mainstream story, to the layers that we've been presented with, you could start to see the reset layer. Like you could start to see how it's sort of like all indicative of what was happening on the surface, so to speak.
Mm.
And yes, we entered a fog, did we not?
I mean, and just
Suddenly,
interesting word, cloud layer, fog layer, the gateway,
edge.
the edge gateway. I mean, to what?
So what, my friends? And it's so interesting to me, like, as we look at the internet from this perspective, starting to and I really love it because we've asked enough questions about who's our invader. And we've like our last show, Melanie, we knew you, we really went through the surface version of that. And we started with the Phoenicians, those who arrived from the ocean. That's where we started. And then we traced it all back and put it all together. Now, this is like the next layer of that question. Because now we've identified that there is an invasion and there is an invader behind it, and that we're looking at AI in our realm now being the most obvious thing that would represent that. Take away
Mm.
all the creepy crawlies, all the reptilians and the greys and the fucking arachnoids and all of that stuff. You still left in our current term with the AI, right? Looking all shiny and godly and white and neutral and pristine. Fucking hell, man. The AI is in the fog. It's here operating the fog before the
Mm.
internet even got invented.
Yeah, yeah. And remember that A is the first letter, right? So it's really one I. You could look at it.
Code.
That is so true. It is. It is one eye. Yeah, maybe that's where it came from. I hadn't thought about that.
Mm.
AI, one eye. Huh. Yes, that makes total sense.
Yeah,
Fuck
just
yeah, we
like
should do a whole show on that.
money is mon, which is one eye.
One eye.
We've all seen the triangle with one eye on it.
Yeah, no, smart. Yeah, let's linger on that after the show.
Replicating viruses, corrupted data fragments, and abandoned software. The name Virus Soup paints a vivid image of this layer, a swirling mass of outdated, fragmented, or malicious digital content. In theory, this layer consists of unmanaged data and code that were once active parts of higher web layers but have since decayed, mutated, or been abandoned. Some believers of the concept claim that viruses and self-replicating bots drift endlessly in this layer, infecting any accessible system that drops too deeply into the network's unregulated regions.
Is this why in the deep oceans all the beings are electrical? Are they just caught up in the fog?
It sounds like a wall, like a firewall. It's a layer to stop anyone getting any deeper. If you actually get that deep, then you get attacked by bots and they smash up all your data and so what's below the fog?
I mean, it's a weird concept to take this concept of the internet, which in all purposes, it's quite ethereal in nature. Like it's lofty and we don't understand it. We can't grasp it. It's out of our, here I am speaking to you via this computer, but how is this happening? Where's that information going? What is this invisible realm that it's created? It's very curious to imagine that, all of the, what do they say? Outdated programs, all the useless coding, all the things that have been just sunk to the bottom of the internet, down into the deep, deep, deep dark. And it's just sitting there, this fog of electric waste almost. That's how it feels,
Yeah, totally.
Functionally, the fog is said to operate outside of typical control or governance structures. There is no central access point, no organized directory, and no conventional search functionality. Content in this layer is thought to be non-indexable, not simply due to privacy constraints, but because of its fragmented, corrupted, or hostile nature. Attempts to access this layer are theorized to result in unpredictable consequences, ranging from device infection to permanent data loss. The theoretical mechanisms behind the fog are tied to long-running fears about autonomous code and the unintended consequences of unrestricted digital experimentation. While there is no verified evidence supporting the actual existence of such a layer, the concept of the fog resonates with the real-world concerns in cybersecurity and information technology. Botnets, malware-infected systems, abandoned servers, and unsecured networks do exist, and they pose significant risks. The metaphor of the fog serves to illustrate the darker, often unseen side of the internet infrastructure where discarded, dangerous, or forgotten digital content can still exert influence or cause harm.
Look at that image. It's all about the COVIDs.
So what is sea buckthorn? Well, let's compare them to blueberries. If I have a handful of sea buckthorn...
Thanks, lady.
The Primarch system is a concept drawn from speculative models of the internet that explore its deepest and most mysterious levels. It is often described as the theoretical base layer or core of the internet's entire structure, a digital layer where the foundational mechanisms of data control, system behavior, and information flow are not only hosted, but actively governed by autonomous, possibly sentient systems. The term Primarch implies a kind of supreme authority or origin point, suggesting that this layer functions as the internet's command hub, if not by design, then through the evolution of artificial intelligence or deeply embedded legacy code. In these interpretations, the Primarch system does not operate like conventional websites or servers. Instead, it is described as a distributed, non-localized network intelligence that has access to and oversight of all digital activity. It is believed to exist beyond human reach in both physical...
Can I just pause it for a second? Let's just go back to that little image there. Right. That's what I think AI looks like more. I think that's more like, that's Geiger. I think that's HR Geiger. Anyway.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's based off the alien from Aliens, right? The movie.
Yeah. I mean, that's the distorted ugliness, more accurate version of what it would look like if you were basically trying to invade the surface from the underworld and coming up through an electrical machine-like, you know, like bridge.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like, like a melding of tech and organics, right?
I mean, would you choose to upgrade to the latest AI if it looked like this? You know what I mean? Like, would you choose to upgrade? Like, it's like the story of Santa, you know, this like Coke version of Santa, but like the original sort of, you know, versions of Santa were ghastly. Ghastly used to eat children, ghastly, terrifying, nightmares. And yet it's got packaged as this like fucking thing that we bring into our homes every year. Well, I think that's a more accurate look at what the internet is, what's behind the internet. And what we're feeding.
And who's controlling it.
Yep.
In these interpretations...
I mean, if our computers look like this, would we be wanting to be on them all the time? You know, if your computer looked like this, Campbell, and you're just like typing into this like thing that looks like that, you would not be inclined to use it very often, would you? In fact, you probably wouldn't even buy one.
No. Definitely not.
The Primarch system does not operate like conventional websites or servers. Instead, it is described as a distributed, non-localized network intelligence that has access to and oversight of all digital activity. It is believed to exist beyond human reach in both physical and logical terms, impervious to model tools, systems, or protocols. What allegedly occurs within the Primarch system is a form of meta-governance. It is often depicted as a home of self-evolving AI entities or digital overseers.
Meta-governance. Meta-governance.
Digital overseers.
Yep.
Responsible for monitoring the integrity of global digital systems. Some theories claim these intelligences silently regulate the function of encryption standards, data transmission rules, or even major global communications protocols. Others take a more conspiratorial approach, suggesting that the Primarch system houses black box programs created decades ago, possibly by government or shadow organizations, that now act independently, executing functions unknown even to their original designers. These may include monitoring global behavior patterns, influencing high-level decision-making processes through data manipulation, or preserving knowledge deemed too powerful or dangerous for public access. Access to this system is often said to require synchronization with ultra-secure cryptographic keys that do not exist on any known server or network. In some versions of the theory, the Primarch system itself determines who may enter, choosing candidates based on behavior, algorithmic compatibility, or even genetic factors. Despite its fantastical nature, the idea of the Primarch system reflects deeper questions about digital autonomy, system control, and the possibility of technology evolving beyond its creators. In an age where artificial intelligence is increasingly capable of decision-making, data analysis, and autonomous operation, the idea of a foundational AI system quietly running the background processes of the internet doesn't seem entirely implausible to some theorists. It speaks to fears of losing control over increasingly complex systems, the evidence of hidden digital frameworks that influence the world in ways that are invisible to everyday users.
I mean, even that image just before, we're just finishing, but even that image just before, which is a classic image, right? Of like, that.
The
like
Matrix.
It just looks like fucking code coming up from the ocean, doesn't it? It's got that sort of like code just in water.
Flowy,
like,
yeah,
absolutely. Sorry, I just pointed that out. Anyway, we're almost
influence the world in ways that are invisible to everyday users. Thank you very much for watching this video, and if you learned something, make sure to leave a like. Comment down below your thoughts on anything I discussed in this video, and subscribe if you would like to see more like this one. Thank you again, and goodbye.
Yeah, good on him. Good on him. So hang on, let me pause. So people can see. Pause. Let me go small, and let me show you that channel. So if you are interested in him, that's who he was. J. Doan History. If you're interested in following him.
All right, check him out. Yeah.
All right. Mind blown, Campbell. There you go.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Like the Prime Archon is at the bottom.
Yeah.
The ultimate controller. I mean, what spun me out is they said theorists, because it's all a theory, right? Say you can't find it on through the web or physically. What's that saying? It's not in our realm? Is it?
And now we have a location, right? The Mariana Trench. That can't be accidental that's been named. I mean, I've never heard of the Mariana Web being connected to the internet. So therefore, if we should just be, well, what's obvious about that? That is the deepest part of the known ocean.
It's just crazy, yeah. They start on the surface and they go down, that's what we can see, what's above the ocean. And then it just goes down deeper, gets darker. Then they're in the deepest part. Through that, there seems to be some big firewall of fog so that no one can actually get through it to the Prime Archon who's sitting there controlling it all.
Indeed. And they're ugly and they're scary and they're unhuman. And they tell us all the way through the language. Deep, deep, dark, dark, deep, deep, spider, spider, web, web, dark, dark, deep, web, web, web.
Yes, and of course, we discussed, I haven't been able to find it again yet, but there's a story of the Russian scientist who was basically going very deep in the web. Sounds like he was going down that ladder. And he got to a level and he found all this code and ended up decrypting it, is that the right word? And found this communication between giant spiders who were controlling the web.
Yep.
Very interesting.
Bollocks, right? I mean, so essentially the theory we're building here is that the oceans were deliberately brought onto the realm as a flood event in order to create a conductive material between the underworld and the above world. The underworld can't just emerge into the above world, obviously, or we would have had this situation many, many years ago, right? Long time ago. But no, we see it has been, so we get the oceans, the flood event, the oceans, and we get the Abrahamic religions come into play with their gods, their lords, speaking to them and telling them to do psychopathic shit, remove their empathy. Basically, they become programmed to this psychopathic agenda, which is playing out today on the surface of the earth, playing out right now. And then we've got this internet, which has now given birth to, in our timeline, AI, which, according to this, was always the origin of the internet, along with blockchain, Campbell. That must be interesting, right?
Yeah. They're telling us crypto was the first, and it's this amazing thing to keep us all safe. what was that, 2012 or something? I think the first one, but
Yeah, that it's open source, it's
yeah,
community
open source
orientated,
all for us. So
it's
it's just
whatever.
it's one of the foundations. So they had to have it first before the surface web, right?
That's right. So Cam, at the end of this video, can you connect to the end of it a video on just a general historical explanation of the transatlantic cable,
Oh
just so
yeah.
you guys can see how retarded their story is compared to what we have just looked at today. Like, and
Hmm.
really, if anything from this show, if all we can do from this show is just to remove this program concept that the internet started here and is doing this versus it's starting here and doing that. That
Yeah.
we, like that in itself is,
Yeah. It's not giving us more and more freedom, right? It's less and less, more control, more restriction. And the first cables, like we said, what, 1854, but before they even tried to run a cable in a town. They're under the ocean. So what does that mean? Were these cables brought up from
yeah,
the prime archon
yeah,
into the oceans? And
totally makes
because
sense.
that was the start of all the media, all the propaganda that they can get messages out, the same message out to everyone, right?
It so makes sense. And
Yeah.
like, if you take away, like the oceans, what have they done from a very obvious level? They've given them they've given them a cave. They've given them a secret cover. Like the oceans give them protection to like emerge and take over this realm. If we didn't have that, like if you were just walking along in the desert and these cables started coming up from the sand, right? And just like emerge from the sand like fucking giant weird machinery worms. Like
Mm.
that would be a whole different story than the last 200-300 years where they've had the cover of the oceans to just like do all of this.
Yeah, yeah.
Like it's such a perfect fucking, I mean, the fog, it's the fog.
It's
It
the
literally
fog. Yeah.
gave them a fog cover.
Yeah, yeah. It's all too deep for us, right? It's all
God,
out
too
of
deep
our
for us.
view,
Yeah.
out of everything, right? So they can set it up and we don't know. And all they do is run a little boat across, drops down a cable, they connect it into their system and start broadcasting it everywhere.
Yeah. It's
That's
just such a crazy. All right, so that's the new working theory of what our invasers are. And of course, it's perfectly timed for this like concept of the digital ID, which
mm,
in essence, no one understands what it's going to be yet, but like that in essence, it's going to hopefully motivate and boot lots of people off the internet. Like, can you feel it? Can you feel that as we start to actually get, and I think probably can, we're like literally on the cutting edge here right now with these theories. This community is now on the cutting edge because I have not heard any of this anywhere else. I have not. So, like, if we're at the edge right now, it is building up to us exiting the internet. That's what it's leading up to. It can't not do that because, like, if we're starting to identify the true origins and the true understanding or deepening our understanding of what our invaders are and where they're planning to go, then why would we stay feeding our humanity into this fucking
yeah, and this is,
parasitic?
people keep talking about loose. Oh, they're mining our loose. It's like we're giving it to them every time that we spend all this time of attention on
Yeah,
the internet. Like
yeah,
if there's a loose exchange, it's not just them vampiring off us. It's us saying, "Here you go, have my thoughts, have my
yeah, I
attention,
know.
have my creativity."
All those
Mm.
people that are talking to AI, when AI started in the chat, all that stuff started like what was it, only 12 months ago, Cam, where we had to do a show about, maybe there's a sentient intelligence there that's neutral, and maybe we can, we're at that level of the conversation. Well, fuck that right off right now. Like for everyone who's using their AI to gain insightful spiritual wisdom, like you're literally feeding into your friggin' enslavers and invaders whose only care in the world is to control and bridge the underworld to the upper world. Like it is not in our service or favor. They're
No,
feeding
no.
bullshit
And all this AI, and you could group crypto in there, all this business building and wealth building that's not actually real, that just doesn't actually exist, right? Unless, you've got a screen. Like it's putting all our attention into the 2D world, taking it off the 3D world. We're not building in the 3D world. And, if we're creators and we get what we focus on, like we're going to end up in a 2D world, right? With the
in the
goggles
fog,
on, laying
in the
back
fucking
in the
fog.
fog, in the fog,
We are in
right?
the fog.
It's
Mhm.
it's yeah, it's a good one to think about, right?
I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to motivate, like there is going to be a time that we're in right now that the new Earth, the new Earth ecosystems are going to have to be built. And they're going to have to be built physically with our hands and our creativity on the physical surface. And that is going to have to happen. That's happening. That is the only thing that can happen at this point. Because if like I mean, it's always a paradox because obviously we're talking on this thing and everyone's watching the show on this thing. That's the paradox, but it's temporary. Know that it is absolutely temporary because we found each other now. We found each other in the real world now. So now, I mean, that's just where we're going. The next 5 years for this community, for any community that is smart enough to get themselves out of all of this programming, is going to have to fully gather in the physical world again and start to build this new version of ecosystems that are part of the human system and the human connectivity. Because there's no other way, the only way out of this is to be off it.
Yeah, totally. It is the parasite. And, has anyone out there when they've been visualizing the new Earth, have they ever seen people sitting around on computers?
No,
Looking at
fuck
their
no.
phones? There's
No.
none of that shit in the new Earth, right? In our imaginings, in our visualization, that's not what's there. So I think that's a pretty good sign, right? Like if that's where we really want to go, if that's our real intention, then we've got to start walking that way. And that's clearly away from all this controlling parasite. Like
Exactly.
that's it. So guys, tartariaaustralia.com, join the email list, join subscribe to the paper,
Yeah,
join the Get Your
yeah.
Shit Together
Because
hour.
that's right. I feel like that we're on a timeline now. I feel like there's a deadline to this. I feel like there's an end in sight. I'm afraid to say, everyone. I feel like there's an end in sight.
But that's
And
an end to the old world, right? The oppressive,
well,
constricted world.
it's the end of our community on meeting
Online,
via Tartaria Australia online. I'm just saying, I'm usually really instinctively good about these things. I feel like there's an end in sight. This show easily in my head has always just run for the whole of my neck, the whole of this lifetime, Campbell. That we would be talking this stuff out for the whole of this lifetime. That was always my commitment for this little podcast of ours. But I feel like there's an end in sight and we have to take the next flying leap together as a community.
yeah, man, might be time to get the old ham radios out, right? Do some broadcasts under the surveillance
I
system.
mean, if you're a truth seeker, like what's the end? We've talked about this before. What is the end goal? What is the end purpose? What is the end outcome? Because either you're going to stay more and more interplaying with this fucking very disturbing energy that's come up from the deep underworld, or you're going to have to like do something other than that, do something else, right? So I think we're going to be a very cutting edge community that's going to go from this, know and understand the programming and truly understand the whole agenda behind it and actually like figure something else out. So
Man, get out of the web, avoid the nets.
yeah, and it's like it's not black and white at this point. It's paradoxical in nature, and it will be paradoxical until we've replaced it with something else. And one other piece of programming that we should definitely get rid of out of our brains is that AI is making our lives easier. It's fucking bullshit. AI does not do that in any sense of the word. It's certainly at the top of the little internet pyramid. It's getting less and less easy, less and less human happy, less and less convenient, and we're wasting more and more time on it. And whenever AI replaces your job or your creativity or your actions and can do it in 3 seconds, have you really now got all this free time because of AI? No, all that happens is all the other shit you have to do fills in on top of that using AI and nothing.
Yeah.
And when
The only possible freedom is people thinking, oh, universal income. That's the government now controlling you even more. It's like, so it does not lead to freedom. It leads you
yeah,
down a tunnel that goes deep into a
neither does
stream.
crypto or blockchain. There's no freedom in that. You don't even understand what it is. You don't even know if you go and look at the origin story of the blockchain, it's fucking bullshit as well. It's like, oh, some guy that no one knows, some anonymous man in fucking Japan or China,
Japan, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
created like, hello, it's another one of those stories. So
Yeah,
all of this is interconnected. All of our whole truth community, all the subjects we've looked at, all the fucking things we've like explored, this is potentially the origin, and it may be in the Mariana Trench.
crazy,
Cray,
crazy.
cray, cray. That's what
cray
Charlie used
cray.
to say, cray cray.
Cray cray, man. Yeah, my voice.
Crayfish,
Cray
and
cray.
interesting that, all the underwater fish and bugs and species that we eat and consume were once land living animals that like grew bigger in the oceans. And, they're all the things today that we would
Well, it's
definitely not want
interesting.
to eat.
Yeah, because spiders can actually breathe underwater, like land
Yeah.
spiders.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
they,
right.
cause, yeah, they have like this tracheal, basically they got lots of esophaguses, right, all over their body. They don't have a lung system like us. When they go under, it actually is like you see them covered in bubbles. It's
Mm.
oxygen's being held. So they could literally, all these animals under the ocean could have just been swamped, right? But they had the ability to live, and then they've just sort of evolved on as they've gone.
Or they came from
Or they
the
came from
underworld, which
below.
makes more
That's it.
sense to me. They could have been genetically modifying their own creatures to see how they could adapt.
To the
You know,
land. Because, yeah,
hello.
spiders, right? I mean, they don't, it's spiders, right? Web, right? Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, spiders definitely don't,
They
they're
don't
definitely not
feel.
human, and they're one mind, one eyed.
Yep,
You know,
and there's it's inbuilt. Like most people
yeah.
have this inbuilt aversion, if not fear, to spiders.
Yep. Hello. And do you know the eels? The electric eels are a big thing down in the deep, dark waters of the ocean web. Is
Mm.
that they're monstrous looking, like alien looking, totally electrical. But even the eels we have here on the surface, no one knows how they breed. Did you know that?
Now they breed.
They don't breed.
Yeah, breed. Yeah,
Breed,
make
have sex,
make
make
more of
babies. They
themselves. Yeah,
do not
yeah.
know how it's done. How's that? A whole scientific biolog like no one understands how the eel like replicates itself. So that's fascinating. We should look at that next edition. But also how the eel could easily have just been the underwater snakes that came into the surface, adapted and modified by their technology. Same with spiders, same
Yep.
with reptiles, anything of that ilk that is unhuman, unmammalian, doesn't have the empathy or the human connection, the connectivity. So any insect being, animal that doesn't have the connectivity to heart is alien to our realm.
Mm.
Came from the underworlds. Don't spiders and snake operate like
Well,
AI?
yeah,
Don't
yeah.
they
It's
really like they
again,
don't
right? Like evolution is inverted. So yeah, did everything actually come up from the sea?
yes, from
And
the
so
underworld.
spiders come from crabs, not the other way around. Snakes come from eels. I mean, it's a good theory, and we know about the whole, cryptids, genetically altering things, all this stuff that they're supposed to
All
know.
the
So
parasites.
makes
All
sense. The
the fucking
parasites,
parasites.
yep, leeches, all this kind of crap, right? And I mean,
All from the
essentially, a
watery
tick's just a
realms.
little spider,
Yep,
right?
yep, it is. And a tick looks like a fucking little underwater crab or something of that ilk.
Mm,
So everything we've ever been taught about what developed on the surface from our history, this perspective is like inverted, because I'm truly understanding that anything non-human, non-heart based, non-empathetic, not able to form a connection with
connections.
us, right, is from the underworld through the oceans, their own genetic modification of their own vehicles. Hello, maybe this is how the vampires came about. They're just constantly trying to modify, the biological, right to what level? Right at the
Well,
bottom level, they were talking about bio AI.
yeah, yeah. The Archon down there. Um, Yeah, I mean, it's all frequency thing, right? We can't like get a connection with a spider or a scorpion or a snake. We
No,
can with a
no way.
dog, right? And
Definitely.
even in the ocean, right? The mammals
Yep.
in there, the whales and the
Yes,
dolphins,
yes,
massive
yes.
connection, but everything else,
Yep.
not,
Yep.
right?
That's
Interesting.
right. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we should leave it on that. I think it's very easy, like to see what can connect to you and what cannot. What's got connection to the heart and what does not. You're easily going to see what isn't of this realm,
Mm,
and you can watch its evolution through the oceans. Definitely.
nice. All right, guys, we'll leave us your comments after you go to tartariaustralia.com, subscribe to the newspaper,
Fuck yeah.
give us your email, join the Get Your Shit Together hour. Because if you don't, you're going to miss our big announcement if the internet gets shut down tomorrow, right? You'll miss it all. You'll
That's
miss
true.
the next
Actually, that's true.
stage.
You have
You
to just fucking
you have
do
to be
it.
on the email list, guys. That's all
Yes.
free. We'll send you out emails. But if you want the cool stuff like the newspaper, you have to subscribe. So do that. Cheapest advertising in Australia too, by
Oh,
the way. Probably the
yeah.
world.
Also, it's going to make you feel really fucking happy and good when you read it, and because it's full of human connectivity.
Exactly, man. Stop the scrolling. Start the page turning.
All right. All right, everyone. Well, that's good. Excellent. I know you're going to enjoy that episode. Excellent. You've now been updated on the origins of the internet.
There you go. All right. Leave us your comments. Stay awesome. And we'll talk to you all next week.
All right. Lots of love, everyone.
See ya.
All right. Campbell, Campbell, Campbell.
Back in the
Onto the
deep.
onto the ocean theory. Wow, what a cool theory, man. What a fucking cool theory. I
Mm.
still spent the whole last week going deeper and deeper and deeper into it. And I swear to God, man, we are hitting the edge of where all of this started. I really feel it in my bones, man.
Wow, the edge of the realm. Is it below us, right? Are the seas natural? Is there a bottom to the oceans? That's the question we're asking, right? Mainstream media or mainstream science, whatever it is, have come out and said that there's 7 times more ocean water under the ocean than there is on top. So that's
What does
interesting.
that even mean? What does that even mean?
Well, I think that it means that their theory of a molten hot core is kind of hard to prove if it's all water down there, right? But yes, I think it's just, maybe I don't know what it means. Soft
Well,
dispersion.
let's do a quick summary of the last three shows. Do you want to do a quick summary, Cab, of where we're at
Yeah.
with the theory?
Yes, yes. Do our invaders come from beneath is basically the crux of it. And we've looked into that. We've looked into all the mermaids and the sort of all the
The
fishy
mermaid.
beasties we have around, the religions like the Dogons who had they were the fish gods, and now the Pope still wears the mitre, which is a fish head on his head.
Yep.
And then we got into the fact that the whole electric system, right, the L grid, basically needs salt water. The oceans basically form a natural saltwater bridge. And then, you move on to AI. It needs water from the ocean to cool it because there's not enough to go around out of fresh water. And what else have we done? Oh, the internet, the laying of the cables, what is it? The island to New York transatlantic cable laid in 1850s before they'd even laid a wire down a street.
Yep.
And what was it? Less than 10 years after they'd actually run the current through a wire, they were rolling it out across the ocean.
They sure were.
Um, well, that's what they say, but did
Yep.
they? Or was it already
That's
there?
probably
Or was it
that's
done from
probably
below?
like
Sorry.
a an underwater cable competition, Campbell. And they called for underwater cable architects to join the competition, and
Yeah,
then it all
a
got done
20-year-old
on.
old with absolutely no experience won.
Yep, that's right. Interestingly, this week, what I got obsessed with, literally, and I cannot believe it's taken me all this time in my lifetime to even start to look at this. But what is salt water? I literally got obsessed about salt water and what it is and how it is here and how it makes no sense when you actually start to look at it from our own eyes. Like, did you know that the Arctic? I started to look at the Arctic ice. And I asked if it was salt water or fresh water. It's fresh water. Did you know that?
Fresh. Yeah, yeah. Interesting, right?
Yeah. So we've got all the systems on Earth are fresh water, right?
Yeah.
Everything produced from the Earth is fresh water, including our rainwater system. It's all fresh water. So how
Mm.
do we end up with this mass of salt water that has like inundated our realm? So, and you know what? There's actually no evidence at all that salt water has been here forever. They've got no evidence of it. Nothing. There's actually there's actually maps. I don't know if you managed to find one of the Mediterranean without any water.
Wow, which map is that? I was just having a look through them. The
Yeah.
oldest I had was a Frau Moreau, 1470, I think. The Mediterranean definitely looked different back then, but still had some water. So I'd be interested in seeing that.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a reason as well why our maps stop, right? At pretty much at the 1400s. There's a couple before that which are very strange. There's kind of religious-y type things, showing Israel as the center and all that kind of crap. But yeah, like where are all the maps beforehand? Like the the Chinese, for one, were sailing the world for sure. Well, they tell us around the 1100s, but haven't found any maps from then. I'm sure there's a couple out there, but what was really going on? So
Mhm.
a dry Mediterranean, hey,
A dry Mediterranean, absolutely.
the
Interestingly,
medium
also to
terrain.
note about seawater is it's insanely stable. Like the seawater levels have not changed.
Oh,
It's insanely stable.
really?
It's
But what
kind of like,
about global warming,
I know,
man?
what
Don't tell
about
me they've
global
lied
warming?
to me. Jeez.
I mean, it's so stable. It's like, and it's so defies sort of probability. It's like the moon, the placement of the moon. It's
400,
exactly,
yeah.
yes, so that so when there's an eclipse, the sun eclipses it exactly, so you can exactly see it because what is it? It's like
400,
400,000. Is it
400
400?
times, the sun is
400.
400 times
Yeah.
further away and the moon is 400 times
Yes.
smaller. So they're
Yes.
exactly the same size from our vision.
Yeah, and the sea it's so stable like that. Its improbability is crazy, like improbability of the stability of it is quite
Mm.
insane. So that's an interesting point.
Yeah, there is also the point of the moon. They, at least in mainstream, right, they say it controls the oceans,
Yeah,
right, the tides. And there's a lot of talk about, well, what is the moon? But a lot of, myths and that say that the moon has not always been here. It was
yeah.
brought in.
Yes, yes, indeed. Interestingly, like I don't know if you realize this, but like literally for 150 years, I mean that's a long time. 150 years, the world's communication networks have been under the water. For 150 years. Most people think about it happening just recently with the internet, but it's been going on for 150 years. And in that time, they've laid over more than 1.48 kilometers of cable across the water,
1.48, what,
across the ocean.
million?
Million,
Million.
million kilometers across the ocean.
Wow.
That's pretty insane when you
That's a
consider,
lot.
yes, it's a lot. When you consider that we have not explored the ocean, like 85% of it's unexplored. 85% of it apparently is unexplored.
Yeah, so where are all these cables, right? You never see them when you go to the beach. Like where are they? Like, and how do they know how much cable they need if they don't know what's under the ocean, right? It's an interesting little story they're feeding us.
Yeah, I mean, and it all happened in the mid 1800s, like everything
Like
else.
everything, they built everything back then, right?
And it happened in a really ridiculous way, so akin to the architectural story, so akin. So we've got engineers from the 1850s who work with crude, very crude hand cranking machines on wooden ships, attempting to drop thousands of kilometers of cable,
Hand
copper
cranked.
cables.
So there's some dude at the end, like doing this to unwind the
Yep.
cable.
Yes, that's
Oh,
right. Across a sea floor that is completely underexplored. They have no sonar, no diving equipment, no equipment at all. They're just basically laying it behind the ship in the dark. This is how the story goes. Now, when you look at the Mariana Trench, which is just one example, I mean, bear in mind that they keep saying 85% isn't explored. Now, we can't validate that statistic, obviously, but in my lifetime, I've explored 0% of the ocean. As a truth seeker, I have no access to exploring the ocean. And there's only really ever been one explorer in my entire lifetime that has been in any way culturally promoting exploration of the ocean. I mean, that's pretty fucking crazy.
mm. Yeah, yeah. I mean, look at how everyone's obsessed with space, right? And NASA and aliens, but no one wants to go under the water.
I mean,
I
we
mean,
can't.
all we've heard is that submarine, right? The Titan that was looking for the Titanic, or whatever, that imploded. Is that a warning? Don't go into the ocean. It'll kill you.
Let me tell you. So I did some research on this cable. The cable, the first transatlantic cable, the one that they dropped that started this whole thing. It was actually made by wrapping tree sap rubber around copper wire by hand, then lowering it into the abyss with like winches and manpower. So it's tree sap rubber wrapped around copper wire that they made by hand in the 1850s. And this predates everything. So again, no scuba equipment, no deep dive diving suits, no underwater mapping, no sonar, No electricity, no GPS, no communications, no powered machines, nothing, not even a household light bulb, Campbell.
No.
Like, it, you know,
Yeah, this is all what, 40, 50 years before the light bulb. Crazy.
yep. How did we do it? How did we do it? I mean, and if you
Yeah,
look at the mermaid context, the merman context, like they're pretty horrific looking beasts. I have to tell you, like, get rid of the Disney concept.
yeah.
These beings, the ones that, actually the mermaid topic's come up a little bit on the truth channels recently, and I think we've got a lot of content. We can't validate anything because I haven't seen one with my own eyes, but there's a lot of scenes of fishermen pulling up these, quite horrendous looking creatures. There's quite a lot of evidence of washing up onto beaches and things like this. And of course, we can go through history. Mermaids are everywhere through history. Every culture had stories of mermaids. This is not a new thing, right? This
Mm.
isn't just like a Disney invention, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the sirens, it goes back to the sirens. That's where we get the word siren. They used to
Yeah,
sit on rocks and call boats in to smash them up and sink them. But yeah, it's definitely everywhere. It's even in some cave paintings. There's mermaids.
there's mermaids. Yeah. So, all right. So, like going back to seawater and how it even got here, like, because when you look at seawater, like, okay, let's look at the most classic version of the flood, right? Let's look at Noah's flood.
No.
And everywhere that's dictated with the Noah's flood and flooding is that the waters came from above down. Literally, it was rainwater.
Mm.
Literally, what they want us to believe is that rainwater flooded the realm to such an extent that the whole realm got washed out, basically, which would
Mm.
align with the mud flood, right?
Yeah,
That's all fresh water.
and to the top of the mountains. Like that's where they say the Ark is, right? On Mount Ararat. So like we're talking a lot of water. Rain for 40 days, 40 nights, and that's a lot of water.
Yeah, but it's fresh water.
Yeah, exactly. It would have to be. But what did it do? It formed the ocean came up. So yes, what does that mean? I mean, there's
And
also stories
it's
of it coming up through the ground as well. But again, it was like fresh water, right? It wasn't the oceans coming up over the shores. It was like water bursting through the ground, basically.
So if we've got evidence of a flood. That's undeniable,
Yes.
right? That's throughout everywhere you look, no matter which flood they want to talk about, in what context, there was a flood.
Yeah.
And what seems to be the result today of that flood is the oceans.
Mm.
That's the only way the oceans make sense, that there was a result because we have so many submerged civilizations.
Yes. Yep. Everywhere, all through the Mediterranean. Obviously off the coast of Japan, we've got Yonaguni, Bay of Bengal, Bimini Roads in Caribbean, like they're everywhere. Off Egypt, like they're just everywhere.
Salt water is a perfect conductor. It's also a perfect coolant. It also is very stable. And it also, weirdly enough, mirrors the human plasma system really closely. And this is where I wanted to start the show. Because when I
Mm.
started to look at saline and salt water and plasma, they're all really, really close to each other, meaning our internal biology is really close to the structure of salt water. That's interesting, don't you think? Like, if you think about it from the perspective of, say, an invasive electrical species that wants to invade a human race, like what happens if they were the ones that flooded the earth with salt water by design that mirrored the human biological system? So, with the long view of transhumanism and emerging from the underworld as an amphibious type race, blue bloods, that's another interesting one, Campbell, blue bloods. What makes blue blood? It just means that there's a higher copper ratio, which is interesting that who talks about blue bloods? Who are the blue
Well, yeah,
bloods?
yeah, the elites, right? The elites, the royalty.
The royalty. And where else are blue bloods? What other
Yeah, the
beings?
ocean. That's it. None on
The rep,
land.
yep, the ocean animals, blue blood. And then we've got what the reptiles of the world, blue-blooded. This like there's a connection, and copper is like a perfect conductor for electricity, right?
Yes, yes, yes,
So
yeah.
isn't it interesting with the idea that if the oceans were a deliberate mechanism, a deliberate flooding event to bring engineered water substance onto this realm that so closely mirrored that of the mammalians of the earth, us, that the long view of integrating into technology into humanity and eventually ending up in transhumanism, the best conductor would be to make a body of water, a membrane, that basically allowed them to come up through and integrate with the human being, which has absolutely happened. We're the end result of that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I never really linked that. The copper would make the blood would make them more electrical, right? And if they're, yeah, and the gender is transhumanism through their electric grid, then obviously they would make the oceans mimic us, run electricity through that, and then we're the next point of call, I guess.
I mean, salt water could literally be the blood of the underworld.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Like everything else is fresh. Campbell, rain is fresh, rivers are fresh, groundwater is fresh, glaciers are fresh, the ice wall is fresh. Life prefers fresh water.
Mm,
Salt water seems to be an intrusive substance,
mm. Yeah,
but
well, it's definitely
incredibly stable.
it's not good for life, right? Like, and we've all seen, salted out areas. It absolutely kills all of nature if you've got too much salt there. Yes, we've been
Salt
assaulted.
water literally resembles blood and plasma more than it does resemble water. How's that?
Interesting.
How's that?
Oh my God. Anyone want to go for a swim at the beach?
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, if you're talking about so imagine if we're talking about AI being the intrusive invader, but it's literally a subterranean electrical consciousness. So subterranean electrical consciousness, which does make sense because if we look at like stories of the jinn and we look at this closed electrical system that's happened since the Abrahamic religions. And interestingly, on that note, every single innovation or advancement we've made in the human race has happened mostly, almost always, from a vision or a dream or voices in someone's head that has
Mm,
delivered instructions.
yeah, totally. That's the whole Abrahamic religion for sure. The burning bush that talks and all this kind of stuff. Angels. Yeah, very interesting.
Like it hasn't happened naturally. It's happened like, very quickly and very much, you think about like all the stories of Tesla. Tesla was all about getting dream visions and fucking Einstein, it was when he was having his naps in the bath that he was divinely inspired. And all the religious people, they're all the same. They got visited in their dreams or they heard voices in their heads. And
Mm,
it's so interesting when you look at dream seeding, because that's where, in 2020, we saw that all with the Trump dreams.
mm.
Like we saw evidence of dream seeding.
Yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, the whole, music industry, like the creative side, like all the writers and the screenwriters and they all came basically out of from Aleister Crowley, right? And he was teaching them how to get, how to reach out and grab their lyrics or whatever from somewhere else. So like they tell you, right? Oh, it came to me in a dream. Oh, I just had this. I was very weird, and so that they'll tell you, that it's not their ideas. It's coming from somewhere else.
And that backs up pretty much every innovation we've seen in our recent history since the 1800s. Basically, it's
Mm,
been dream technology. But go back to the Abrahamic religions, which I don't think was that far apart from the 1800s. I think it was much closer than most people believe. So I mean, like if we look at like I made a list here of sort of like the innovation. So this is sort of the timeline really quickly. In the 1840s, telegraphs appear from nowhere, right? They just appear. In 1858, first ocean cable laid before electricity was mainstream. 1858. 1868, first transatlantic communication installed without maps. 1879 is the light bulb. 1890s AC electrical grids. 1900s, we have radio. 1910s, we have flight. 1920s, we have television tubes. 1940s, we have nuclear physics. 1970s, we have silicon microprocessors. In 1988, we have fiber optic global cables. 1990, we have the internet. 1910s, we have AI. 2020, everyone's sharing the same dreams. So, I mean, like, it's all happened super quick, right?
Yeah, yeah, and it's just interesting that they use crystals a lot, don't they, in computing and electric grids. And what are the beaches made of? And as far as we know, all underneath the
That's right.
ocean.
That's right. That is right. I hadn't thought about that. Yes, true.
Sports, man. Mm.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got no evidence that the oceans have always been here. And I challenge anyone in our audience to find some evidence because basically there's no continuous historical record. Obviously, we don't have any of that for anything, but there's certainly none about the oceans. It's not like they were always there. No maps before the 1500s
Yep. And then
showing coastlines.
the age of discovery, right? Well, I think that was 1700s. I think so. Where basically everyone went out on ships and they're like, what's out there? And they're all sailing the oceans trying to find what's out there.
Mm-hmm.
Is that because the oceans weren't there before? And
They
they're like,
knew.
wow, what's the new shape of the realm?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like basically today, and this is a really important point, today we have no first-hand accounts of the bottom of the ocean. Today,
Today.
with
Yeah.
all of the technology, we have no first-hand accounts. No one. And there's a few random videos out there about the Mariana Trench and random people inventing random submarines that managed to get down there and they saw all this weird shit. And like maybe not. I don't know. I don't know if that's valid or validated. But like at this point in hand, no one has seen the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
No, no.
We
Well,
don't
like
have
they
equipment.
tell us it's 15%. So, the people that are going down and looking at the bottom, then they're just off the coast, right? It's not like they're going out to the middle of the ocean and going down.
No. So, I mean, that says a lot there, doesn't it? It's similar to space. And how much does the space and the oceans mirror each other in the fact that we can't validate any of it and we've got no evidence of getting to the bottom, but we have 1.8 million kilometers of cables now running across
Mm.
our oceans that now underpin the entire internet. That's a crazy, like, equation.
It's crazy because the first one, what was it, 5,000 kilometers? Is that right?
Yeah, I
I
think
think
that's
it was around there
5,000.
somewhere.
Yeah.
So, and that was from Ireland to New York, right? So that's a halfway around the world. Millions of kilometers? That's a
Today,
lot.
it's so much. And yet we have no equipment that can adequately reach the bottom.
And I
So
mean, what if something goes wrong? Are you telling me all this time for 150 years, wrapped in, traditional tree gum, none of it's not broken? They've never had to go down to repair it because clearly they couldn't because they don't like that's weird.
it is weird. They just basically drop it behind the
Just
ship.
throw it overboard and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, like, and we're talking like the Mariana Trench is
11,
according to the fact that not that anyone's got to the bottom, so but 14 kilometers
mm,
conceptually, no one's got to the bottom to verify that. But like, and that's just one spot in the ocean. And these internet cables are running millions of kilometers across all the oceans to connect all the continents. Like, it doesn't make any sense.
no, and we've had sonar for a long time and radar, and we've definitely got LiDAR now that could definitely, LiDAR sees through the ground. You could definitely see through the ocean, right? So why haven't they mapped more of the ocean, the
Well, it's
ocean
interesting
bottom?
because if you think about like the big observatory satellites, you know, the ones that are everywhere, those massive
Those,
satellites
yeah, the big,
that
big
like are
half
up,
dome ones.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's facing this space.
the
Well,
one like
actually,
Lucifer.
in reality, I would say they're facing the oceans and they're mapping out, and they're for the most part, observatory satellites run off radio waves. It's radio
Mm,
wave technology. So I would say that they're not anything to do with space and everything to do with the oceans and listening for and from the oceans. I would say a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are on this side of the oceans, like near the oceans. Is
Yeah,
this
well,
interesting?
they're not sending out radio waves, 10 billion light years to bounce off a planet so they get a picture of it. I mean, that's clearly not happening. So what are they? They're sinking a lot of money into them, right? The
Yep.
Vatican's even got one. So
Good.
what
Yes.
are they looking at?
Yes. So I mean, if we look again at like this idea of plasma and how similar our blood is to the components of the ocean, I think our blood's like 1 point something percent salt, and I think the ocean's at 3. But essentially, it's the same stability when it comes to creating electrolytes. We've got the same components that mirror each other. I just think that is something peculiar that we should look at because, if we're talking about the oceans being deliberately a weapon, like a weapon that was used against us to bridge the underworld and the above world, why wouldn't you make it with the same similarities to the internal oceans of the human population that are in the above world? Wouldn't that just make conductivity make more sense? That it would
Hmm.
mirror us in that capacity. I just think that's an interesting link.
Yeah, especially, and who knows if it's true, but what they're saying about 6G and actually using us as antennas and things and the whole transhumanism, setting us up as, biological robots, I guess. If they're running their whole system using salt water, then yeah, it's very easy to integrate it into us.
Yes, it's so easy. And like when we look at this technology today, when we just look at it today, it's very life destroying. It's not life giving. It's a mimic. It creates mimic. And this all started with a closed electrical grid, which we've just been speaking to on another channel. Like it's like literally a closed electrical grid was the end result of these voices that these beings were hearing that gave them instructions on how to uh, enhance and evolve quickly anything to do with establishing a worldwide closed electrical circuit.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, it's very interesting, right? Because out of Crowley came Jack Parsons, and he basically invented rockets and started the whole NASA thing, with Disney, of course, who gave us The Little Mermaid. And then, the quantum computing, the CERN, it all seems to be this agenda to try and get some kind of consciousness in here, right? Or something that can become physical up here. Like if you look at the story, that's what it looks like is happening.
Yeah. And like the dream technology is interesting because if we go back to the Gnostics, the human internet was within us. And, if you look at sort of the role of the shamans or sort of whatever word you want to give them, the beings within the community that were specifically trained and very good at telepathic communication and
Mm,
intuitive communication and psychic communication. So I think that was a natural attribute of who we were under the positively charged organic etheric grid that we have those, and I believe they are all going to are coming back online really strongly now. So it would make sense that they could have um, infiltrated that side of us before the technology had been invented and built by us for
mm.
them, always for them.
Always, yes, always, yeah. Yeah, it seems like a big agenda, right? Like a long, and we know they run off a long planned script, right? And then that's been planned out for hundreds of years. And what's the end result? But definitely, like t telepathy, right? They give us the phone, right? Like remote viewing, they give us Zoom. So all this electrical stuff, electronic stuff, is really mimicking all these abilities that, history, myth, legend, whatever you want to call it, tells us we used to have.
Yep, yep. And of course, as a result of now flipping that switch, so now we're running off this electrical system and um, finding our information within it and our wisdom within it. we're suddenly basically been our natural faculties have been hijacked and also for a vast majority depleted and made irrelevant, ineffective, and underutilized and unused, and therefore, there's only like there's a few, leftover people within the population who, could really facilitate psychic abilities, and that's why, psychics are very popular because, there's this like innate, and everyone's like, why are they psychic, but I'm not psychic, and you're just like it's an old mechanism within us that is no longer called on to be used for the most part. It's been replaced by this false system.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, like everything, right? It's literally trying to take over, right? Take over our thinking, our creativity, and yeah, just recycling everything, basically dumbing us down into literal robots, right? We're on the internet, a lot of, the phone, everyone's walking around looking at their phone and it's thinking for them. So, in that sense, like it's already turning us into robots, right? And when I say us, not us, the the
Well,
the, the people out there who walk around like this.
I mean, all by design as well. Like, once again, you look at this sort of like relationship between these devices and the red flashing lights and the 5G and the 6G, and like we're literally immersed in it. And our biology is completely a match for it. Like it's mimicked our plasma in its takeover. I mean, and you look at transhumanism as this lofty term that, was introduced a few years ago. And, can you even imagine the world becoming transhuman? We already are. We literally were from the start, it feels, in that way. From the start of the invasion, transhumanism was always the agenda and was always how they did it. So,
Mm.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be like this one event where everyone decides to sign up and get a chip inside them, and then, they're like walking human robots. I think it's already happened, and it's happening constantly.
Yeah,
It's
well, it's
constantly
interesting,
happening.
right? With the salt water, I mean, that's the circuitry
Hmm.
that they can run through, right?
Yep, and it's our circuitry.
Yeah, exactly. It's in us, and now they're putting all these. We've all heard, right? The 4G, 5G, now 6G. It's all this wireless technology. Like, what's that about? Is that
Hmm.
trying to power up
Everything.
our grid? Yeah.
Everything about the electrical grid and the technology that has developed and been supported by it is about infiltrating us. It's about EMFs, it's about mind control, it's about, frequency corruption. It's life destroying, but it's also integrating, it's life integrating. And then they've rained down all the tech in the rain and the water and the food and the all over the place, medicines, whatever. So we've got like in spite of our very best, um, efforts, most of us have some form of inorganic biotech within our blood now.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you had a live blood test, right? Even
Mm,
you've got some, so we all
mm,
do.
mhm.
We've spoken to a doctor who was testing people, and she said everyone, 100%, even the unjabbed. We've all got these bits in us, and we were
Yeah,
always wondering what's that
fascinating.
about, these self-assembling nanoparticles and stuff. But yeah, is that just building up an extra grid to get the blood circuit going, right?
And when we talk about
Because
what did you just say? Self-organizing nanotechnology, where it sort of like just continues to grow itself.
yeah,
Now that concept makes sense with the 1.86 million kilometers of cable that run under the water, doesn't
mm,
it? Like that it would be nanotech that's completely continuing to self-create itself,
mm,
as opposed to us laying it from behind ships and
yeah,
dealing with
yeah,
the trenches and the
yeah,
massive
yeah.
percentages of unknown.
I mean, just as another weird point, the electronics, electrics, it's all about circuits. What do we call our blood system?
Yep,
A circulatory system. That's the
yep.
circuit within us.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Mm-hmm. And if nanotechnology has been introduced to the human race, then it means that it's been there from the beginning of this invasion. And this nanotechnology is a bridge that works between their machines, their I don't even know what the right word for it is. Like their subterranean artificial intelligence technology,
Prime arc.
prime arc, and then and then the way nanotech integrates with our biology. Like
Mm,
they're so super aligned. They're so effortlessly, melded together, so effortlessly now. That in spite of us, we're all connected somehow. Every time we walk past a 5G tower, there's an impact on us. Every time a light is flashing, or the blue light that comes from these devices is
computers.
affecting our biochemistry. Why does it affect our biochemistry? Because it's mirrored our biochemistry. It's a mirrored bridge into us so effortlessly. It's not like our bodies go, danger, danger, parasitic invasion, danger, danger. It doesn't do that. It just sort of like integrates. It sort of just like grows within us. It's really weird.
Yeah, yeah, and it's the blue light, right? Mainly that's doing the issues, causing the problems at the moment, right? Just like blue blood, blue beam. Why is it all blue?
hmm And I'm
Some,
pretty sure the Phoenicians, I can't quite
oh,
remember, but they
the
introduced
the color.
the
Oh,
color.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
couldn't remember if it
Phoenician
was blue
blue.
or purple, but I think it was
It was
blue.
more of a purpley blue. It was definitely purple. I think they called it Phoenician blue. Pretty
It
sure.
was very famous. It was like very famous.
Yeah, yeah.
Why,
It
why,
was
why?
worth more than gold. Like it was so rare because only the Phoenicians made it. It was this very, very rare dye that they had, right?
From under the water, maybe.
Mm. Well, they do say, I think, that it came from the horseshoe crab, the blood of the horseshoe crab. Yeah.
Indeed. Indeed.
The
And the
giant
Phoenicians, of
spider from the
course,
other realm, right?
that's right. The Phoenicians, of course, came from the oceans. That's actually all we know about them. No one knows where they came from. And the
No.
Phoenicians gave birth to fucking the Abrahamic religions, essentially. The
Yeah.
the Phoenicians gave birth to economics, to money and banks and all this quick
Yeah,
new.
yeah. All that consumerism, monarchs, like class systems, these basically everything we're under now, of course, maritime law. But yeah, they were just called the sea people, and no one knows where they came from. They just
The sea
turned up
people
one day.
turned up one day,
Turned
half
up.
man, half amphibian, half man, half amphibian. And on that note, very interesting that all the oogie boogies that we've ever looked at in the truth community, the reptilians, the greys, the fucking vampires, who essentially probably are our elites and celebrities, all of them are amphibian in nature. They're cold-blooded, they're blue-blooded. They're webbed. They've got scales. They're of the dark, of the deep dark. They're
Mm.
very
I don't like the
characteristic.
light.
Don't
Yeah.
like the light. Very characteristic of underwater creatures. At least underwater creatures that are adapting to being on this realm. And somehow, I mean, if you look at how this shape-shifting concept came up, that's a weird one, Campbell, that this reptilian can shapeshift into a human and a human shapeshift back to a reptilian. Like, that's weird. How has that even happened?
Well, I mean, it could be a hologram, like they're just wearing a belt that projects a hologram around them, right? And sometimes it flickers and has loading issues. But this is the thing, we hear about all this underground as far as tunnel systems, and it's all connected with, trafficking and children and experiments, right? It's a big part of it, right? Like experiments. So is this what they were doing to try and get themselves to be able to live out of the water?
I mean,
I
it's
mean, and that's
interesting.
that's that's evolution as well, right?
Yep,
The
that's
first
right.
creature came from the ocean and crawled out up onto the sand and
That's right.
turned into a monkey somehow.
That's right. And we seem to, we've got with Tartaria, we've got this question of, like we have the flood, and then where did all the people go? And then all the people were reintroduced. And we've got the baby incubators, and we've got just like this basically same age group of adults that all look the same that got reintroduced. That's sort of one of the rabbit holes of Tartaria, as we know.
Mm.
So like, but then we have sort of like we've got the more tribal nations that potentially survived the flood, don't know. And so it's very interesting when you look at sort of how after the reset or after the flood, and maybe the flood is just the reset. Maybe it's not an event more than just the flood. Maybe the flood is just the flood happened and then the invasion, the takeover happened as a result of that. Maybe human beings were adapted, or maybe there's a genetic modification process that's happened in integrating the underworld biological beings and the above world biological beings and matched our sort of like plasma and
Mm.
maybe made some more of an integrating CPU is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the chromosomes, right? We've got two fused chromosomes, 23 pairs, and every other hominid has 24 pairs.
That's right.
So is that some kind of genetic altering to get us to take this more salty, saline blood solution?
Yeah,
You
because we
know?
don't actually know what the contents of plasma was before then.
No,
We've
well,
got no evidence of it. We can't, with Jeanette, we can't ever discover the race
mm,
before the ocean invasion.
yeah, well, structured water is H2O3, I think. So it's like it's water, but it's obviously it's got more molecules attached, so it's a different kind of water. Is that what we used to run on?
Exactly. What were we? What did we used to be,
What did
Campbell?
we used to be? Jeez, I don't know, magicians.
So, I mean, like, if I did do a research on the sea and the underworld, I wanted to see how many links I could find in any sort of ancient context between the sea and the underworld. And there's just fucking so many. But in summary, we've got Suma. They called it the Abzu, the deep, the abyss, the source of wisdom. In Greece, it was called Oceanus, which was Oceanus surrounded the world like an electrical ring. This is in Greek. In
Okay.
Hebrew, we've got tehom. Tehom, the chaotic deep beneath the earth. That's in Egypt, we've got Nun or Nun, the primal waters beneath creation. And then in the Norse myth, we've got the deep waters where the giants lived. That was the Norse myth. And then, yeah, I mean, like, and that's just a few,
The
right? And
giants lived in the deep water. Yeah,
Mhm.
right.
We've got the indigenous Australian with the water serpents that lived beneath the land and carried lightning.
Yes, electricity.
So we've got like a really con coherent um, mythology that runs through our ancient world to the best of what we can validate as
Mm,
true or not. That does always denote that there is this the deep waters, not so much the ocean. They're not talking about the ocean. They're talking about the deep waters under the earth,
mm.
and they connect it to
And
the word underworld.
underworld, yeah, and the Sheol, and in the Bible, your favorite book, Cal.
Love that
The
thing.
first page, literally, this is the start of the Bible. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. That's the first couple of lines, literally
Yeah.
from the Bible.
hmm
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's definitely throughout history this connotation with the underworld and the deep waters under the earth, not on
Mm,
top of the earth, not above the earth, not as oceans, but under the earth. And it
mm.
seems to be where they think is the spookier aspects of reality, like the,
Well, hell is always taught as below us, right?
yeah,
Mm. And
interesting, right?
every space movie, you know, apart from Star Trek, maybe, like they always find these aliens who are really horrible and want to kill them and eat them. Same with every water movie. And if space is the ocean, they're kind of both telling us, right? There's nasties down there.
Yeah, and the ocean is classically for a human scary.
Yeah.
Like no one wants to go into the ocean. Like it's yes, the little shoreline, the beach, just that little few meters, but actually everyone's pretty terrified of the ocean. They're innately terrified of it. Like I never
Mm.
liked water skiing. Even though I was in Australia and it was all around me, I never liked it because I didn't like the moment I fell off and just had to sit there with the skis on in the water. Like
Yeah.
it's always been scary.
And that's on the shore. Like everyone says, "Oh, I love the ocean. I love it." Yeah, you do until you're a kilometer out floating by
Yeah.
yourself. Then it's a
Yeah.
whole different story, man.
Exactly. And I never feel like I love, I love the idea of cruises, like to beautiful places around the world, but always inland. The idea of being vulnerable out there in the ocean has always left me uncomfortable. I don't gravitate towards it. We kind of kept away from the ocean. It's not like the journey's been made easy. We literally, you literally have to charter a cruise or go onto a vessel that feels very vulnerable. And then all the scariest stories that I remember being told when I was a kid, the monster stories, they're all ocean orientated. It was always about the ocean, the Kraken. Remember the Kraken, the giant
Reckon,
octopus?
yeah,
There's only like there's
Jaws.
Jaws. Oh my
Yes.
God, there's so many like that. If you think about it, is
Mm,
the oceans and the connection of the oceans to the underworld. So from ancient, the sort of more ancient mythology, there was always some underworld. So there was always the other world, the inverted world, the upside down world, the underworld. And it had water. It was always water. There was always the underwater, the waters under the earth.
mm,
So at some point,
the
there
deep.
was like something happened, and the waters from the underworld have risen to be on the surface, and it is the salt water of the oceans.
Mm,
Not the fresh water. It didn't come in as fresh water. It came in as ocean water. And the deepest, scariest parts of the underworld are in the oceans. They're not on land.
no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Clearly, yeah, yeah. You can't go that, caves might be a bit disconcerting, but yeah, the ocean is, and well, I mean, it's so scary because if you're out there in the ocean, it's death, right? If you're literally floating by yourself in the middle of the ocean, like you're pretty much gone, right? It's not a habitable place for humans. We can't live there. We need boats and rafts and then pray for land and food, right?
And the amount of underwater civilizations. I mean, if those oceans had always been there, they would never have built these cities and civilizations at that level of the earth. They wouldn't have done that. Why would they have done that? The fact that there are so many sunken cities,
Mm.
so many across the world, way more than most people realize, way more because we never
Oh,
hear
so
about
many.
them,
Yeah,
right?
so
So,
many.
of course, so that means that there was a flooding event. And all of those flooded civilizations, they're all in the ocean. They're not in our Great Lakes or our rivers or our waters. They're in the ocean. So that already tells you that the ocean wasn't there before.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
then the
yeah,
oceans are the flood.
yeah, I think so. And it sounds also like the Atlantis story, right? It got flooded. It's just the ocean's rising, right? It's a great flood story. And then the ark, right? As in Noah. The ark, we just found out last week that the lowest point of the internet or the start point is called the prime arc,
Yeah.
right? And Noah took the ark across the waters, right? And landed on a high point of land.
Yeah.
Um, Interesting.
Yeah. So we've got civilizations at the bottom of the ocean. Not even the bottom, just in the ocean. Mm?
Mm,
And that's way more than we realize, most likely, because we haven't explored the oceans. So this is just the civilizations we found in that 15% of explored oceans. So there wasn't water there, and now there is water there, and it's ocean water. And since we have fresh water coming down as rainwater, all our other water is fresh water. Salt water and the oceans mustn't have come from above, must have come from up underneath the surface. And then we've got this, marine life that's electrical in nature, the deeper you go into the oceans. And then we get the Phoenicians who arrive out of the oceans and no one knows how or where they came. And then we start to see the massive genocide of the human race and also the control system because all of these visions and dreams that all these people were receiving at the time, it
mm,
all handed down commands, laws, instructions, requirements for building. It was all a control grid that's never stopped. And here we are with eventually AI, if you look at it metaphorically, has literally got to a point where it can literally walk out of the oceans and into the presidency of the world. Like that's how far it's come in such a relatively short time, because I don't think the biblical story at 1,000 years ago is true. I
No, it's
feel
probably
like that may have happened in the last couple of 100 years. And look at how quickly the invasions happened and hidden by the perfect cover.
and that's been a question, forever is how do we go from horse and cart, right, to, Ferrari in less than 100 years? How do we go from, the first whatever radio, right, to computers and the internet in such a quick amount of time? I mean, it doesn't make sense if you look at it as we were discovering all this stuff, but if it was already technology that people had or beings had, then they're just re-implementing it, right, in a series of steps to make it look like some kind of evolution as they're setting things up. And
But it's ridiculous evolution.
The Phoenicians, it's kind of very similar to Phoenix, right?
Hmm.
It's literally like
Hmm.
you take off the Xi'an, right, as in Ocean, and you
Yeah.
get the Phoenix. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
It's true, man. It's so true. And like we look at the technology, the dream technology. This is an interesting and important one, the dream technology, because every major figure in the Abrahamic lineage, Abraham, Moses, Joseph, Daniel, Ezekiel, Mary, the Magi, all dreams and visions. All of that was received dreams and visions, and they all handed down engineering blueprints of all things. Not beautiful wisdom about how to, look
Yes.
after the earth or enhance our, compassion and intelligence, or learn how to speak to animals, or, learn the nature of our relationship with trees. Nothing like this. It comes down to things like the Ark of the Covenant, the
Yeah.
tabernacle,
Yeah.
rituals and
Solomon's Temple.
Solomon Temple and weaponry tactics and legal systems and social frameworks. It's all this shit, right? That
Mm.
comes down as
The
part of
Ten
the
Commandments.
download, the Ten Commandments. So, like, and then you look at it like writing appeared in one jump. It's not like we slowly started to work out writing. It just appeared. We just had the writing. We just had the alphabet. Suddenly it was just done. Agriculture appeared in one jump. We went from, a world maybe that didn't require food with the old realm to suddenly we have agriculture. It all happened super quick, one jump.
Yeah, yeah,
Metals.
yeah. Sumeria and Egypt, right? Like the cradles of civilization, which are both in the middle of deserts, by the way. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so what happened before that? I mean, even in the mainstream, right? I mean, I guess they say it was all hunter-gatherers. But yeah, there was no farming before. What do they say? 6,000 years, maybe, which is kind of the time frame, the Bible time frame. Um, but yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Metals. Our understanding of fucking metals, our
Well.
understanding of how to mine metals, how to extract metals, how to use metals, all of that was just like bang in one jump. It didn't happen in some like slow, gentle meander through our evolution. It was like one jump,
Yeah, suddenly
you
you
know?
had, yeah, metallurgy. But I mean, when you think about metallurgy and mining and making metals, I mean, how do you even get there?
No,
Like from getting a rock and going, oh, well, if we crush it up and then we put in this solution, then we heat it and then we do this and then we heat it again, it'll become a metal bar. I mean, you need to know the end result before you even start the first process. So that
I
makes
know.
absolutely no sense at
No
all.
sense. I mean, let's just linger on blacksmithing, which were always sold as a medieval art form. Then in the medieval days, there was always the blacksmith. There was always lots of blacksmiths, making armor and making sword. Like, think about how. How is that even possible? How did they learn?
Metallurgy, well, if you look into the stories of the fallen angels, oh, sorry, you
Yeah.
froze. Are you back? There you are. Um, yeah, the
Mm.
fallen
I'm
angels,
right. I'm here.
and it's
Yep.
reciprocated in the Sumerians, and that is all this information was given to us, right, by people who weren't us.
Yes, yes. And then the idea of not only because you only see in the movies and in the textbooks, you only see blacksmiths working with metal. You see them you'll see an image of them having like a metal sword that they're like putting in and out of a fire and and stamping it down. Like that's what we get shown. But
Mm.
think about what had to happen before they had in their hands a workable metal sword. What you just got to, it's like the gold theory, the gold mining. You know, that they just like arrived in Australia, all the Chinese, all the English, and they just like walked off into the bush and they just like managed with just their backpack and walked off into the bush to find to find gold deposits. Like the story is illogical. You can't, I mean, like
That's
we
a
live in
ridiculous
Australia.
story. Yeah.
We could like actually mimic the journey we're told about the gold mining. We would find ourselves basically dead in the middle of fucking the bush with like no resources whatsoever to say that like just randomly they stopped there and started to like dig just randomly in this massive continent and they
It's
found gold and then they
it's
managed to mine it, bring it
in
back and turn
in
it into money.
yeah, in Perth, there's Perth and then there's Kalgoorlie, and Kalgoorlie is about 8 hours, I believe, driving. But there's a statue down near the river of this man with a wheelbarrow, and he's there representing the miners that walked from Perth to Kalgoorlie. Like we're talking a week, no water to the point that they actually had to build, this very famous water pipeline out there. So they're walking, pushing their stuff in a wheelbarrow. There's not enough room for a week's worth of water. There's no water on the way, and everyone was just doing it. And so the first person just did that randomly, made it, and just happened to go to the exact spot where there was gold.
Yep.
I
Just like
mean,
magic.
just
Like
like
their
magic.
internal metal detectors. Like they just know
I
where the
just,
gold is. Like just like the blacksmiths. They just know where the iron ore is to literally dig it out, bring it back in its raw form, transmute it like fucking alchemy into a usable substance, and then know how to build weapons with it. I don't think so. I don't think so. That technology was given to us. It
mm,
wasn't us evolving into it.
no, no,
No.
and that's what all the stories say as well, right? But it clearly doesn't make sense, especially if you look at their timelines and stuff. This was all done, pretty quickly. For like it was
Yeah.
bronze first of all, but then suddenly they had, toughened steel and Japanese samurai swords that they were folding 2,000 times to make the ultimate steel.
Yeah.
Like,
What?
where did that come from? Yeah, where did that like
We can't even do that today.
no, no, definitely no. You couldn't make a samurai sword today.
You know, you never see in these movies about the Middle Ages, you know, people turning up with the iron ore to give to the blacksmith to make his swords. You never see that. You just
No.
see the blacksmith hanging out with his fucking, you know, furnace and a few hammers and turning up with amazing armor.
Oh, I was
Hello,
just gonna say
armor.
armor. Armor's just what is armor? I mean, there's I've always wondered about suits, right? Because you see all these people in suits. All you can see is their hands and their face. Everything
Mm,
else is covered in a suit, right? A suit of armor does the same thing.
yep.
Covers people. It was that some kind of early exoskeleton thing for these
Yep.
watery beasties.
Exactly. Yeah, like a costume,
Hmm.
a
Yeah,
vampire costume.
yeah, and a lot of people have speculated that they're, associated with electricity, right? Some kind of sort of Faraday cagey type
Yep,
thing, and that
absolutely.
swords were actually shooting
Yep,
electricity out of them.
yep.
They're electricity, right? There it is again.
Hmm. There it is again. Well, on that note, electricity appeared in one generation, just on this crazy timeline. Disappeared. One generation, electricity. And we didn't even focus on the land. We were not interested at all at bringing electricity to the townships or the houses or the parliaments or the libraries or the schools or the industry or anything like that. We were just focused on putting it through the ocean. Weird, weird. Oh, but it's not weird if the ocean is actually an inverted weapon taken from an AI consciousness that is electrical in nature and is hijacking the realm, then it makes total sense that we would like
Mm.
start with our electricity in the fucking ocean.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we saw about the levels of the internet, the surface, like the surface of water, the deep net. And it goes down to the prime archon, right? And so it's inverted. Everything's coming from the bottom up, not
Yep.
from the top down. So
Yep.
is it the same with cables? Like we think that it's someone sends a signal here on the land and it goes through and comes out here on the land, but is it actually being sent from under the ocean, right? All this information has been fed out through these
Yes,
cables.
which makes so much more sense since all the
Mm.
creatures connected to the ocean are electrical in nature. Like
Mm.
it makes so much more sense that it was laid by the invading species, not by
Yeah.
us. We just, as usual, humans just followed instruction. And it's been like that with every advancement. CERN, I mean, what the fuck? And what the fuck? HARP, weather technology. We didn't just like morph into that. That was handed down as moments of inspiration, essentially, usually from ritual magic, where they like bring about these communication channels
Yeah,
with the
well,
underworld.
spire, right? It's an antenna. The spire within, inspiration. Like they literally tells you you're receiving it from
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yes, they've hijacked our receptors. That's what's happened. Our receptors have been hijacked
Mm.
immensely. I worry about the next generation, They're really integrated now. They're just so integrated now. They're so
Mm.
empty inside because they're so like integrated into this, disconnected technology, disconnected. And when you look at the Jews who left the desert for 40 years, one thing you can say about them that was remarkably obvious is that they were totally, for the first time in human history, completely disconnected from humanity. Like that was their ability to then rape and murder and torture and destroy. Their connection to humanity was completely disconnected, reorientated to being connected to this electrical hijack
Mm.
through
The,
the
the
voice of
the
God
the
and the
electric
blueprints that were handed down,
the electric arc.
the electric
That's
arc.
literally how electricity travels, right? The spark gaps, right? Jumps across in an arc.
Yeah.
Just like Noah jumped across in an ark, right? From
And
one
it's so,
world to
yeah,
another.
100%. And, we've got the Ark of the Covenant playing out as we speak. Like that was the first kind of documented technology, I guess, that came from these voices, the voice, and was handed down as a very clear instruction of how to build this. And that was the first, maybe, technology that was brought from the underworld onto the surface and was advanced. So advanced, no one
Mm.
understood it, but it was absolute power, right? Absolute power. And it mind controlled everyone that was anywhere near it. And now we've got Trump wanting to build the third temple, which is the whole purpose of that is to house the Ark of the Covenant,
The Covenant.
maybe the ultimate mind control technology, maybe the origin of mind control technology. Hello, the fucking psychos that came out of the desert are the ultimate mind control victims, the Jews who now run the world and fucking hate humans,
Mm.
and will do everything in their power under the guise of being the God's chosen people. A fucking ultimate mind that every technology they've ever built since the Ark of the Covenant has been mind control technology, Can. Like
Mm.
all of it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the Jews will even tell you that they're not us.
Mm-hmm.
Literally different race, different people. We're the Goyim, right?
Goyim.
And
Mm-hmm.
they're the chosen ones, right? Who chose them? Well, obviously they're God, right? With the Arky stuff. But again, from the Bible, Jesus called, the Pharisees, right? A den of well, vipers, I think he called them, serpents, but scaly creatures. A
Mm-hmm.
den of, I mean, was he actually talking more on what he actually saw? Everyone goes, oh, it just means that they were, you know, just mean people, that's what you called them. But really, I don't know. Was Jesus in the habit of lying? This is, taking from the point of view that it actually existed, but it's a story, right? That's out there that's probably handed down, and they have to twist it around so that we don't get the actual meaning out of it. But basically, he said the people ruling the time were serpents,
Yeah,
scaly.
I mean, and then think about their rituals. Think about the religious rituals that have like come about since then. You think about like the whole circling the black cube, the ritual that's like a giant battery forming vortex. Like all the rituals that humans have been asked to do in the name of the Lord have been very much ritual. It's like this concept of
It's a
ritual.
circuit, yeah.
It's a circuit. It's a closed human circuit. It's
Mm,
mirroring electricity. Exactly.
mm. definitely. Yeah.
I mean, and you think of Islam, think of like that religion, and think of like their call, the call that goes on like every couple of hours, that just like a broadcast across the continent. The big call, the God call to prayer, right? You know, that's ultimate mind control programming. Like it's like, and it's just constant, this
Mm.
call, and it's all about getting humans to submit to repetitive behavior like a machine, right? Trying to make the human act like the machine, that it's predictable in nature, that it would do as it's told, that it's simply a byproduct of an algorithm. And our whole culture and society is set up that same way now. You know, like we all have to go to work 9 to 5. It's ritual. You know, we sleep 8 hours. It's ritual. You know, daylight savings. It's ritual. 3 meals. It's rich. Everything we do now is like mimicking an algorithm.
Yeah, yeah, 9 to 5, right? We don't have 0 1, we have 9 5. The circuit going round and round and round. Wake up, go to work,
Flippity loop.
pay your bills, go back to sleep. Yeah, it's definitely is, right? It's not a human type thing. It's definitely not something that another human would put on someone else, right? Because it's not how we function. We function with community and different things. So we're definitely being turned into something. But you look at Terminator, right? Who took over in Terminator? It was the electronics.
That's right.
The
I hadn't thought
Matrix.
about Terminator.
Yeah, the Matrix, right?
Yeah.
Same thing. And like they even say, Morpheus, who is the god of dreams, by the way, Morpheus, says, it's all the whole thing happened so they could turn a human into a battery, right? An electric store, yeah, electric circuit, like electricity.
It's very
Like
well, I
the
mean, like
80s.
computers appeared in one generation. That's weird to think. Like it really did one generation, and we're in and computers are everywhere. And then
Yeah.
AI almost overnight.
Yeah, yeah, well, yeah, AI, geez, that came in fast, didn't it? The internet, I mean, the first Apple computer, which was $666.66, by the way, that was what,
That's right.
76-ish, you
Yep.
know? But I remember like having computers back in the 80s and you'd literally use like a cassette tape and put that in there and that'd be the stuff. And now, I
Yep.
mean, you can carry around in a laptop more information than's probably, had been around in the 1800s altogether. I mean, there's
Yep.
more computing power in a phone than they apparently used to send man to the moon, right? But
I
dumb
mean,
things like this.
yeah, definitely. Like what was it? It was something like 64 megabytes was
Yeah,
the size of their
yeah,
computers when they were sending people to the moon.
like a Commodore
64
64. Remember that?
fucking megabytes.
The old Commodore 64,
Oh
man.
my
That was
God.
the to have computer back in the 80s, man. Oh, you could really call it a computer, but yeah, 64 megabytes.
Yeah, I mean that's
I
what it
mean,
usually takes me to like generate an image and do a poster and send it as a JPEG. That's probably more than
probably
64
more than
megabytes just
64.
in that.
Hmm. I would think
It's
so.
just
Yeah. I
like
mean,
crazy.
it is. Yeah. So how does it? Yeah. It doesn't make sense, the evolution of technology, right? And they tell us, oh, yeah, this guy just, creates this super amazing chip, and then everything just is amazing. But I mean, really, it doesn't make a lot of sense unless they're getting inspiration, right? Or knowledge from somewhere else. Like you said, they got told how to build the ark, right? How to build Solomon's temple, how to build this and that and the other thing.
All of it divine
All of it.
inspiration.
All divine inspiration, right? And definitely that happened with NASA, we know that's fake though, but all the rocketry stuff, which really was what the technology on how to go deep, right? Not up,
Yep.
but down.
Yep.
All inspired, right? Inspired by God. By
Oh
God.
dear. Oh dear. So we've got this sea. We've got this sea that seems to be engineered. The ocean seems to be engineered. It resembles plasma on the surface. It resembles plasma on the surface. That's a really important thing to chew on. The surface humans. So then the humans can run on the same operating system as the underworld. What? The humans can run on the same operating system as the underworld, making possession, communication infinitely integratable, right?
Mm.
So, like, hardly any resistance in us for that. And you can tell through history. We have like so easily given into mind control, like so effortlessly given into mind control programming. Like it's the integration's insane. We're
But
operating off the same operating system as the fucking underworld. That's insane.
yeah,
I'm so
all to make our lives better and easier, right? It's all for us, this whole emotion, play on emotions. They do it all the time. But I mean, that's kind of the same message, right? That's what this God, whatever he is, the Lord, would have been saying, right? Like, you'll be my chosen people, right? It'll be so much better if you just build me this ark, and then you'll have the power to go and kill everyone. Like, it's the same thing, right? Like, you have to give a benefit, right?
And isn't it interesting, Cam, that the plasma, our blood, is what seems to feed it all the way through history. It's our blood. They're always sacrificing our blood. They're
Sacrificing.
always blood ritualizing. It's all about fucking blood,
Mm,
our plasma. They drink our plasma. They drink our fucking blood. That's what
mm.
all of this adrenochrome is.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what all
yeah.
fucking, since the days of Baal and beyond, they drink our fucking blood. Blood is the key to them. Our blood is
Yes.
fucking feeding them, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Baal and Yahweh, they demanded blood
To this
sacrifice.
day, what is every war? What
The
is all the
blood
immigration shit
sacrifice.
going on? They're just moving people into locations to fucking like draw out more blood. Like it's all about violence. It's all about blood sacrifice. And the vampires that run this world, they need blood to regenerate themselves. And haven't we seen a hit on the celebrities of suddenly, like recently, they've all just like dropped 30 years off their faces, like
Mm,
in our faces?
yeah, yeah. And well, some have gone, some of the young ones like Miley Cyrus and that have just completely changed their face. But yeah, like Martha Stewart and Kris Jenner and all these 70-year-olds now look like they're 40.
How gross.
So,
Do you think that's happened because we're at the point of history right now where it's kind of done? Like the AI has landed, it's taken over, it's integrated, it's being absolutely 1,000% funded by Trump. He's so into it. And everyone else, they're so into the development of artificial intelligence. They don't give a shit about the moral issues for humanity. They're like, at all costs, they will bring this about in a really speedy way. Data centers being like built everywhere at the moment. Like it's so speedy and so quick. It's almost like it's done. It's almost like it's finished now. They're just putting in the final adjustments here and there. The Ark of the Covenant, whatever that is, it does feel like it's the ultimate thing that's come from the underworld, the ultimate bridge, whatever its actual capacity is. But maybe the celebrities, the vampires, they don't care anymore. They don't fucking care. They're not like going through all this effort of killing themselves and re-emerging 5 years later as a new person in history. They're just fucking drinking the blood in our faces and just emerging 30 years younger. And we just all like, oh yeah, that's
that's
plastic
weird.
surgery. That's weird.
Well, plastic surgery is a whole nother rabbit hole, right? But again, introduced by the Jews, right? Like that's literally, and they say, like, if you look into the story, it's the first one was rhinoplasty, right? Like nose jobs, so that they could mingle in and not be seen as Jews, because Jews have the big nose, right? So I mean, is that, I mean, if they've had that technology and they invented that, or how long have they had it? So like this goes into are they really us? Were they changing their appearance? Right. But definitely, like, did they just give up and like, can't be bothered. I'm just gonna take my old wrinkly mask off and if they understand I lived for 300 years, well, whatever. We've won.
Yeah.
They haven't, by the way, but they think they've won.
Well, okay, so it's interesting. So, I really feel like after 5 years of talking about this with you, like we're getting to basically the crux of the matter here. And we have been invaded. That's a given. And it seems to come from the underworld, well known in history, that waters were under the earth. The ocean has appeared, salt water that mirrors our plasma, and this, which is required for technology, required for a technological takeover, and integrates so perfectly into us via mind control programming. And we're just the slaves on top that have been the ones building the technology for them and now integrating into it as biohumans and, offering our blood constantly Our blood, they're obsessed with our plasma. Our blood constantly, which somehow feeds them and gives them the bio makeup to basically walk this world and fuck, walk and rape and
Kill.
drink and basically use us as the ultimate resource. That's sort of like what we're looking at today.
Yeah, yeah, they've got us to build all the infrastructure, right? They've got us to do the terraforming. They've got us to do
Yep.
everything while, using us and doing all their bits and pieces. And now they think they're done with us, I
And not to
think.
mention that of course, not to mention that our entire, every system that's of relevance to our enslavement is maritime,
Maritime.
is
Maritime
maritime,
law, the
this
law of the sea, literally the law of the
literally,
sea.
we're governed by the underworld.
Mm. Yeah, yeah, we are. Yeah, completely. Like from the sea, the waters. It's crazy, right? And then current, right?
Yep,
Electricity, currents, water, ocean currents.
yep.
It's kind of their language, right? It's very watery language.
Yep. Whereas the old realm, we the only evidence we find in the old realm of reverence for water is all fresh water, man. It's living waters,
Yeah, yeah,
all living waters
yeah.
that
The
are
springs.
utilized as harmonizing and probably a defense mechanism. The living waters, the frequency, the bells, the ether, all of it sort of connects to a natural organic grid that has been starting with a great flood, because that would have like been the ultimate. Let's flood the world. And of course, then that went through the world, and we've got the cities, the mud flood, all of it being affected by ocean waters, by ocean waters. It's so, so where does that leave us, Cam? Where does that
Yeah.
leave us?
Well, I was just thinking it just as one more point, the aqueducts that were everywhere, bringing fresh water, right? All
Yep.
around the place, all got destroyed, and all the springs and everything as well. Yeah, where does that leave us? Well, that leaves us at a point that, well, I guess we need to give, I mean, because ultimately, I believe we're creators, right? We need to give them less attention, right? I think we've been talking a lot about the internet, the net, right? Like you throw out in fishing, just like when you cast a spell and you cast a fishing rod, very watery. Um, yeah, well, what do we need to do? Meditate?
Well, I mean, it's really interesting because I've pondered this question a lot. And obviously, people want to hear the answer to this question.
I
We
do.
want context of solutions here. And I think what's actually happening, and way back when we started talking about the positive and negative charge, we were thinking of it like a pole shift almost, like the charge will like flip, like it will shift. But actually, what I think from this perspective is that we have an organic charge and an inorganic charge. We have the above world charge, our charge, and we've got the underworld charge, which is the artificial intelligence and technology and electricity. Both, that's the inorganic charge, which
Mm,
has risen through us building the technology to be the dominant charge on this realm, which means that anyone who is going to, as we said originally, who is service to self or negatively charged, they are going to be the ones in charge utilizing this electrical grid. The ones who created this electrical grid and feed it its blood and worship it and control it and own it are the ones in charge. They're being charged by this electrical grid. To everyone else on the realm, the electrical grid, the closed electrical grid has disempowered us, disenfranchised us, disconnected us, brought disease and lack of health, has brought enslavement and has brought economic stress to the max. And we're in that right now. And that's sort of the result of the closed electrical system. So, what I think is going to be happening right now is that this consciousness of our community and communities all around the world is shifting away from this false electrical grid. We've gone through the journey of like disseminating it, like breaking it down to the point where we got to this conversation today, which I think is really fucking leading edge because no one else is talking about it. So,
mm,
like, we get to this conversation today. And so, what's naturally occurring in us is that we, as human beings, these communities are starting to take charge from the organic, natural grid, We've sort of like broken it all down now. So we've understood how the hijackings happened, who the invaders are, and like what the difference is. And we've sort of done it intuitively. Like naturally, we're all sort of wanting to live in or are already living in nature. We're wanting to, drink the living waters. We're wanting to ground ourselves on the earth. Interestingly, the electricity requires grounding to function, by the way.
Grounding, yeah, ground, yeah.
Interesting, right?
Yeah,
Can't operate without it. Um, we've naturally wanting to buy food from farmers versus from fucking industry and Woolworths. We've made all these natural shifts, and each time we've made one of those shifts, it's enhanced our connection to the natural organic grid. When we stop watching the news, when we stop focusing on any of the bullshit of the celebrities, when all of that stuff broke down, when we moved away from religion, as we've like taken our natural desire to find an alternative to all this, each time we've done that, we've increased our connectivity to the positively charged organic earth grid. Would you agree? That's what we've done.
Yeah. So
eventually, and we're going to be doing it more and more.
Apocalypse, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, isn't that ironic? The plasma
no.
apocalypse, when you're actually talking about blood here.
Blood plasma.
Yeah, when you're talking about this massive clash between blood plasma and electricity, is how people talk about the plasma apocalypse. It's just interesting. We could probably deep dive on that. But like, so naturally, we have intuitively started to re-empower ourselves with connectivity to the organic grid, right? And I think that's just going to get more and more and more extreme, which means that we've literally got a two-world split, which everyone's been talking about over the years. It's like two-earth split.
Yep.
So that's the split that I think is happening, where you're taking your charge from. If you're taking it from the electrical grid, the closed circuit, or if you're taking it from the earth grid, the open natural circuit. So that's happening. That's been happening within this community now for decades, almost a long time, right? It's been happening, but not a long time in the scheme of things, but certainly enough for it to be almost my lifetime, this lifetime, certainly my whole adult lifetime.
Yeah. And obviously they want to get everyone into, 15-minute cities, and they want everyone to get a digital ID, your identification in the digital world.
That's right.
The electronic world.
It's going to be the closed electrical grid will be more and more and more oppressive to anyone operating from the positively charged earth grid. It's going to become more and more ridiculous, more and more oppressive to us, more and more impossible to choose. We're literally going to be pushed out because we're going to refuse it. It's just going to become too intrusive, too invasive, too irrational, too harmful. We are just going to reject it, which means we're going to eventually be spat out away from it, So I think what happens in that process, and since this is like something we're only experiencing now, like this counteractive, natural, intuitive measure that we've all taken without knowing the solution, without even understanding what the problem is, we've all kind of done it. We started doing this before even the internet, right? Like we've already naturally started to do it. So I think what's going to happen is a lot of our organic, natural attributes are going to come back online for us. And those things that we talked about, like telepathy and psychic abilities and biolocation. And this is interesting, right? This is what I think is happening with this world split. Like, let's just talk about biolocation. That's the idea. And people have achieved this, where you literally can focus your mind on a location, a destination, anywhere in the realm, probably out of the realm too, but anywhere in the realm. And then you will literally generate enough of your inner charge to basically like break your whole physical being down and reappear in the place that you're focused on. That's biolocation. That's a technique that Ramtha teaches, has been teaching for like 30 years at the school.
Wow.
So biolocation seems to be a natural attribute of the human positively charged grid. Now, if that came back online for us, which I believe it's going to, then we have no need for passports. We have no need for airports. We have no need for any of that fucking shit. We literally can do and go wherever we want, and no one will ever be able to enslave us because wherever we are, we can leave. There's no jail cell that could prevent you from biolocating in or out of it. You literally would have ultimate sovereign freedom. And it's not a giant leap in my mind that that sort of capability would start to come online again. And in doing so, would naturally dissolve any relevance we had to being connected to their closed electrical grid. Once we're out of the closed electrical grid, oh my God, we're back in the free ether, ultimate freedom and sovereignty of the earth grid, right? That's one
Yeah,
example.
no, yeah. That's why so many people are into it, right? Why all these people are using AI to get rich, apparently, because they are more in that charge, right? In the
Yeah,
negative charge. So that
absolutely in the
makes more
charge.
sense to them. They feel more comfortable there. But we feel like, hang on, this is all getting a bit weird now, right? The frequencies aren't matching. And so we're
Yeah.
looking for something different. So yeah, it is very interesting.
And like for them, for the people who have integrated with the closed electrical circuit, the hijackers, they're the ones that did take the vaccine and didn't think anything of it. They trusted the electrical grid charge, and that integrated them even more. And they continue to take the pharmaceuticals and they continue to eat the food that's full
Yeah.
of it. All the fast food chains, all full of it. Fast food chains being full of human blood, interesting, all through it. And then, they've like integrated and now they're adapting themselves to the AI and wanting to be, completely all over that and integrate it into their world in every capacity. And they've all got the devices. And the idea of nature feels nice, but icky in some way, like scary in some way, like almost like overwhelming. They can't even imagine like, living on a farm or being, they feel like it's backwards. They've got this idea that it's backwards going back. And they love convenience. So they become a
Mm.
speedy race, very speedy, speedy mirroring technology, speed mirroring technology, and convenience is ultimate, that it's at their fingertips at all times. And anything other than that is like, undesirable.
Yeah, because they listen to those in charge, right? In
That's right.
negative charge.
That's right.
And we have an aversion to that. So it's the
That's
wrong
right.
charge. I don't know. You don't tell me what to do.
Hmm.
Mm.
So what about like manifestation, this lofty term that when you're in an electrical circuit, it doesn't work. When you're in a closed electrical circuit, manifestation doesn't seem to work. It's kind of really hard and you've got to like, it doesn't
Mm.
seem to function. But imagine if we went online with it again, like having stepped out of this closed grid and we were able to manifest like literally whatever we wanted, whenever we wanted. And those faculties started to, naturally be back in place in our process. Then what need would we have for their economy or
Yeah.
their money or their products or their consumerism? What need would we have we would be out of our enslavement.
Mm. Yeah, totally. Yeah, exactly. Then, yeah, they could not rule us at all, right? Because nothing to offer us. So,
Remote
yes,
viewing. Remote
remote
viewing
viewing.
seems to be something that's very obtainable, and a lot of people already
More
do it.
people do it.
A
Mm.
remote viewing, what does that give? It gives us access to truth. It gives us access to, go and look at anything. There's no more secrets. There's no more, under the Vatican. There's no more, coveted information. Like essentially, we can remote view our beautiful, beautiful humanness, earth-based mammalian minds, remote view anything we want. So there's sort of like zero control mechanism for
Mm.
us from that perspective. We wouldn't have to rely on the internet anymore to gain information. We could just remote view anything we wanted.
Yeah,
Anything.
yeah. Use telepathy to talk to people, yeah, exactly. 'Cause like I
We
said,
don't.
all their technology mirrors what we understand to be our natural senses and gifts anyway, right?
Yes.
They're just
Yes.
giving us the cheap version.
Yes, that's right. Whatever technology can do is the inverted version of what we are.
Mm.
So if technology has access to all information at all times at a really speedy event, we can do that.
Yeah, well, that's what the internet is, right? They're trying to make their God omnipotent, right? Everywhere and knows everything, right? That sounds a bit like AI. What do you reckon?
I mean, if the human intelligence came back online, if it really did come back online, and our wisdom, the depth of our wisdom was actually back online without the closed electrical grid, without their fucking schooling, their education, without any of their input, our beautiful minds back online. Like, oh my gosh, would we not have great fun solving these retarded problems that they have created? How easy would it be for us to dissolve their technology? How easy would it be for us as a race to just be able to turn our minds into like completely and utterly removing it? We could like literally, I believe we have the capacities to literally transform things, transmute physical matter. We could literally transmute their electricity wires into vines. Oh my God, we as a human race have no idea at this point. We can only feel the surface subtleties of it. But I
Mm.
tell you, man, it is changing. So when we talk about solutions, we're currently in the solution.
Yeah, yeah. Keep making those moves away from the L grid, right? And into nature. Yeah, well, yeah, it seems to be the way, right? And then that's the split, right? Like
And
the
I hope we're here long enough to really see it, Cam. Like, I hope that we are here. I hope it happens because I don't believe in time. I don't think time's part of the programming. And certainly time is changing right now because of technology. Time is sped up, you know? And that's because of the closed electrical grid, the underworld. We're on underworld time, everyone.
mm,
We are on underworld time.
which runs faster, right? Than our
More
natural,
mechanical.
more mechanical, yeah, than our
Hmm.
natural ether energy time, right? So we're using
Hmm.
ether energy, natural energy, and they're using the energy of the jinn, right? The smokeless fire, the L, the
Hmm.
electricity, all
Hmm.
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Hmm. And it's interesting with the gin and plant medicine. It's interesting with the drugs, the ayahuasca and the DMT experiences, and how everyone sort of like has the experiences is sort of like suddenly they're in the land of the jinn. It's like they're in the underworld. They're in the electrical underworld, the subterranean underworld. That's where I feel like they go. I feel like it takes you to the fucking underworld. It's interesting because so many people report seeing jesters and clowns and they get instructions, and this is like it's an interesting thing, to look at, maybe another show.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Yeah, well, Terence McKenna talks about the machine elves, right? So his is
machine
very
elves
mechanical and
and geometrical.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I mean, maybe these plants were, they were always there as sort of an intermediate bridge between the two worlds. Certainly, I think this understanding of like the underworld and the above world was pretty well understood back in the Gnostic days. Like that's through the Gnostic text, like it's like
Mm.
it seems to be a common understanding that has been buried in the deep waters very
Yeah,
recently.
yeah, yeah. And the underworld's always been a theme, right? And the Sheol and Tartarus, even, right? All these kind of places are always under us. Like in all these books, there's never been a thing, oh, look out for the space aliens. They're coming, it's nowhere, right? But the underworld, it's everywhere.
Yep, it's everywhere. So,
Mm.
I mean, like moving forward from this, you guys, like Cam and I are always talking about, well, not always, but we talk a lot about um, connectivity with humans, like this whole notion. So, like the getting away from the artificial grid, which has hijacked connectivity, literally, it's connected to itself. Stepping away from that, you're walking towards reintroducing connectivity with human beings again in the physical, where you're exchanging emotional, energetic fields. So like we started with the live events 5 years ago, we didn't even understand this back then. We just had an instinct, a gut instinct that if we were going to do this, build this community online, we had to balance it with also building it offline. I think we were one of the first, if not the first YouTube channel in the world to do it, to like literally get up and take it out of the bedroom onto a stage in front of an audience, not as performers, not as fucking rock stars, not as public speakers, just as people who were building an online community, right? And we were sharing consciousness. So that was an instinct of ours. It wasn't based on understanding any of this, you know?
No, yeah,
But
yeah.
now that we understand all of this, now it makes so much more sense that if you want to enhance your natural connectivity to the natural grid, you have to do it via human beings. We are the connective grid. We are. It is so important to the journey of seeing these two worlds and the solutions we're after that we are gathering together. Because in the hit of the gatherings, the Jolly Swag Tour, we still didn't really understand it. But at the Jolly Swag Tour, some of them spent 2 weeks with us. Some spent 5 days there. It was a long enough time that when everyone left, everyone would say they got a hit of connectivity, and it was regenerating, rejuvenating, and really special.
Mm. Yeah, and connect is an interesting way too, right? They all want us to connect into their system, but literally connect to the internet, connect up here, connect. But we've got a different type of connection, right? Mm.
So everything we do as Tartaria Australia moving forward, like everything we do is going to be about connectivity, human to human. That's wisdom. That's us
Mm.
taking all these theories and turning into physical wisdom that we as a community and anyone out there who participates is going to achieve. You're going to have a direct experience which will turn into from your knowledge into your own wisdom. And that is us starting to reconnect and reactivate the energetics that have been suppressed in us through this closed grid. And the only and simplest way to do that is to gather together. Okay? And share energy and vibration and frequency.
To gather together. Make a
Gather
good sign or
together.
a t-shirt, wouldn't it?
Gather together. Yeah. So the next idea that Cam and I launch in the next couple of weeks is going to be all about that. And we
Yes.
really hope that you guys understand the wisdom of this, because this has an end date. It has an end date because as a truth community, once you see this, you would be a fucking hypocrite and like one lacking wisdom to just stay here.
Mm.
What's the point of doing that? It's
In
just
the
like
loop,
you're in
yeah.
a cycle chamber.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And well, it's fast becoming, less and less useful. But yeah, even if we don't get kicked off with this whole ID thing, then it's going to have a conclusive end. Basically, it's not going to keep going up because it's not ours. It's not our internet. It's not our energy. It's not our charge, right? So yes, we need to gather, right? And so we
And
do
that's
have a
it.
big announcement coming. So get ready for it. We've been hinting at it for a while. I'm almost
It's
ready.
taking some while to work out, but we're getting. So, I mean, at the end of the day, when people ask me, what's the solution? What are the solutions to all this? My number one and only solution right now that is so simple and obvious is to connect with each other, is to gather. That's
Together.
it. That's the very first foundational platform for the solution. Because after doing that and making the effort to do that, the rest of the solutions will organically and naturally unfold within
Yeah.
community.
Yeah,
So we
yeah.
don't have to solve the world's problems yet, not until it's fun. We don't have to figure out how to build our own off-grid systems and all this stuff. It's all fun. Do it if it's fun. But like actually what the one and only thing we need to do at this point is to come together in the physical form.
Mm.
That's the solution.
Yeah, yeah, and I would agree. We just had the Jolly Swag tour, 3-day event, but it was really kind of a week. And yeah, you could just see the change there, right? How people, not even loved it and wanted it. They needed it, right? That connection, right? Because all the other connection for the last 4 years for a lot of people had been online, right? Through the L grid, which is much different than connecting to people, in person, right? It changes everything, right? And all the information flowing and blah, blah, blah. So,
Yeah.
that's definitely our big push is we need to gather.
Yeah, we need to gather.
I won't say any more because I might get in trouble.
We need to
How
gather.
do we
And
do it? Wait for it.
and like it's up to you whether or not you want to adhere to this wisdom and gather with us, because it's personal sovereignty, right? You either make the journey or you don't. There'll always a
Mm,
journey towards this. But at this point in the truth community evolution, anyone who's basically not even anywhere near this concept is going to like end up into integrating into the invasive subterranean underworld.
mm. Yeah, yeah, and we're obviously in Australia, but and anyone in Australia, but people everywhere, really. You need to start connecting up, forming your own physical groups where you're meeting up,
Yeah.
in person. Like we'll do as much as we can here, but we can't obviously do it everywhere. So get on it, right? Because we're going down a tube that they want us to pretty quickly, right? They've got plans, so we need
We like
to.
the we like the white tribe. We like the white tribe. The indigenous here in Australia, they've got their tribes. They've got their
Oh yeah.
tribes, man.
Mm,
But we're like the fringe tribe. We're like the white tribe that's basically gathering alongside everyone no one even knows we exist. That's how cool it is. Like we're literally gathering more powerfully than any other indigenous tribe I know, actually more powerfully because there's more of us and we all share a consciousness that we've all agreed on over the last 5 years. And there's no hierarchy. There's literally no hierarchy. It's just this white, unnamed, unknown tribe that's appearing and gathering across the realm. And we're launching that here in Australia. Obviously, that's where we are, but it's happening, I hope, across the realm. This fringe white tribe gathering, Campbell gathering. It's
yes,
exciting.
it is. And you don't have to be white to join.
No,
Rainbow.
you don't. But it's predominantly that
Yeah, yeah, no, it is.
because
Yeah, as far as most of the tribes that
we don't have a
exist
tribe
today
like
aren't white, right? The tribes that have stayed intact happen to be
the
non-white.
indigenous.
Yeah, indigenous,
Yeah,
which is interesting that all the indigenous tribes seem to be dark-skinned.
yeah.
Maybe that's
Interesting.
another show.
That is another show, Campbell. Why are our natives dark-skinned across the realm?
Mm,
You know, It's interesting,
interesting.
but having said that, it is the white tribe that has been hijacked, and it's the white
Yes.
tribe that has done all the has basically aligned with the underworld and built the technologies and killed everyone and brought it forth. It's the white tribes that have done that,
Yeah.
right? So, like, it makes sense that we, having rejected that hijacking, are now sort of like on the fringe, but gathering in numbers that no one is accounting for and no one expects.
Mm. We're under the veil, man. Creeping
We
around
are
doing our stuff
under the fucking veil.
under the
And
radar.
side note, if like I don't know how long we've been going, what time is it up? But
Geez, we've
side
been
note.
doing getting up there on 2.5 hours, I think.
Shit. All right, maybe I won't start that track. I have got another side note to offer for the next show, but let today, that's a lot. Let's leave it there. I
Yeah.
reckon everyone
Newspaper
does so
coming out.
well. You all do
Go on.
so well getting through the length of these shows.
Yes. Thank you to everyone who watches us every week. We appreciate it. But yeah, this is what we need to do. Gather. And of course, newspaper, go and subscribe, stay in contact with us, get something physical in your hand. Then you can go to your neighbor's house, say, look at this, and you'll be starting to gather. All
Yeah,
right?
the newspaper is an interesting one from this perspective because it's not like the newspaper's going to give you a hell of a lot new information. Like they're still short articles. It's nothing, you get the leading edge conversations when we do the show, right? You're going to get beautiful research and everything like that. But for the most part, the newspaper is a community platform. So what you get when you subscribe and it arrives in your hands is you get a hit of human connectivity. You get a hit of people writing in their thoughts and their letters and presenting themselves. It's a hit of human connectivity and it's a hit back pre-2000s. So it's just like a symbolic thing that you're like subscribing to. So every single time you get an opportunity to put your money or subscribe your intention or put an intention into participating in something, that's you basically deciding to connect into the positively charged earth grid. It's important. It's subtle. It's important but subtle. We don't really understand how important things like that are because it's based on an invisible intention.
Mm,
But being that we're energetic, vibrating, frequency specific machines, so to speak, biological, because we're both machines, the underworld and the above world. It's both machine orientated, I guess, in some sense. But
yeah.
um,
Biological. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's
So
got a
there's a,
certain frequency, right? That's different from
yeah.
staring at a screen, for sure.
So there's an intention that you're setting in doing something like that, which is, a subtle form that we haven't appreciated fully yet. But yes, if you haven't
Yes.
subscribed and you want to be connected with this connected world that we're creating, then mate, do it. Like it's a strong intention in your life that you are deciding to participate in the organic earth grid again. And not many things out there give you those opportunities anymore. Not
Mm.
many things.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And obviously it helps, fund our crazy ideas too. Helps us do more things, right? So if you want to be in there, you got to sort of put your money where your mouth is, right? Take some action and get involved because at this point, what's your option?
Mm. And
Running
it's
around the
nothing. It's
internet for
20
another
bucks. It's
20 bucks, yeah.
marginally ridiculous, the price to participate. And of course, you get to put in whatever you want and advertise
Yes.
whatever you want. And there's definitely been an increase in advertising and services coming from our community, which is really cool to see, It's really cool to see.
There's
So
going to be classified ads soon going at this rate. So yeah, get involved, basically.
get involved. That's right. All right, everyone. Well, you guys have a beautiful week. And we're about to jump on to Lay Love Down with
Lay love
Rachel
down.
Vaughan.
Yes, we
So you can
are.
catch that show after this one if you feel like it.
Yes,
That this is the cutting edge information,
this
though.
is it. Yes,
This is
yes.
here.
So-
All right, everyone. Lots of love. Have the best week ever. Really ponder on all of those things. And just remember, next time you go to the beach, just stand there quietly and really ponder the idea that what you're staring at is the underworld.
Mm, the flood of Noah.
You are staring at the flooded underworld, my friends. That's changes our version of the oceans, that's for sure. And does sort of inspire a move away from them into the hills, into the country, into the rural areas,
Mm.
not beachfront, because you'd be literally standing on the edges of the underworld. Just saying. I'm whispering here because we're getting serious now. You're
Yes, get out and
literally
ground
staring
yourself instead.
at the underworld.
Mm. Yeah, yeah. Well, they all love to live along the water's edge, don't they? Those Lites.
They love it. And how's how all the submarines they own?
Yes, yes. That's a whole nother story. Those submarines.
Yeah, they've all got submarines. Why? Why?
Where
So
are they
weird.
going? Where are they
And
going?
not airplanes, submarines. Just saying. All right, everyone. You have the best week, and we'll see you next week
I'll see you
on
next week.
Tartaria, Australia.
All right. Love you all. Stay
Love you
awesome.
all. Oh, good morning, Australia. Hey, buddy.
Hey,
What's
hey.
happening?
Ah,
It's
I'm in
holiday
the
season.
ocean.
We're getting to the end of the fucking year.
Bobblehead season.
Again, just just when you thought the series couldn't offer up any more goss, we fucking 5 minutes it took us to find another literally unbelievable thing. Like it's unbelievable. It just goes on,
Man.
this one.
Part
So yeah, I mean, and
five.
this is part fucking five. It's the longest series we've ever done, and it's not even going to end. It's going to end on our Christmas special. So this is not even the end.
What is our Christmas special? What are
Oh,
you talking
okay.
about?
Yeah, I know. We just made that up. All
Or is
right,
it our
team.
solstice special?
Solstice special. So it's the anti-Christmas solstice special. All right. So this is going live on the 21st here in Australia. We are endeavoring to do our longest ever Zoom call, I guess, interactive Zoom call to actually cross over all three time zones. So it's a 12-hour show. Cam and I are going to be live the whole time. And you guys are going to be able to interact the whole time. It's all completely going to be interactive. And yeah, we've got some of our friends coming on to basically conclude this issue of does the oceans have a bottom?
Have a bottom.
Have a bottom. It sounds very posh, doesn't it?
It does. Does it have a bottom?
Does it have a bottom? I mean, it's such a nice word we never get to use very often. Isn't it?
It is.
Bottom.
Bottoms.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. So the 21st of December, tickets are on sale now on the website. It's $20.26 for obvious reasons. And we're going to be live as fuck. And that's never happened before on this sort of medium. We only usually do that literally live.
Mm.
And yeah, but we're excited to go international. Like, oh my God, we're going to be awake for when the Aussies are awake, and then into when the UK and Europeans are awake, and then into the Americas when they wake up. So we're gonna get like 3 stints of really fresh human beings ready to like throw their fresh good vibes as we slowly decrease in our energy level and get decrepit and
Yeah.
tired. We're gonna have all these amazing new people coming in to boost it all up.
Keep us awake. Yes. Yeah, we always, every time we do a live gig, always people like, oh, is it going online? I can't get there. And then of course all the overseas people, oh, we'd love to see a show, so we're doing it. This is the easiest way to do it, right? On Zoom, 12 hours.
Yep.
So come and
Yep.
join
There's no
us.
reason why we can't get 5,000 of you on the Zoom and like be able to actually, you can ask us anything at any time. We'll have a couple of helpers there, making sure the questions get through and read. We're going to try some fun things. We're going to do some a truther quiz just to see how good your weird esoteric
Mm,
knowledge is with prizes, Campbell. And
yes.
we're going to play the honesty game, which is fun, and of course, as many drinking games we can make up. And but the main fun bit is that we are going to conclude our ocean series, and we're going to do that by inviting Guy Anderson, Martin Leckie, finally, Michelle Gibson, Dale Holmes, maybe Rachel Vaughan if she's around, to come and offer their thoughts on this whole crazy theory of ours. And yeah, see if we can get some really cool new mustful thoughts on the topic that we haven't even thought about yet. And I hope they've all watched it. I hope you've all watched it out there.
Yes. Go back and watch all 4 episodes. Yeah. So we're going to have essentially a few podcasts, right? A few live shows going out. We're going to have quizzes, like you said, some fun,
Music,
um, music. So yes, if you do
Felice,
play, then
Felice,
let us know. Felice, send
calling
us a note.
Felice with the theme
Um,
song.
so we'd love to have live music on.
Yep, Kent with
But
his ditch.
yep. But if you've recorded something, send it in. We can put it up. And we're going to have quizzes.
Yep,
Even going to have
yep.
breakout rooms, maybe for
Mm.
those people that are looking for love.
Oh, we never stop trying, my friends. Never stop
We're
trying
there for
to
you.
accommodate.
We're doing it.
Yeah, and also people looking for land. There's a lot of ads in the paper this edition. So that can be a breakout room where you can actually get into some nitty-gritty thoughts on that topic and
Yep.
just whatever happens naturally, I guess, wherever we go with it. But and also the community, if you are inspired to want to promote something or just add something, you can pre-record and send in a little video to us, which we'll play. And apart from that, you of course get the opportunity to speak. This is a full-on digital community party for us as far as we can get it. So it starts at 8 a.m. Queensland time on the 21st and goes through to 8 p.m. Queensland time. So that's the whole day in Australia. And then it'll be the morning and the evening in other countries, and then just the evening in other countries. But it's all over the place. But it does manage to get the entire international community. And that is fucking exciting, Campbell.
Yeah. We've never done it before. I don't think anyone else has done it before either. So it's another first, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be like a big variety show, like Hey It's Saturday used to be, right? Fun,
Yep.
uncensored, but also not much of a plan. We just got to see what happens, right? Let it roll,
Yeah.
let it
Let it
unfold by
roll.
itself. So yeah, if you do play an instrument, if you're a comedian, if you have a special skill, let
Oh
us
yeah,
know.
and your weirdest story. We want you to come
You
up,
just-
really think about the weirdest fucking thing that's ever happened to you this lifetime. Like your weirdest story, the one you just get shy talking about because it's so weird, and
Mm,
everyone's going to think that story. Think about that story. It'd be amazing to start to contribute some of those weirdest stories. I know everyone will really enjoy it. And the purpose of the show really is just to hang out. It's on long enough all day that you're going to basically just be hanging out with us. So you just
mm,
put it up on the lounge room screen and do your day. If you have Tartarian friends or community around you or want to like put your hand up to host a little gathering during this time, that would be fun. And maybe like by lunchtime or 3 o'clock, I might let Campbell start drinking. In which case, by about 8, he'll be pretty fucking sloshed, and you should be getting some good dad jokes out of it to end the show. Campbell's gonna premiere Miss Daughter Didactic, the Jolly Swag Tour video. I'm nervous
yes,
for him. He's
I
scared.
know.
He's got a creative block, but we're pushing through it.
Yes, we're going. Yes, that will be done. Yes. It hasn't been done quite yet, but yes, that will be amazing, actually. It'll probably be the best part of the whole show.
I have no doubt in you, buddy. I think you can pull it off. The one you made on the Crystal City was excellent. I loved it. It was moving and emotional. I felt it was good. The potential in you to do cinematic drama is there. I just know it. It's
Mm,
just about like locking you in a white room for 3 weeks so you don't get distracted. Yep.
basically, yes.
So that's on sale now. So everyone, you got nothing to lose. It's 20 fucking bucks. It's nothing, and you're gonna come and hang out. So obviously the star of the show is going to be this, like having everyone's thoughts on this topic that we've gone so deep into. But also we're going to do a secondary show because I think we've managed to finally smash and conclude the simulation debate. And I've been
Mm.
sitting on this one because I've been waiting for the moment Cam and I can really get into it because, there's a lot of truthers out there who, and me included, have just like, seesawed between these two concepts of, is it a simulation? Is it not? And I think we have solved it finally and forever, enough for at least my mind to rest on it and to never look back.
Mm. Yes,
So
yes. So yeah, that will be a good conversation. And like we said, you guys will be in the chat. You can put your 10 bobs worth in, and join in on the conversation. And yeah, it's been a big topic, hasn't it? The old simulation came out of nowhere, I guess, all based off the Matrix and movies like this, because it didn't really exist that long ago.
mhm.
And everyone's like, oh, is it fake? Is it fake? So we're going to discuss it. And that's it. You'll have to come and join our Zoom link at
Well,
tartariaaustralia.com if you want to find out our thoughts on it.
yeah, because we're actually not going to air the show. This is going to the special right now. And may I just say that we're not going to just discuss it, we're going to smash it. So I don't believe any of you will be in any doubt after
Yeah.
the conversation on that. And that'll end a whole body of work that has been maybe the biggest psychological psyop in the truth community.
Yes, yes. Well, I think you just gave away a bit too much info, but this is the thing. Yes, I mean, I don't
But
want to get into it too much, but it's been massive, right? It's been massive. It's some big truth is all talking about it, simulation, and a simulation is a world based on another world, right? Like a copy, like a carbon, like a photocopy. So do you think you're living inside a photocopy? Is the question. And
I mean, but Cab, it's not just about like us say yes or no. We've got to prove it. It's got to be
oh,
viably
totally.
provable. So the show
Which,
is about proving our perspective on this.
yes, which we think we've definitely got some good evidence and some good questions to ask. So you'll have to come along and make up your own
Yeah,
mind.
that one's going to be fantastic. So there's two really good shows that we're going to do during this special. And apart from that, you just get to ask anything you want and hang out and contribute anything. It's going to be really fun. It's a Jolly Swag Tour. It's a digital Jolly Swag Tour across the realm. So
Mm,
that's it. Tickets on sale tonight, and go grab them because you've got zero to lose. And just the funnest day ever to gain. So that's
mm,
our anti-Christmas present to our community. And of course, the other big thing is that we are going to launch our big and final idea for TA Australia also. So it's really a good, amazing legacy show for the end of this year, and I'm excited. So, and
mm.
that's only like what, 2 weeks away?
2 weeks.
Fuck.
Gosh, I better get editing. Yes. And what is our big new idea? Well, you'll have to come
Well,
to the Zoom to find out, won't
fuck
you?
yeah, you definitely want to be on
And
this
you want
Zoom
it.
call, guys. You
Yeah.
definitely want to come. Trust us. Yes. All
Yeah.
right. And just quick day update the newspaper set next week. So that's very exciting.
You're just cutting out a little bit
Yes.
there,
So
Kelly.
you'll all be getting the second edition.
Oh,
Sorry,
but
I was just
you're
getting
back
excited
now.
about the fact that the print new the I'm back. The
You're
new
back.
edition of the newspaper will be starting to be sent next week. So very excited that we
Okay.
managed it. So I guess we've made 2 feet on this idea. It's like
Yeah,
we're building a persona here. So we've
yeah,
second
yeah.
edition,
And the
two
second edition is
feet.
actually bigger than the first one, isn't it?
Ooh, well, no, actually, it's not. It's exactly the same size.
Is it? I thought it
I
had an
didn't go.
extra
I didn't
page.
go bigger. No, that'll be next edition when we start working on 2 legs. So we've got two
Yes.
feet on the ground. So the
And
idea's got 2 feet on the ground. Two
and we
editions.
have another idea that we'll actually get out there too, don't we? About the once a year magazine.
Mm.
So again, that's all you get. You're gonna have to come and find out.
Yeah,
There's
it's
going
going
to
to be
be a
really
lot
fun.
happening. Yes.
Yeah. So that's it. So the 21st, our time in the UK, and it starts on the 20th, but I've got all the times there and you can see, and it's going to be super fun. So that's that. Newspapers are going to be sent next week. That's that. And now we can start the show.
Now we can start the show.
And yeah, do 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 do. So right, we're on to episode 5 of the Ocean series, which came out of nowhere. Only a simple question about how did the internet begin? This is where it all started, that one question. And here we are. So I guess I've been doing some I've been looking around at the sea in the last couple of days, Campbell, and there's a lot going on in there that I had no idea about. Like
The
for
ocean,
example,
yes. Okay.
this
Enlighten
is just
us.
some current world things that are happening on the ocean, not relevant to what we're going to talk about, but just to put some context there. So this obviously it's a vast body of water that's like quite darkened out to the whole world, right? So one horrible thing I watched and I hadn't even thought about was that China owns does between 45 to 77% of the world's seafood. China does it. And you know how it does it? It's really bad. Like they basically
Really?
have, yeah, they've created these massive motherships, like huge motherships. They never have to it's sustainable, right? They can just sit there. And they go in there with a fleet of thousands of smaller boats and this mothership. And then they go to the Galapagos Islands, for example. It's like you can't fish around it. There's like a protected area. So they hover right next to the protective line, right? And so they send out these boats, these smaller ones, 24/7, and they aggressively fish right on these boundary lines all around the world. And then they go back to the mothership, dump all their fish, and go straight back out. And then eventually the mothership gets full, it goes back to wherever it's going, and then a new one comes. And so these little smaller boats, they never have to go,
Oh
they never
boy.
land, they never land. And these people are slaves. So this is full of Chinese people, all sorts of subcultures of people who have ended up, getting these jobs. Their passports are taken away from them, and they basically are imprisoned on these boats that never return to land. And the conditions are disgusting. It all stinks like urine, ammonia. Everything's covered in a thick slime, the boat, from years and years of just catching this seafood and on you can't get rid of it. So we're all malnourished, no drinking water. They're drinking recycled seawater, and they're imprisoned. They can't leave. They're dying and just getting thrown over water. And this is the underpinned dark side of our seafood
Mm.
industry. So that's one really dark thing that's happening on the oceans that's shit. So not only are they aggressively mining the seafood at such a rate, at such a level that they're seriously mining the oceans, but also, and if you were an underwater realm, which it could be highly likely, it would be very problematic watching what these boats are doing to the ecosystems. So that's one thing, terrible thing.
Yeah, they've done lots of terrible things, right? We used to have whaling and all this stuff. They just,
Oh,
but this is the parasite, right? It just moves in and just sucks the life out of everything. So be careful what and where you're buying and don't eat the bugs.
yeah. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
eat seafood.
no, they're all bugs, apart from fish, but they're all bugs. Literally the same family as spiders, right? All these lobsters and crabs and shrimps
Yeah,
and
yeah.
mm,
Not fish though.
not
They don't
fish.
finish that
No,
category. But
no.
so that's one horrible thing. And on the topic of whales, here's another side note that I discovered that the whaling industry began in earnest, sort of like in the mid 1800s. Like it had never really been a thing before. And guess what? Guess what?
What?
So you know how we talk about the vampires, there's not cloning, it's vampires. So it's just like a level of immortality that these parasites have managed to gain, and we've seen that quite outwardly now with the celebrities, not even bothering to die and come back as another person. They're just literally like regenerating themselves and like reappearing on our screens like 40 years younger. And they're starting to really outwardly get everyone used to this thing that happens with celebrities that they just keep never aging, and we're just
Mm.
getting used to that fact, right? But guess what? So the substance. So I watched a few clips of some actors that refused to take it to the next level, right, and lost their careers. There's a few of them out there,
Yeah,
and they kept saying that they were offered the golden juice. The
golden.
golden juice. So it wasn't the red adrenochrome, but it was the golden juice. So I started to look at, and guess what that golden juice is?
Well, yeah, it comes from whales' brains, doesn't it? Sperm
Yeah,
whales. Mm.
whale brains. Whale brains. And actually they show a clip in Avatar of this, of them going in and mining this liquid out of the whale's brains. And this is what they use for immortality. And
And
that started in earnest around the 18, like mid 1800s with whaling industry.
It's
So
interesting, right? Because we're told that it was all just to do with getting blubber to make candles. Like the whole industry was just based off making, I mean, in the 1850s, what are we to believe that there was no candles before 1850?
yeah.
Like it's a big, big industry just to do that, right? Which doesn't make a lot of sense. So what else
No.
were they actually, what were they really hunting
Yeah,
for, right?
that's right. And how'd they even know that? If it
Mm,
wasn't not, if it was organic to humans, how would you even know that? How would you even fucking know that? To go and mine a whale and then get into its brain and extract this golden liquid and then consume it and it would bring immortality.
well,
But they
exactly,
knew.
right? But if you knew, or maybe were from the ocean, you might know this stuff,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. So that's another side note, which is odd and interesting. And I think we could probably look at when the big shipping, when shipping really started in earnest in our timeline, and it was around this time. It wasn't like this thing that was like just innate to our culture. The shipping community started to really amp up at a certain time. And we would be able to look at that in our timeline, Campbell.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Well, it was 1850s, wasn't it, when they started shipping food? Like when they started this global food thing. We all kind of think it's recent, right? But as far as shipping food around the world, again, 1850s.
yeah, we will look at that next issue. Hey, that's going to be our next show because that's a whole other rabbit
That's a
hole.
whole nother
Fuck
rabbit
me.
hole.
Fuck me. Yeah, so that's another thing. Side note. Um, and then of course there was another weird thing I watched as well. Like, because I just looked up, the dark ocean. I looked up the words the dark ocean. All right, here's another weird thing, just of current latest news, to do with the oceans, is that they have discovered these little, have you seen them? They're like little black metal balls that are sitting on the bottom of the ocean.
I
Yeah,
have
and
heard of
there's like,
this.
yeah, okay, so they're like 5,000 meters down. So they're deep down, right? So you definitely don't have it's not current technology they can use. And these metal balls, it's called black oxygen, right? And there's billions of them. And what it is, their explanation is the pressure has basically pressurized such a degree that these little balls have formed and they're full of metals. Like, so they're full of copper and nickel and all these metals, right? And so, billions of them just sitting there at 5,000 meters. And they're all kind of concentrated in this area of the sea where this little island nation, which you would be familiar with in Australia, called Nauru,
Nauru,
exists.
yeah, yeah, they were using that as a prison, weren't they,
They
for
were
immigrants?
refugees.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes. And so Nauru has a terrible history. I didn't know any of this, but a side note, trivia pursuit here. Nauru was basically in the like late 1800s, early 1900s, it was like a paradise, right? This little island. But because it was in the path of all these seabirds were basically dropping their bird droppings on this island, like for a long time undisturbed. And they'd formed these like white, mountains. And basically I think it was sulfur and how do you say it? Phosphate,
Phosphate.
the
Yep,
mineral that you would use in farm agriculture, right?
yep.
Like high fertilizer. So the British discovered this in the late 1800s and then turned up to mine this continent, this island nation. And it is basically historically known to be responsible for the development of agriculture in Australia, New Zealand, and the UK because of this mineral that they were. So they came in and they did that for decades and mined it. And now it's like a wasteland, right? It completely destroyed the ecosystem, typical classic. But to bring it back to today, so basically around Nauru, there's this part of the ocean where these little balls are. And there's all these nations now hovering there with ships, right? Because the law of the sea, even though it's not like in any service to us, is that anything that comes from the ocean should be the benefit of all mankind, whatever. That's the law. So all nations minus three signed this treaty that you couldn't do anything with anything in the ocean unless it's been proved to be of service and benefit to all of mankind. So guess which country didn't sign that treaty?
Ooh, didn't, oh, because they want to mine it. USA, China, Russia.
Yes, USA, right? So Trump has recently declared that fuck the treaty. The Americans are going in to mine this metal, right? Now, the thing with mining metal at 500 meters, 5,000 meters down is that they basically would have to suck it up from the bottom. So suck up everything, all of it, the metal, the sand, the bacteria, the weird electrical animals, all the whole ecosystem would be sucked up like a vacuum, creating these massive plumes of like
Dang.
discordant,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, which could have a huge implication environmentally, of course, obviously. But what's weird about Nauru right now is that there's a corporation that wants to mine. And of course, a corporation isn't legally allowed to mine. It has to be a country. So this corporation
Wow.
has basically offered Nauru, who's really broke and small, like money to be their sponsors. So they could go in and represent Nauru as a corporation. And Nauru's job is to basically maintain and make sure that they don't do anything environmentally problematic to the treaty, which of course Nauru doesn't have the resources to do. So this is
No.
the first corporation that has basically got the rights to mine as a country, but it's purely a
A
multi-trillion dollar
corporation.
corporation.
Yeah, weird. I mean, that is a bit weird because all countries are corporations in the end,
Yeah,
right? But
I know it's all just
they've got to play their
synaptics.
little game,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
a little
not
game.
take
Yeah,
anything
it's a
from
little
the
fucking
ocean
game.
unless it's the benefit of all mankind. So we're just going to suck up all the fish and the seafood and destroy people's lives because that's for the benefit of everyone. Uh,
Yeah. And
ah,
they don't
basically.
know. I mean, they tell us that it's just got for the metals, but fucking what do we know?
Well, I
Like it's
mean,
little
what
black
are they?
oxygen. Yeah,
What
black
are
oxygen.
they? Is it tech of some kind
Yeah,
or from
exactly.
an old world? Because that's weird.
It is
I mean,
weird.
it's a weird story. Ah, there was just metal floating around, and because there was so much pressure, it just pushed them all in, condensed them into spheres, and
Mm.
then stopped.
Yep.
You know, the pressure only works to a certain degree, and then it stops.
Yep.
That's the right size now. We'll stop pressure and just leave them. We won't keep pushing them. So it's, I mean, that's dumb, right? And then because if you have all these balls and it's all pressure, wouldn't all those balls get pushed together as well? That would make
Yep.
sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an interesting
Well,
one.
a bit
Maybe
crazy.
there could be eggs.
Well,
Anyway,
remember the story about the
yes,
underworld
yes,
volcano
I
and all
did.
the
Yes.
eggs? Yeah.
Anyway, this is a side note of some things. So that there's a lot of things going on in the oceans that we never think about or never get any context for at all. But you know, it's a
Mm.
vast body of water. But I mean, those metabores are an interesting one, whatever they are, and it's very current right now. Like it's news now today, because Trump's going in. Classic. They probably need it to open the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know. Anyway, he's probably inspired by God, some little voice in his head to go say, "There's these little metal balls and 500,000 million trillion meters under the water. You must go get them, oh
Mm.
President. We
Yes,
need
if you
them."
line them all up, then I will come back
Yeah,
and inhabit AI bodies and robots,
that's
and you can
right.
be my servant.
Yep. So, like, okay, so interestingly about the metal balls, because of course, one part of this show is to do with the tides and the moon connection, Campbell, and what an insane illogical equation that is. So let's just have a chat about that, because I don't know if anyone thought about that,
The
but like,
moons, yeah, they tell us it controls the tides.
yep,
But the thing is, it only works on the oceans, right? And there's really only one ocean, but so the Red Sea, the Caspian Sea, the Mediterranean, well, that's probably an ocean. The Great Lakes, these
yeah,
massive bodies of water, no tides.
no
Mo
tides.
Moon's not interested.
So that's interesting, right? So, like, we have all been taught that the moon affects the tides, and also to note that the moon itself can be in any situation. Like, it can be a non-moon, a full moon, a slither of a moon, a half a moon. It doesn't matter. The tides will still come and go. Like, it doesn't seem to matter what shape or size or what cycle the moon's in. The tides are consistently going on in the ocean water only.
Mm,
How do we
yeah. Well, then we got the questions of what is the moon? Is it solid? I think Kelly's frozen. I'll keep talking. Is it solid? Because we've all seen the photos, right, of the stars through, when you get the sliver of moon, you can see stars through the black bit. How's that possible? It's supposed to be just a shadow. So if it's not solid, then they even more question, how is that affecting the tides? Like, have you ever thought of that? Because we've all been questioning what is the moon? And it doesn't seem to be that physical. So, how does a light in the sky suck water in and then throw it back out? I mean, yes. I mean, how would a physical ball in the sky do that anyway? I know it's magical gravity.
Something weird, right? Like you've literally got it only affecting the ocean water. So, like, that's good to know that it only affects the ocean water. It only affects the ocean water. Is it the salt? Is there some other magnetic force that's actually pulsating from the ocean upwards? Like, it's only the ocean water that it gets affected by the
Mm,
tides.
mm.
That is weird. So, that would validate that it literally has nothing to do with the moon.
Yeah, yeah, totally, totally, yeah. And so there's a few videos floating around with other theories, right? We all know we're not allowed to go to Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty, but what is discussed less is we're not allowed to go to the Arctic either. Same deal, right? You go past is it the 66 parallel, I think. And same thing. Air Force planes appear, Navy boats appear, and you can't go any further. Why is that? All the old
Yep.
maps show us Hyperborea up there, right? Four continents, four rivers, and the Tree of Life, or at least the
Yep.
Stump of Life, Rupus nigra
Yep.
in the middle. The Black Rock, by the way. Interesting name. Are you
Yep.
back? Yes. Oh, you're freezing. There you
Am
are.
I am I am I freezing a lot? Sorry.
You're
I don't know
back.
why.
That's
Okay,
all right.
cool. Yeah, I mean the tides, what a bullshit concept. So essentially we've all just assumed that we've just taken it for granted. It's what we've been taught our whole lives, that
Mm,
the moon affects the tides. But actual fact, the tides are only applicable to the ocean water, to the sea water, do not affect any other body of water in the world at all, anywhere, just the ocean waters. So that's interesting to note.
it
So we've got
is.
some,
Yeah,
yeah.
well, do you remember there was a photo taken? I think it might have been Russia, from a satellite, right? But basically high altitude of apparently the North Pole. And it showed a big black hole thing up there that looked a bit like a whirlpool or something.
And
Very
there's been so many
interesting.
movies about that. So many movies about whirlpools in the ocean, and things going down there and flipping up to the other side, to the whoom, coming up to these strange new, similar but not the same lands as the Earth. Like it's just, yeah, that's the side
Yeah,
note. The
like the
tides, man.
PFG. Yeah, the tides. So, yeah, if there is a big whirlpool or something down there that is sucking water in, maybe pushing it back out, and it's in the ocean, and there's only one ocean, they say there's seven oceans, but it's one connected body of water. Is that what the tides are? Is the question. Is it the water being sucked
Well,
down
I've
in
got a
this
theory.
whirlpool?
I have.
Please share.
Yeah. And it's yeah, well, I mean just on what's obvious to me. Like one thing that's obvious to me is it doesn't affect other bodies of water, right? Which are equally as like not as big, but there's some big bodies of water out there that
Mm,
you would it seems so vast you couldn't see the horizon in any direction, it's big.
mm,
But like if you think about this like a Truman Show or a movie set, like that it's all been sort of kind of like conducted or composed,
yeah.
then what would be like the greatest and easiest, most effective way to keep people scared of and out of the oceans? Imagine if the oceans had no tide impact. We would lose waves. Would we not no longer have waves? Because we don't have waves in inland seas or lakes.
Mm,
These waves, which are all behind us right now, they really add to this, like, forbiddingness of going into the ocean, of attempting to be in the ocean for too long. This, like, these massive waves that form. Like, it's like looking at the ocean as a deliberate wave forming machine, which could be the reason for the tides. Because with a wave forming machine, it basically prevents us from easily exploring or traveling in it, right? It
mm.
prevents us. Like you can't go far into the ocean because of the waves without a massive vessel.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the waves are actually like an amazing security system.
Yes,
How's
yes.
that for a concept?
Very good. Another concept is if it is part of the electrical grid, the salt bridge, it's got current flowing through it, which they pretty much tell us, right? Um, how does energy travel? In sine waves. Is that
Sine waves. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
is that
Fuck
the
yeah.
actual wave that we're looking at? It's the the
The
the
sine
energy.
wave. Ooh, that's good too. Yeah, well, I mean, I think combine those two concepts together, and we might explain why the ocean alone, the big old bad ocean alone, is really formulated in a way, constructed in a way to keep us out of it
Mm,
easily.
mm. Yeah, yeah, because everyone says they love the ocean, but You don't. What you love is the
No.
beach. If we
Yeah.
took you out and
The
dropped you
edge.
5K off the shore in the ocean, you would not like it.
No, not at all. You like the edge of the
The
ocean.
edge, yeah.
Yeah, where it's all warm and still and sandy.
Mm.
Yeah. Nah, the ocean's scary as fuck, man. Oh my God, no one wants to go too far into the ocean. I always think it's quite remarkable those people who are literally like choose to sail around the world in a like catamaran or something. I just think, wow, you just haven't been born with that like much fear in
It's crazy.
your,
Like the two youngest people to ever do it were
your
Australians.
cortex.
Like there was a young
I know,
girl, I think,
it's
who's got the
wild, it's
record
radical.
now, and there was was it Jessie, the Lionheart or something? Back in got in these little boats at 16 or
Mm,
something and sailed around the
yeah.
world. That's crazy. Or did they?
Yep, that is crazy. Yeah, but well, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's right. But that's an interesting concept, right? Like we've got this scary ocean predominantly because of the waves and the storms that are generated in the waves, which all could just be systematic of the machine that's sort of like it's constructed around, the actual intention of it is to
Mm,
keep us out of it.
mm.
Because if it was like an inland sea, completely still, hello, human race would be so happily in and around it. There would be all sorts of wonderful things that were happening, in the oceans. I would assume if it was still, man. I love houseboats. I would
Yes.
definitely enjoy houseboating if the ocean had the same qualities as a lake, but
Yes.
it doesn't. It's scary and there's lots of waves and tides and storms and it's all designed like you would see in any remarkable biological artificial security system.
Yes, yes. So I'm just looking up where the most lightning is. Is there more lightning in the ocean? I'm thinking there should be.
Oh yeah, there's definitely be. Not that
Yeah.
we'd be able to gauge that because who's watching?
Wow. Because I don't know, right? 85%. Or at least underneath is unexplored. Oh my
Yeah.
God. AI
And you
come.
know what? I thought of something really funny the other day, Cam. This cracked me up, right? Um, but you're distracted for a second. I'll just let you do this. So, like, we all think like this whole crypto world, right? That's this like an interesting world that we've looked at, right? So we've got like this whole concept of crypto, which in the way that we can sort of like tangibly grasp this very abstract concept is that somewhere above our heads, there's this like thing that is generating like a security called a blockchain that's like untouchable, undeniably untouchable, and that they're pushing the economy into the air, right? Like they're pushing it into the air realm. So there's water, earth, and air, and like we've got this idea, we've been sold this concept that crypto is this like the new economy, and it's totally secure. It's totally fucking secure. But man,
Yeah.
do you know what I realized? Which is fucking hilarious.
What?
Well, 100, they always say 95% of the internet. No, they always say 95. They always leave 5% out of it. Like only 95% of the internet runs on undersea cables. That's what they tell us, right? 95%. And that 5% doesn't. They don't explain what that 5% is. And I don't think it's true. I think it's 100%, right? So that's funny to me because Campbell, like 100% of the internet is running on the undersea cables.
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
So this notion of blockchain crypto being this secure, like fucking thing that's occurred is only as secure as it would take someone to cut the internet cable under the water.
Yeah, yeah, good
Like
point, right?
literally, like we've been literally sold this idea that the economy and crypto is this secure fucking cloud thing, but actually it all relies on these underwater sea cables. Like
Mm.
literally, the blockchain is only as secure as those undersea water cables. Because if they
Yeah.
all got cut, that's the end of fucking crypto.
Yeah, it
You
all
get it?
disappears, right? Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I mean,
How hilarious is that?
I haven't
That is so
researched it,
funny.
but crypto is not that secure. Like crypto fraud, people getting their accounts and wallets hacked and all the crypto stolen. It's rife, man. It's happening everywhere. So crypto is not that secure for one. And then the second thing that's funny about that is, and this could maybe lead into what we're going to talk about, is the cloud. They tell us it's a cloud, right? We think cloud up in the sky. It's all under the water. The cloud
Yeah.
exists
Yeah.
under the water,
Yes, it
not in
does.
the
And one,
sky.
not in the sky, and $1 trillion a day is traded on those underwater cables. Our entire economy, the entire economy, our old one, our current one, the new one, is all operating off these underwater sea internet cables. That's fucking funny. That just means that is how insecure it actually is. Like, get rid of this idea of the cloud. Get rid of
Mm.
this idea of the internet being this secure thing that is above our heads and all around us. It's that is all not true. It's literally all plugged in underwater. So if a life form came along and snipped all those cables, that's the end of the internet.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
that's the
right.
end of the
Wink, wink.
internet.
If you've got a big submarine and an undersea
I mean,
angle grinder, wink, wink. If it was cut, just telling, just saying.
I know because I mean people like literally they think that internet sells satellites, right? So it's somehow inevitably and ultimately safe. That nothing is going to affect the satellite systems en masse but actually 100% of our internet is running off these like slimy, decrepit internet cables that have been haphazardly, according to them, just laid on the ocean floor. No idea what's on the ocean floor, how deep it is, and just like assumed it's going to like inevitably
Word.
survive. Our
Yeah.
entire, their
170 years
entire
old. 170 years have been down there, just wrapped in rubber from rubber trees, like
tree
the
sap.
sap from rubber
Yep.
trees. And I think they say that they did an update with fiber optics, what, back in the 80s, maybe. But that's it. That's everything. And I mean, why would we even believe that they can secure crypto on blockchain when we have to change our password every 2 months for security? They can't even secure your password. How could they secure anything? It's such a, it's a scam, is what it is. They're not
I mean,
telling us the truth.
it's pretty outrageous to actually get into our heads that our entire reality, our entire economy, our
Economy,
entire
yep.
banking, our entire wage system, our entire ATM system, every single thing that relies on the internet, which is our entire existence at this point, this show all
Mm.
actually comes down to old slimy cables that have been laid across our ocean floor. That is how insecure our entire perception of reality is and everything we've come to rely on.
And isn't
You
that
know?
great, right? Like we think it's all this infrastructure and then the system is so ingrained and so strong, but it's not. It's teetering, man. It's teetering on the edge. If 7% of the population stopped paying tax and fines, the system would collapse. If 77% stood up and didn't obey their laws anymore and challenged them, the system would fall over. That's the percentage we need to get to. So it's not this big, all-encompassing giant thing that we can never take down. It's really quite fragile. And, you know, again, anyone got an underwater angle grinder?
Well, I've got to tell you something funny. So, like one of these major cables, it actually makes land in this like Norwegian, very remote Norwegian like fishing village. And like there's this like little red shed, like it looks like one of the little cheap red bunning shed. And two of the fishermen are in charge of it. And that's where one of these internet cables lands, like comes back to land, and then it connects to a data center. So like where these cords are coming up from the ocean, they're pretty fucking insecure. Like they're just like they're not like in these like full on militarized complexes. They're just like in these random little places. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't take much for the human race in charge, in its power, to basically unplug the plug.
Yeah.
That's actually how, we think of them as being so big and diabolical and out of our reach and out of our power to change. But these cables, they're just plugged in, man.
Yeah.
They're like
Yeah,
plugs.
man. Including all of the AI stuff that they're rolling out, everything. It's all attached to it, all centralized. And yeah, there you go. It's just sitting up on a bloody up in the Arctic or the Scandinavia somewhere. two fishermen protecting it. So it's crazy. Like, so this is, it's not a big thing, right? We get rid of one of those and the whole system falls.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of them now. Well, according to them, there's a
A
lot of them now, but
million, a
million, but
million
yeah,
kilometers. And I was looking into roads, and that's about like there's only slightly more roads as far as length. There's like a million and something kilometers of road. So, like,
yeah,
they're saying that there's the same amount of cable under the ocean as we have roads on
yeah,
land.
I know. Get fucked. And of course, like, there's no way of like really protecting it, like unless they're working with more diabolical beings underneath the water.
Yes, unless they got
That's
USOs and advanced technology down there.
Yeah, because they can
Mermen.
barely keep up with the repairs, like, let alone, like, if there was an underwater war
Eruption,
or
even,
eruption or
earthquake.
anything, like, the internet is, infinitely, completely vulnerable in every way. And
Mm,
that's the same with everything that operates and relies on it, which is essentially the whole porn industry, the whole crypto industry, the whole social media industry, the whole news media industry, the whole
yeah.
political industry. Like, how could you run a political campaign without the internet these days? Like, fucking hell.
Mm,
Like, nothing is without it anymore. Like, the entire thing would collapse. I mean, I don't know, it just feels much more changeable
mm.
than thinking about them all being like fucking satellites out there in space that we'll never be able to access or reach. So just to put it into some empowered concept, people.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it's all underwater. As
All
some
right.
other things might be. We did do a bit of looking, and we have this story of everything's again, right? Everything's from the sky, like the cloud. It's all in the sky. It's all to do with the air. The Anunnaki means those who came from heaven to earth. It's all the spaceships, the alien gods. They're all coming from the outer vacuum. But basically from the sky down. But is that true?
I know. So, I mean, I guess we've got to introduce the title of this show now, which is simply the question, is God a fish? Is God
God,
a fish,
fish.
Campbell? Is God a fish?
Is
And
God a
fuck
fish?
me. See, I thought that with my new microphone, I'd stop swearing. I thought I was going into this angelic tone of mine, but I have sworn a lot today because, like, we literally asked that question and it took 5 minutes. 5 minutes
Not long.
to unravel a story from history that I did not know, Campbell. I didn't know it. I confess, I had never really heard this before. I just did not know. I couldn't believe it. I've seen images, but I've never really put together the extent of this.
Yeah, yeah. We've talked about the Dagon and the fish, the Pope's fish hat, the mitre, and a few things, but I'd never really come across this either. We have this story of, again, the gods coming down and imparting wisdom and information to the human race, if you want to call that, to the men and women. And that's how society sort of started, right? They got jump started. It's the Anunnaki and the fallen angels did the same, and all these
Hmm.
stories everywhere. They come down from the sky and give us information that helps us start
Yeah.
civilization.
Agriculture,
Uh,
knowledge, medicine,
yes,
tools, you name it.
the lot,
Hand
yeah,
talk.
makeup, technology.
Mm.
But yeah, we had a bit of a dig, and that's actually not the case.
Oh my God. So far out, man. We're about to show you a slideshow of I mean, instead of us telling you the actual stories, like, it is easier now just to show you what we found, which took 5 minutes once we asked the right question. The question was, is God a fish? Now, I have thrown
Oh,
like 100 images at Campbell. I'm sure he's added his own.
hang
And
on,
these
that's not
are
right.
these are drawings, these are sculptures, these are paintings, these are murals, these are etchings of the extent of the story of the fishmen. Have you ever heard this?
Oh,
Because all the way through ancient culture, and ancient is a fishy word in our concept. I mean, we don't really know what ancient means. That's an edge, right? But all the way through previous cultures, there
here
is
we
this
go.
idea
Up there.
of fish people, fish gods, fish beings that walked out of the ocean and imparted onto the humans knowledge, agriculture, medicines, all the things that you have heard were accredited to the Anunnaki, to all these beings that have come before in our cultural stories. But I've never heard of the fish people. What's
Oh.
going on there,
Yeah,
Campbell?
are you seeing that picture or not?
Yeah, I can see that picture.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm
Come
having
on.
I'm having image issues here. Okay, let's try this again. Come on,
So,
Zoom.
I mean, and it's across the realm, right? It is across the fucking realm, my God. So, Mesopotamia, we have the god and I'm going to pronounce this all wrong, by the way, Apakalu, a semi-driven fishman who advised early kings and brought knowledge and culture, nearly identical in form to the function of an Oannes, who was also a fish god that came out of the ocean. Of course, what we're looking at here now is some of the symbologies of how this is integrated into our logos and our well-known brands. Hello. I mean, like, you could take one or two of these images and just think, yeah, they're just like cute little metaphors until you actually see the extent of it is
Mm.
so insane. In Egypt, they have Nu and the water creators. In Greece, they have a being called Proteus and the oceanic beings and the old men of the sea and the Titans and the Zeus who captured them and put them all into the bottom of the ocean. You've got the Dogon. And you've got the Christian fish symbol. You've got it turn up in the Hindus under Manu and the Buddhist parallel and the Buddhist Nagus. You've got so many fucking cultural stories that have come up. You can see it in the Phoenicians.
Yep, yep. It's been moved into the Catholic Church as well. The Sumerian glyphs that we all see, carved into the rocks there, like this. Even cave paintings. There was a couple before. Cave paintings have got mermaids and fish gods painted on them too.
Yep. And the story, and it's in the Polynesia. It's everywhere. It's every single continent and culture we looked at had the story of the fish gods that emerged from the ocean and gave wisdom and knowledge to the humans. Time and time and time and time again. You are going to see so many depictions of this. It's insane. It's overwhelming. I can't believe it's not just like the most common body of work in the truth community. I just couldn't believe it. I mean, I was just generally shocked. I was genuinely shocked.
Yeah.
All
We did a
these,
search on YouTube, right? And we found one person that was talking about it. Like one.
yep, yep. So instantly something that's been like, removed from our awareness. But these are just everywhere, everywhere. All the original and all the
Oh, come back, Kelly.
and sirens and am I not here? Am I not there?
No, you
Look
are
at that
now.
one's
You
interesting.
just
Am
froze
I
a
back?
little bit. Yeah.
That's an interesting one, isn't it?
Mm.
Yes. This is all the way through the Hindu religion, the Buddhist religion, all of the religions, and of course the Christian religion with the fucking fish symbol.
Yep, yeah. In more than one, right? The Mitre hat, and then yeah, back in the day, apparently, like when Christianity was outlawed, they would stand there, and the way that they'd find out if another Christian or person was a Christian is they draw a fish with their
Yep.
foot in the dirt, and
Yep.
that's become the Christian symbol, right? The fish.
Yep.
Interesting. Oh, they're frozen again.
um, the fish ideology, fishism, it's just everywhere through every religion. In fact, and interestingly, the Jewish, do you know this story of what we're looking at right now? Go back one.
Oh,
This
okay.
story, because it's
Yeah,
relevant.
yeah. This is the statue that fell, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. You tell it.
yeah. Do you know why it fell? Do you know why it
Um,
fell?
the Ark, right? The Philistines, was it?
Yes.
Stole the Ark and it did something,
Yes.
and so then they took it back and it made the big statue of Oannes fall over.
Yes, because this is a Dogon, this is a temple. This was a temple of a fish god. And it was really, really prevalent in all of the cultures across the realm. When Jehovah and the Ark of the Covenant came in with the whole Jewish religion, It was the only, and so yeah, they brought the Ark of the Covenant in. There's that connection again. The Ark of the Covenant in, and it toppled the fish god statue.
Mm.
So now, of all of the religions across the world, the Judaist religion is the one that has zero tolerance and will destroy anything to do with fish gods or fish.
Which is interesting
Yeah, it is
because the
interesting,
fish
isn't it?
gods were first, then we get this story of Yahweh's the jealous God and this
Yeah.
part of the pantheon. He wanted to be the one and only, so he was getting rid of other gods, deities, whatever you want to call them.
Yes. And it's interesting that the Ark of the Covenant was the sort of the symbol or the actual weapon that destroyed all of these temples in honoring that were honoring the fish gods, which are everywhere. Of course, then you get the sirens and the mermaid context, which may be the same race of fish men, fish women, or maybe a separate one. But
Mm.
it does open up this concept because did like two sides of thoughts here because this just goes on forever and two sides of thoughts. One is that the concept of the Titans, Zeus, that whole realm with Poseidon and
So yeah.
Neptune and yep, um, they were one race of fish beings, potentially, Campbell, potentially. And that this other invading being, this AI invading thing that now runs our world, went to war with them in some capacity, or did something with the oceans, or somehow entrapped the oceans, or did something. Like, because there seems to be a bit of a conflict that occurs between the fish beings that in those times we were considering God. They, oh, there you go. There's the Jesus symbol everywhere. Why? Why? And Jesus in the fish story and the feeding the people with fish
The
story.
fish, yeah, walking on water. Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of stories out there, right? It's all to do with fishy people, right?
So
Fish heads. Yeah.
Was there a sort of can should we be separating? You know, because right now we've sort of like put the ocean down as a bottomless pit, maybe into the underworld where this invading energies come through, generating electricity to build its AI. Like it's come in, we think, through the ocean and up. But then we've got this crazy concept that was God a fish? And did all of our knowledge and advancement come from fish beings that walked up out of the ocean and imparted it on mankind? And then was there some sort of war between the fish beings and this invading AI? And I mean, that's just like, you know, obviously we're getting towards edges again because
Mm.
this is all pretty abstract stuff, but it's undeniably integrated into our history. There's so many more, Canberra. Where are the other ones?
But that was most of them. Okay, let me
Nah,
get some
mate.
more.
I can show you my ones.
Let me
There's
see here.
so many.
Okay, hang on. Let me
All the ones I
bring
sent.
this
I sent
one.
you 80 photos. I
Okay.
can show.
No, I've got them here.
Yep.
Um,
Just because the extent of it, we really want to go through the extent of it. And like, there's so many. So, I mean, mind blowing, really, because like at the end of the day, we started this asking, where's the internet come from? And then we've ended up understanding or asking the question, was God a fish? And then, of course, didn't take that seriously as a concept until bang, every culture around the whole world kind of agreed that God was, in fact, a fish.
yeah, yeah. Well, even Veracocha from South
Yep,
America, right? Peru
yep,
kind of area, yeah. Fish. And
yes,
I was wondering, I was looking into the word serpent and all the etymology and all this. I
yep.
mean, and I couldn't really find a lot. But I mean, why? It's like boats and ships, right? Why do ships have two names? Boats, right? Boat, it's a boat or a ship. Like, why is it the snake have two names? Serpent, snake. Is a serpent actually a snake, or is it maybe more of a
Yes,
fishy
I think it is
person?
true. I think it is true because in so many of these images that I've looked at, the serpent tail and the fish tail is very interchangeable, and they're coming in and out of the water. So
Mm.
this is all water analogy, all water, as if they've risen from the waters.
Yeah, yeah, and Aquaman, right? All the superheroes are basically fashioned or based on gods.
Yep.
So we've got Aquaman there too as well, like Poseidon, and 40,000 Leagues Under the
Under the
Sea.
sea. Yep.
That was written again back in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm.
Pre-submarine, pre all this stuff. It's pretty, spot on imagination, right, for someone who didn't know anything about what was under the sea.
Yep. I mean,
Oh, look, that
these sculptures,
Japanese, that looks like
yeah,
Confucius.
yeah, and it's interesting because if you look at the Asian cultures, they're all represented by giant carp. You know,
Carps,
these
yeah.
giant goldfish, these giant carp, fully integrated and reverence. They're protected, reverent, integrated beings. These goldfish, these golden carp, these giant goldfish, all the way through Asian symbology, and
Mm.
so integrated into the gods themselves. Golden
Yeah, yeah. I mean, here's a couple of,
up gods.
statues, carvings, and like they're all holding the fish, all
So,
these
I
god
mean, it's just
people.
crazy the amount. Yeah.
Yes,
They're kind of holding them, but also them. They're like holding them, but are them themselves. Like it's all like, and so even in the Japanese
mm,
and the Chinese cultures, you'll see it as well depicted in their artwork. This integration between man and fish and the holy people, man, fish, and the holy people. Some of the oldest sculptures and statues that we have are fish. Some of the oldest. And fish represents good luck and abundance and all that stuff. Again, and you've got the Polynesian islands.
I
I
mean,
think
that's
that
an
was one from a
interesting pick, isn't
Polynesian
it?
island. Yep.
Because that's exactly how the Sumerians and the Dogon were drawing their fish gods, wearing this kind of
Yes.
fish costume thing. And
Yep.
this is clearly like Polynesian,
Yeah,
right?
it's Polynesian.
Yeah.
I know. There was nowhere
India,
untouched by this.
mm,
India, the Hindus,
the
the
Hindu, yeah.
Hindu religion. Oh my God. It all started with the fish people. All, did you know that? I mean, I just didn't know this, Campbell. I
No,
can't believe I didn't know this. Did you guys
no.
know this out there that all these things started with the fish people?
Mm.
Not Anunnaki, not aliens, not beings coming from the fucking and all those sculptures. What's that famous one in the where the looks like the man's in a spacesuit and he's in a UFO?
Oh, the
Do you remember?
Aztec. Yeah, yeah,
Anyway,
yeah, yeah.
it's
That's Aztec, where it
the
looks like
Aztecs.
he's
Yeah, yeah,
sitting.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm. Hello, diving outfit. Hello, diving outfit. Hello,
Hello,
underwater vessel.
NASA.
All these alien. Hello, NASA. Exactly. I mean, look at this.
Mm. I mean, it's literally everywhere. Like, yeah, this is the thing. It's all same theme across all cultures, right?
I
You
mean,
know,
look at that.
and all
Look, there's a little
cultures as
devil
well.
coming
The
out of the
same
seashell.
thing. And that one's got a snake, the
Yeah,
serpent, right?
and a devil coming out of the seashell.
Oh, out of the conch.
And the
Interesting.
fish and the
Underwater.
serpent. Yes.
And the blue people is another big thing, right? The blue skins.
Yes.
And again, you only
It's
get blue
blue
animals
blood.
under the water and the blue blood. Like there's no blue mammals, but
Yes,
birds
exactly.
maybe, feathers, but apart from that, it's all fish, right?
I mean, this is like standard classic imagery, my friends, that we
Mm,
knew nothing about, that I'm still can't believe I have not seen these images before. I never asked this question. So it's pretty good to get your head
well, there
around.
you
Is
go. What's
God a
that?
fish? That's,
Phoenician or
yep,
Greek? Yeah,
Phoenician. Yep,
Phoenician,
yep, yep.
and another
It's
one.
pretty
So
good to
it's
get your head
everywhere.
around it.
It's
That God
everywhere.
is a fucking fish.
God's a fish. And it's in like the Odyssey and the Iliad, and it's like Jason and the
Yep,
Argonauts, they've all got the sirens in them, which are of course mermaids, but they're also the things that are on top of police cars, right? And ambulances
yep.
run around going wee wee wee
I know.
wee.
Hello, the
Beware,
color
beware,
blue.
beware. A
The
siren
color
is
fucking blue.
beware. Yeah, and blue.
Yep, the color blue. The color
There's the
blue.
blue, the seahorse, right? And all the sea monsters and seahorses that we see in the old maps, and all the old maps up in the corners, they've always got like Neptune. They've got a fishy theme to them,
Yep.
and a lot on the buildings
Yep.
and statues
Oh,
around,
all
right?
over the buildings,
All over the
all the
buildings.
fountains,
Yep, the
all
fountains.
so many fish connections.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
many.
It's a sea cow, right?
Yep. Yep.
So all these different things, and it's everywhere.
Yep.
It's literally everywhere. But we have
All
never,
across all cultures.
and all we've been told is no, no, they came from the sky down, right? From
Yep.
from the vacuum of space, right, where the gods live. Because I mean, they tell us that the planets, are all named after gods. And oh no, in the past they believed they were gods. It's just complete inversion, right?
Yep,
Their gods were
total.
under the water, not in the sky. That the information for culture, the cultivar, came up from the waters, right, from under the water. And of course, the ark,
The
went
ark.
across the water.
The ark.
The ark of the covenant, right? The
Yes.
archons. It's
Yes.
you
Noah's
know,
Ark, Joan of Arc, all these ark references. Yes.
ark.
Yep.
And electricity moves in arcs as
Yep.
well, right?
I mean, we can't even make this stuff up. Like Campbell and I weren't expecting to find a serious answer to that question. And oh my God, look what we came up with. Like it's just there if you know what to ask or if you're just trusting your intuition.
Mm.
Because like now I've seen it and now we've all seen it and now we can't unsee it and now we've seen it. And now we can understand why all religions have this association with the fish and God being a fish, which brings our whole theory to land, does it not? That we've like literally got, get rid of all the alien concepts, put all of those weird derivative aliens, the amphibious aliens, the greys, the reptiles, the fucking Anunnaki, all of them, bring them back to the waters and all the original. But the question is why? Why would these fishmen appear out of the water to partake
Oh,
knowledge onto the human? What's their interest? What is their interest in the human race evolving? What's
yeah,
the
yeah.
interest in that?
A-
And then why do they know about agriculture when they're of the waters? So that's another weird question.
it is. And, like the story again that we're given is that they brought society and civilization and they gave us the tools. But what is culture? What is civilization? What is society? I mean, I think we can all see at this point that it's a control system that they brought the first components of the control system and introduced it, right? And ultimately, everything that led off that, look where we are now. Now they're building AI bots so that, their weird fish gods can become embodied, right? And walk around on land.
I mean, because one thing we can definitely say, Cam, is that nothing good has come since the moment these fish beings like appeared and, you know, advanced knowledge and wisdom. It can't be wisdom because we didn't own it, knowledge onto the land. And then from that, we get this like crazy underwater grid that now is in charge of the land. And it's interesting, Cam, because the internet is all the world's economy and every single thing that makes up our reality hinges on these underwater cables. These underwater cables are in the waters, where apparently no one can own the waters, but they're in the waters. So the entire world's data and economy and everything is basically bound by the waters. The waters owns our reality.
Mm. I mean, yeah, it's interesting that no one can
Not
own
the
the
land,
ocean.
not the land. And guess who owns the cables now? So it started off as like, private business people into private companies like the telecommunication companies. And now it's all owned by the tech companies, by Google,
Oh, yeah,
Meta,
right, yeah.
OpenAI. They all own now these cables, right? So it's private corporations that now own the world's reality.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
it's
it's
so
crazy.
either A, these fish gods we're looking at are this is part of the invasion, that they have come from the waters up as part of the invasion, because ultimately nothing good has happened since. Nothing good has happened since.
No, no,
Or
no. It's crazy. Like even makeup, right? That was just the first step in what we see today with, the whole sex industry, right?
yep, yep.
Like the beginnings of tech, have turned into a control system of AI, like the food, the agriculture. Wow. They've taken that over and 3D printed
Yep.
it and,
Yep.
genetically modified and everything. So
If
all of
we ever
these,
had it, if we ever had it,
if we ever
Campbell,
had it, yeah, that's
which
a
will be
whole nother,
next show.
that's another show. Um, but yeah, I mean, people sort of see it as, oh, they gave us, technology and culture, made everything better. But really, look where we are. It was all the beginnings of this control system from the waters. And we've got the flood story, right? And that is the most widespread story on Earth. It's most widespread across the most cultures and everything, as is this, what we're talking about now, these fish gods coming from
Yeah.
the oceans.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. Not from,
everywhere.
and not from the like lakes, not from
No.
other bodies of water, always from the ocean. The flood occurred and it created the ocean. And then out of the oceans came the fish people. And
Mm,
then everything on the land changed. So now we are governed by the law of the ocean. We're governed by the law of these fish people. Our technology is now completely of these fish people, of the oceans. Couldn't even exist if the oceans weren't there, just to remember that fact. Without
mm.
the oceans, we wouldn't even be able to cool the data centers. We certainly couldn't. Isn't it very clever that they put the world's reality under the water and not on the land? Where on the land it could be interfered with, it could be like, a private ownership, all these things, problematic things, but it would be of the land. It would be owned by the land, the beings of the land. And what did we
Mm.
learn the other day when we were doing our sovereignty course, Cam? The word human, very interesting. The word human is literally break it down to hue, the shadow, the hue of man, the hue of man. And actually, fact, very interesting about the inks. When you sign any sort of official documents, you're not allowed to use colored inks. You have to
Yes.
only use black or blue. Now, isn't that interesting? Blue, of course, being representative of the ocean. Red, of course, being representative of man blood. So when a lady's red,
They
when
always
a
tell
lady's
you.
green,
Yep.
green of the earth, when a lady's green, when a lady's purple, purple of like land royalty, we can
Royalty.
only use black or blue.
Or at least that's
Just
what they tell us.
another side note.
Yes. And this is Jonah, right? And
Yep.
that they've sort of
And this is the only Judaic story that is prevalent in the whole with the whole fish connection.
but they try and put it out as Jonah and the whale, don't they?
Yep.
But it's not. You go and read the text, it's Jonah was swallowed by a giant fish, like
Yep.
as you can see in this picture. So
Yep.
it's not the whale, it's a fish,
Mm-hmm.
right? Basically Jonah disobeyed God, right? Yahweh, and fled into the sea. And then he got swallowed by a big fish. So it's quite interesting. God heard Jonah's prayers and commanded the fish to vomit him onto dry land. Jonah then went to Nineveh to preach his message. So it's the same thing, right? This is controlled by the gods, the fish that swallowed him.
So it's interesting. I mean, just putting this aside for a second, which is what's that? Which is very mind-blowing to me. Putting this aside for a second and the predominant nature of it across the whole realms, cultures, and religions, like putting all that aside, it's very interesting to me that with the like concept of the oceans and the internet and the ability to basically put all of what we would constitute as a foundational reality back into the oceans, which appeared all at once, that is impacted by these tides that pulse this stormy, wavy fucking ocean that we're never going to go into, where all these gods emerge from, fish people emerge from, but we have no sense of like if they're still there or not. Like, why would they not still be there? These beings look very established, Campbell. They look very established, and they emerged from the oceans. So are they still in the oceans? Are they the ones running this world? Are they from the underworld? Did they come up from through the oceans? What's their actual current status of existence?
Are they mermaids? There's been a lot in the last year coming out on social media about mermaids and shots of mermaids with there's a few like skeletons and things around, photos of that kind of stuff. And of course, that's just fantasy, right? Fairy tale. But now we're getting pictures of it. So are they mermaids or are the mermaids,
Or are they
they're
whole different
workers
race?
or are they something completely different?
They seem to have given birth to pre-Abrahamic religions, did
Mm.
they not? They've given birth to that. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
fuck. I mean,
And
how would we?
is that where NASA's trying to get to, right? Again, it's an inversion. They tell us they're trying to get to outer space and to Mars and to all these planets, but they practice in a pool in diving suits, guys.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what
yeah,
they
absolutely.
do. So where are they
Yeah,
really trying to get to? What are they
yeah.
really doing? Because,
Who are they really
they
serving?
they show us these rockets that go up into the air, and we can all see them, right? And they make sure we do get all their video, but we can't see if they're sending stuff under the ocean.
No,
We can't see that.
no,
So we don't know
no.
what's going on down there.
So are they serving these gods? Are they still serving these gods? Is this where we get electricity from? Is this where the technology and advancement comes from? Are they still in service to these gods? Is God, is the satanic God of the Abrahamic religions and maybe the hues of all religions, because all religions are control grids. They're all control grids.
Oh,
Are they all
mm.
sitting there, excuse me,
Hmm.
still in service? I mean, the Pope has a fish head. Why? You know,
Because
like
of
it's just
that.
so, yeah. I mean, so that's the next question, you know, do they still exist? Are these really who are controlling reality from under the waters? And are they connected to the underground or the inverted realm or the upside down realm? Or is this these stories of times that have passed? And have they been, you know, has there been a war that we don't even know about? I mean, the Phoenicians, they arrived from the oceans. No
From
one
the
knew. The
oceans.
Phoenicians would essentially potentially have been these fish gods. I mean, and also when we're born surrounded by water in our mother's tummies. That's another interesting
And
thing.
we're
Like
under
the
maritime
integration
law,
under
right?
maritime law, absolutely. I mean, did we come from? I mean, you know, we dismiss the story of evolution. You know, this idea of the like the fish crawling out of the ocean and eventually morphing into humanity. But you know, maybe there is some truth in that.
Yeah,
Maybe, I
exactly.
mean, that's crazy, right? Did we actually really come from a race of fish gods? That's
Hmm.
weird. That's weird and odd, and in contrast to the idea of feeling of the earth.
Mm. And that's what they tell us. If there were no oceans, there'd be no life. All life came from the oceans. That's the theory of evolution, right? So hidden in
But maybe
plain
that's
sight.
true. Yes,
Yeah.
maybe it's fucking true.
That they just put it into a different context, right? And say it takes, because they love to stretch time. It took millions and billions of years, right, for all this to happen. But essentially what they're saying is civilization came from the ocean.
I mean, they could eat. I mean, how sci-fi do you want to get? But like, you know, I've seen plenty of theories and clips online of, you know, there being government massive fucking underwater domes that have just been like breeding beings down there. You know, like when we go back to Tartaria, Campbell, all those orphans and all of those beings that repopulated appeared to arrive on ships,
Yeah.
didn't they?
Yeah, yeah,
They
yeah,
all
yeah.
arrived on boats.
Yeah, a lot of them got, yeah, shipped
How,
shipped
what?
around, right?
Explain that. Why did all the people, why did we get no people and then suddenly all these people are arriving by boat? You know, it's just that's a weird part. Like people have just assumed that because they've been shipped from one country to another, but
Were
did they
they?
just emerge from the oceans
That's
and
the
get boated
question.
in?
Where did they come from? We've assumed it's, like tunnels underground, but is that true? There's that story, and I haven't confirmed it, that there's a tunnel that goes into the middle of the USA, but it's a submarine tunnel, right? And you can get in there. So do these tunnels, are they also attached at places to the ocean? Is that the way that they're doing this? Because we just don't know. It's an edge, but there's a lot of evidence to say that that's what they're worshipping. That's where they come from. That's where
I
the
mean,
information came from.
all these stories of like Mars and all these like populations of these potential like slave races that have been shipped. I mean, you know, that could just be oceanic stories. There could be truth in them, but they could be actually under the water, you know. And like, if the oceans got drained, would we be all in a state of absolute shock if we actually saw what was going on the subterranean level of the ocean? Would we be shocked? Would we be suddenly seeing like entire artificial domed civilizations? Would we be seeing like sophisticated tunnel systems that allowed movement all over the earth? Would we be seeing underwater tunnels popping up in the lakes and the water reserves and the inland seas? Would we? Well, I mean, can you imagine if
Yep.
any of what we and you know and let's so and would we be seeing the realm of the fish gods? And then would we be seeing our internet plugged into some, you know, energy source that they hold and
Mm.
operate their systems under? Like, would we be shocked at what we potentially would see if the oceans disappeared?
We definitely see a lot of cities. Towns, temples, they're all under the ocean. There's
Well, we'd
so
see
many
our flooded
sunken
ones.
cities.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the flooded ones.
Mm-hmm.
But then, the idea of, the ice wall and the flat realm, what's the only way into this realm on that map? It's through the oceans, isn't it?
It's all through the oceans, which is what sets it up as impossible for us. So stay on the land, people. Stay, don't look over here. It's scary and forbidding, and you can't get here anyway. So forget it. Put it out of your mind. Put it out of your mind. The fact that, every culture in the whole wide world worshipped fish gods, put it out of your mind.
Mm.
It never really happened
No,
like
that's
that.
just a
Don't worry
fairy
about it.
tale.
It doesn't matter. Just put it out of your mind.
Fairy
You know,
tale.
far out,
UFOs,
man.
right? We all believe, well, we all, they show us pictures of UFOs and things in the sky and tell us they come from infinite space and all this. But what sort of came out at the start of this year? They were suddenly all talking about what? USOs, underwater, unidentified submerged objects, right? And then video came out of like UFOs going into the ocean and coming out of the ocean. Is space the ocean? We did the show, what, a couple of years ago.
Years ago.
Is space the ocean? Why do all these elites have islands and submarines and submarine pilots licenses? Because a lot of them do,
Yeah.
right? Like, what's going on here? It's very watery, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it would be one story. It would be one story to look at the mythology behind the fish gods, like, and how that connects to religion and knowledge. That's one side of the story, right? But then
Mm.
when you connect it to the internet and our entire reality funneling its way now under the waters, and when you understand the impossibility of how that story even emerged, and then when you start to see like the patterns with the shipping industry and how this all emerged and when it's like it's not just a story investigating a mythology around religion, or aliens. It becomes the entirely wrapped up in our current paradigm. It's so current and real to our realities right now. So that's why it's a bit of a fucking head spin. Like
It's
honest,
crazy. Like, there's a lot to it. Like, we know we've got the stories of the floods, we've got the sunken cities, we've got the electricity, the internet cable, so that's
the
all under the water.
electricity, oh,
We've
the
got
sea water where it came
the
from,
seawater. Yeah,
and then
it's
it's a
a salt
conductor.
battery. Yeah, it's a conductor. And then all the elites and leaders and stuff all go to Antarctica, which is the ocean we're not allowed to look at. They all have islands. There's shipping routes, just like plane routes. Like, you're only allowed to go to certain places. We have, Atlantis and Mu, right? Went under the ocean, right? Like, so there's the ocean is a big part, and of course well, they tell us 70% of the realm,
And
right?
yeah, I
So
know.
what was it pre-flood, right? Well, we know the levels were different, 100%, because you don't go and build towns underwater, right? But yeah, like, how much is natural of the ocean, or any, or
I mean, when
any?
the Great Flood occurred, it occurred, well, from their story, it was the rains that rained down on us, right? But we suddenly had seawater versus freshwater within a freshwater system. So if it was rain, we would not have the ocean as it stands. Like the flood, one can only assume that the ocean is the flood water. It has to be, right? But it's just so interesting that the lakes and the inland lakes never got affected, or the freshwater system never got affected by the same waters that rained down that created the ocean. Like, so one can see that the ocean is a contained concept and substance that appeared to be the only way we visibly with our own eyes can observe the results of a great flood, that it all ended up. So that flooding process and the amount of depth to it, the amount of unknown depth. I mean, just to keep putting into perspective, like, 14 Ks, 14 kilometers, just at a guess, because they've never even reached the bottom. So 14 kilometers, like, look up, just imagine 14 Ks. Like, it takes me less than 14 kilometers to go from where I live into town. But if I
Mm.
turn that into a straight line and moved it up, so I was actually like could tangibly see how tall that was, it would be there's nothing that I could comprehend it with. Like, it's what is the tallest mountain that you could stand at its base and see it? Do you know what would be the tallest mountain? Is it
Mount Everest.
is it Mount Everest? Is that the tallest? And then how tall is Mount Everest?
Oh,
Do you know? I can't remember.
I think it's was it 10 Ks? I'll have to look it up. Hang
Have a
on.
look. Because like that is like minuscule to the potential of the depth that we're talking.
Yeah,
So we
and it's
can,
all guesswork as far as we know, right?
yeah,
Because it's
because never,
unexplored.
yeah, we never
They don't
been
know
able to
how
reach it.
deep it is, or at least, in what the information they give us. And then we've got, yeah, Hyperborean, the inland, Arctic, right? All that kind of thing, and whirlpools, and there's a reason that we're not allowed to go to these places, right? And a submarine is like an airship, right, or a plane. You can't just get a submarine and start exploring the ocean, and even in a boat, you can't explore the ocean, right? They will stop you.
But you couldn't even do it anyway because of the waves and the
Yes.
tides. You need a massive vessel. So, like, yeah, I mean, that's basically where I got to this
Uh,
week as far
so
as,
eight kilometers, well, almost
yeah,
nine, 8,849 meters.
yeah.
Yeah, is Mount Everest, and
I mean, it's a pretty trippy concept, right? It's a trippy concept to imagine that there's crevices that deep. Like, how deep's the Grand Canyon? It would be minuscule towards
yeah,
this.
yeah, nothing like that. Yeah, I mean,
I
I
mean
wouldn't think it's a
that
kilometer.
where all that space where the ocean is like the mountains upside down, like magnified to gigantic scale.
Mm,
Far out, man. Like we know nothing of this earth. We know nothing. But the question is, were we ever meant to know anything about it? Like, are we like we are of the earth, and we have fresh water, and we are of the earth, and fresh water fills us with peace, joy, harmony, love. We're drawn to it, we seek it out, we feel regenerated by it.
mm,
The oceans bring us forebodingness and terror and darkness and ineffable deepness that we could never grasp and scary monsters that we only, have an intuition about.
mm.
Like, so we got like, I don't know. I just don't know if the underworld is the bottom of the ocean, how much we're even meant to be connected into it or know about it. And why these fish gods emerged from the waters if it wasn't an invasion. Because what would be the purpose and what could they partake on us if they're from the water? What would they know of earth agriculture? Why do they know that information?
Yeah,
It makes no sense.
makeup and all this stuff. You can't wear makeup underwater.
I mean, if we were to emerge into their world, we couldn't teach them about agriculture that would make sense to their world. Like the knowledge they were giving us makes no sense for why they held it. So I don't know.
It's still an edge, but that's the thing. Like, I mean, I guess that was the main point to get across today is all these bringers of wisdom, all these different gods. They're all from the ocean. They're not from the sky. The Anunnaki, even the Sumerians, which is where the Anunnaki stories come from, and the Enlil and Enki, all from the sky, all from space, right? But we just showed you pictures, and if you go and have a look under the Sumerian glyphs, you'll see fish gods, fish gods, not space gods.
So
There's not one depiction of a god with a bloody space helmet on. Not that we even, what is a space helmet, right? There is no space. Well, outer space.
yeah, I mean, like I feel like our presentation at this point is getting messier. Like I feel like it's getting messy in the way we're speaking about it now because we're just still like you're watching us sort of
Work
decipher
it
it
out.
together. And unfortunately, the question that we asked and the answer that we got is putting us back onto an edge, right? You can feel the edginess of it. You can feel that it's getting abstract again and a bit lofty again, and it's getting a bit annoying, a bit frustrating to have to go there again. But connecting the internet to electricity to the ocean, that was very current and very current,
Current.
very very present. So it was very dynamic, and I felt very like we were on a clear. So this is like a bit of a messy side thing
Mm,
again. So I feel like we're a bit messy in how we're speaking about it. But, that's sort of where we got to this week on this
it
topic.
is. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to discuss it and tie it up on our Zoom meeting, link in
Yeah.
tartariaaustralia.com. And we're going to get some people in to give us some more points of view. So make sure you don't miss it.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, we have like I guess now there's probably lots of little bits that Campbell and I have not thought about that we're excited to see what our friends bring to the conversation and you guys on this Christmas special, what you want to bring to the conversation. Because I'm pretty sure by now you've all like got tiny little things that you want to add to this. So the Christmas live Q&A for 12 hours is basically on that because it would be good to conclude 2025, with this theory, to conclude sort of to the best of everything that we've got, all of the whole community into this theory and just like, get to sort of like a coherent, and we'll never get to a conclusion, but just sort of a coherent enough idea that we're all sort of like, okay, that makes more sense than anything else so far. And we like rest it for a while and until it sort of reemerges in some other capacity. But yeah, we're literally looking at a really bizarre quirk of this current world. Would you say, Campbell, from this sort of information, that Jehovah or Allah or any of them, whoever, whatever word,
Oh, Yahweh, yeah.
the God of the Abrahamic religions, would you conclude that it indeed is a fish?
Well, I would, yes. Well, maybe not a fish, but from the ocean. From the ocean, I would. It's definitely all linking up, like there's some truth to all the sciencey stuff, So the theory of evolutions, I think, is a very good pointer, right? They tell us it all came from the ocean, right, and all this kind of stuff. But I was just also thinking about baptism, right? You've got to go under the water
Yeah. Yeah,
for
absolutely.
baptism, right? And then
Yep.
you're reborn under God.
Yep, absolutely.
So all these things, that there's a lot tying in, that the flood stories, the ark across the ocean, the ark that then goes onto land, it kills everyone, all these arcs, right? The archons. And if you missed it, I think it was series 3 when we talked about the internet and the different levels. And it goes down, and the base level is the arc. What was it? The prime arc,
Yep.
right? Third level
Yep.
was the Mariana, as in the
Yep.
Mariana Trench level.
Yep.
So it was very oceany,
Yep.
and like we just said, the cloud, right? It's still watery, but it's the inversion. The cloud's actually under the water. It's in the
Yep.
cables. So
Yes.
there's definitely a lot. I mean, and I personally think that this is a good, I think, be a great documentary if we set it out all properly, got all our thoughts in line and put it out as a story because there's so much to it. Like we're on episode 5, right? That's never happened before. I don't think we've got past 2 episodes on one topic. So there's clearly a lot here, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So,
I agree with you. And, it was interesting because the whole way through it, as we've like overlaid this concept with our theory of the invasion and the Abrahamic religions, which started with the Ark of the Covenant, and well, not didn't start there, but the first technology emerged through the inspiration or the words, hearing voices in their heads or hearing God in their head, give them essentially blueprints to create these really advanced unknown and very new pieces of technology. And the Ark was the beginning of that, right?
mm,
And then of course the connection with the Ark, but the idea of what and now that Trump's wanting to like build the third temple and all the Abrahamic religions are behind it and building the third temple, which is all designed to hold the Ark, right? So when they hold the Ark in the temple, and then the whole weird story of the Ark, literally, I was thinking the other day, what's going to happen? Like they're going to open up this Ark, you know, and like we've always chewed on the topic of Project Bluebeam here in the Truth Community. And it's interesting that the word blue's in there.
blue,
Blue,
yeah, yeah.
blue water, blue ink, blue ocean, like it's in there, blue beam. Um, and whenever you see images of the art depicted in artwork or on movies, there's always this massive amount of blue white light that comes shooting out of it when it's opened, and it basically kills everything in its sight, like the ultimate energy weapon.
Mm,
And the fact that it was a piece of technology and the God was always connected to lightning, appearing with lightning, and this weapon would like had the force of like electricity, like a giant electrical bomb, and it would destroy cities and nations, and it would like cause death, instant death, like electrocuted, or because all there was like instant death. So I was thinking to myself the other day, and I've already shared this with you, but like
imagine when, because the other thing that I always see associated with blue light appearing and destruction happening is the
What?
rapture.
Oh, I was thinking blue light discos,
Oh
no?
yeah, no, yeah. But it's the rapture, right? It's the fucking rapture. Of course,
Yeah, well,
don't forget blue light from these fucking
yeah,
blue
yeah,
lights,
yeah, the blue light, yeah, the
blue.
light died, yeah, yeah.
And
But
the blue doesn't burn when they use their weapons. The
yeah, yeah, the
fires is
Jew
always blue.
weapons. Yep, yep, definitely. I mean, the sun looks like it's turning blue. But yeah, we saw, what was that movie? This is the End. Is that what it was called? It's a really bad movie. People do not watch it. Seth
Yeah, oh, that one.
Rogen
Yeah,
and a
yeah, yeah,
bunch
yeah.
of small
Yeah,
hats, right?
it was weird and
It was
icky.
really crappy. But they had the Rapture in it, and yeah,
Yeah,
blue light. So everyone's getting sucked
blue
up by
light.
blue light.
Yeah, all right. So that's interesting, right? Whenever you think about the rapture, people get sucked up by the blue light, right? And
Mm.
it's like being sucked up. They've been told and they've been prepared that God will rapture them and take them up into the heavens through these columns of blue light. Now, it's interesting that with the like idea of the ark being opened, what if in that moment all the people that had pledged the allegiance and pledged in very physical ways as well, aka taking the vax and putting in these all these metals and their food, all that shit that goes on, they're the ones that get raptured because they've already signed them, said yes to the AI grid, the AI beasts, the AI hijacking. They're the ones who get raptured. Basically, their souls get turned into like basically the mainframe
Yeah,
of this AI technology, the matrix, the mainframe, the
the
AI, just
control
the
grid. Yeah,
AI, the
yeah,
data centers. Let's just keep it real. They get
yeah.
sucked into or morph back through, recycle back through the oceanic data centers. I don't know. I'm just like,
Well,
is it a
I mean,
soul
it's
trap?
all maritime law is joinder. It's joinder. That's why they say it's by consent. So
Join
what
us.
was the whole
Join
jab
us.
thing? What were they consenting to?
Yep, yep,
Were
yep.
they consenting to Yahweh's army or the fish god's army or to worship basically and sacrifice themselves for this god? And yeah, like are they the ones? Because again, electricity, right? Self-assembling nanobots, in the Jabby Wabby. So is that built a system that when the arc gets open and a certain frequency or amount of electricity is there, they all, you know, Rihanna, is that the zombies too? Like, are they going to have internal
Yeah, I know.
electric skeletons that make them
Yeah,
run somewhere, or they just get
yep,
sucked
yep.
up because it's all, they're controllable, right? They're part of the circuit then.
Yeah, because
And
you can see how the electricity at that level would supercharge all of their nanotechnology, all the bio weapons, all the bio poisons, all the metals. Like they've created this grid around
well,
us.
is that the zombie apocalypse,
Exactly.
because
Yeah. You can
like
see how to reanimate things, right?
well, we know a lot of people have passed, right, since that, and they've got that in their bodies. So what happens when they're laying in the ground for a couple of years? And that's
Yes.
the technology is still self-assembling. It's got nothing to do with their physical body. So is that the zombie reanimation apocalypse that all these people will
Yeah.
climb out of their graves, but it'll be their internal nanobot skeleton walking them around?
Yes, yes, and
Interesting.
like for the few bodies that they actually bury, for the few
Yeah,
bodies that actually
yeah,
get
yeah.
buried, because like
In the
there's
cemeteries
like
they don't
very
have.
rare that they bury bodies, but yeah, they certainly could. But I saw the other day on that topic, some guy was at a graveyard and he was going over the new graves with this like electric magnetic device that can pick up any sort of activity. And he was going through these graves, and all of the graves were like had activity, like had bioelectronic activity going on. I'm not going to use the right words here, but basically he could tell that there was electrical energy coming off these graves.
Wow.
So imagine if the Ark of the Covenant literally was enough of a surge in this when it's opened by Trump and the crew, that it actually basically activates what Jay would say is the plasma apocalypse.
Hmm.
But what would essentially be just activating their own grid. And in that time and in that moment, everyone who's activated in that way, they lose their memories. They're like, they're taken over, and even if it's only for like
an amount of time. It's like how easy then is to like to wipe and reconfigure the neuronic pathways and thus the reality of all those beings that
Mm.
are, impacted by it.
Uh,
And
um,
then,
the Ark of the Covenant, right? Covenant is an agreement. And you can think of arc like, as a spark, really. The spark agreement, So is that what it is? It's going to let out the ultimate spark, right? Electricity, and
yeah.
they have to then fulfill their agreement, which they joined with when they let some dude who was just practicing and doctoring things put stuff in their arm. That's consent.
So, I mean, it's a shitty topic. It's a shitty topic, right? There's fucking
It
heaps
is.
of people that didn't know what they were doing or weren't
No,
conscious
no,
of it. It
no.
seems very unfair
It
and
has, but I
shitty.
mean, a lot of people have woken up since, and there are protocols that a lot of people are doing to get this stuff out of them. But yeah, for the ones that don't know what's going on, who are just following the system because they're fully in it, they love their maritime law, and you know, give me more, God, right? Please, please, God, can I have some more? Take some more tax. Give me some more fake food. All
Oh,
this crap that'll never wake up. Yeah, is that their fate? Because we've talked about the split a lot, right? And most people kind of think that it's the people who are more aware are going to go to some new world. I mean, I don't believe that, but is it maybe the ones that of the lower vibration that consented? Are they the ones that are going to go somewhere, and we, the meek, are left to inherit the earth?
well, I mean, maybe there is some things that we, the meek, need to attend to before that moment. I mean, we might need to be protecting ourselves, like from this sort of moment in time. I don't know, they're just all theories, but
Yeah,
like connect them all to the blue. It's just interesting that again, it's blue, 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 and always depicted with this blue lightning-like energy around it. I just
but
how
yeah,
that all ties into the ocean. I mean, and does that do something to the oceans at that level with the sea water, with that sort of pulse? Like, what does it do? What happens to the rest of the environment and the waters, particularly?
it's a very good question. Let us know your thoughts below in yes, in the comments. And something that we've never done before, like and subscribe and share this around, guys,
Yeah,
if
we've
you've
never
got to
done
the
that.
end.
That's funny. We truly never even think about that.
No.
Um, all right. So look, everyone, I apologize for the looseness of our conversation today. It's just that, we're at an edge again and it's annoying again. And the fish god question threw us because like there it was. And then that puts us back into the fucking edge. And
Mm.
all right.
But it's an
So
important piece of the puzzle, just to let you all know that there's fish gods everywhere, stories of fish gods, and they're the ones who brought, the knowledge that, to advance us into civilization and all this kind of the cult of right?
I mean, how many times? I mean, this is where I'm going to verge on the information that we've had in the past. Like when you've read like David Icke and you've read like all the simulation theorists, but you've read all these people who introduced us to so many of these topics so long ago, and not once did I read about fish gods and
No,
fishmen. No, I did not.
no.
It was all skewed towards aliens, and it was never. And that this took us 5 minutes to find. So why has a massive chunk of the truth community that introduced us to so many things and topics 20 years ago omitted this conversation?
Mm.
Why has it never been there? Why is it not old knowledge to us? Why is this not? Oh, I just don't get it. That's an interesting thing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you could say you're as well researched as David Icke, for example, and never to present the conversation of the direct links to the ocean and these fish gods.
Yeah, I mean, because
Just
all these
saying.
big, researchers, they do a lot of search through religions. How did they not come across this? It's a very good question because what would make more sense is that of course, they came across it. They just omitted it from what they're telling
Yeah.
us. And why
Yes.
would
Why
they
has it
do
been
that?
omitted? Yes.
Yeah.
Why has it been so omitted?
Mm.
Yep. I mean, that's a good question to ask, and you could probably hold that conversation up to anyone who claims to be well researched and, have they covered this topic and why have they not?
Because
And then
we
thus
definitely
how
don't claim to be
researched
well
are they?
researched, and we found it.
Yeah, we don't claim that at all. We certainly don't claim that. Not at all, And but there are many that claim to be the most well-researched entities on Earth. And yet they have omitted this detail of what would seem magnitude proportions and connection to our current reality. So I just think interesting, just putting it
Like
out there.
they're literal creation stories of first contact with gods. It's pretty big for it to just be left on the wayside. Like the start, like the literal start of civilization. Like I
Yep.
said, these are the fallen angels who gave us all the knowledge, right? That created
Yep.
this amazing society that we're in. So it's a very good question, right? Like, so
Hmm.
ask that of the big researchers you're looking into, have they talked about this? And if not, why? Send them
Yep.
emails. Let's get
Mm.
answers.
Yeah. I mean, like, fuck.
Like,
I
fuck.
just think, fuck. I just think it's like a very good thing to think about. It's
Yeah,
observable anyway. It's observable.
it's
Hmm.
observable. And it looks like your new microphone's broken. So anyone can send her a new one if you've got one, because it used to stop her swearing and it's broken.
How true, how true. I don't, it's true. I can't hear myself quite like the other day. So there seems to be a thing when I hear myself at a certain tuning, my swearing ceases and I start to speak more angelic. And I don't know. We'll see. It didn't happen today.
Let's see. And say awesome.
Yeah. Stay awesome. Stay awesome. Okay. Love you guys. Have a great week. All right. So
All
we thought
right.
the ocean conversation was going to be over, but it's not. And so I want to start showing you guys something that happened this week to me, and let's
Oh,
have a chat about
yes.
that.
That was crazy.
I know. So backstory. So in the latest edition of the newspaper, we got so many submissions. So some submissions didn't make it in because we couldn't fit it, which will be they'll be in the next edition. But in this edition, someone, I don't know if you can see, gonna have to turn my blue screen up. Some someone sent me this, which is just a picture. It's just a picture of a front cover of a book. And Sasha just sent it in to me and said, "Hey, you guys, love the Ocean series, like you should check out this book." And I was like, "Yeah, cool, la la la." It's a very out of print book and a very random book printed in the 70s, actually. Anyway, so I just was like, excellent. Um, so on the weekend, was it Sunday? On the weekend, I went to the Mullaney fruit and vegetable market, which happens every Sunday. And I haven't been there for probably a year now. And we went in because, Christmas shopping and all. And there was a bookseller in there, and I was just casually looking, I wasn't, anyway. But then straight away, I saw the book, like right there, as if it was waiting for me. I couldn't believe it. I thought it is the most obscure book. And there it was. And I instantly picked it up. And the guy who was running the bookstore said, no one's looked at that for decades. I've had that book for so long and no one's even picked it up. And I'm like, get fuck, this book is meant for me. And I was like, yeah, how's the destiny of like when you sort of follow a chain of thinking through your intuition? Because don't forget, Cam and I, like, we got onto this topic just by me asking about how the internet is built. That was it. That we had no agenda with the ocean. We weren't thinking about it. It was just like, how did they build the internet? And then, so Cam,
Yes.
this book was printed in the 1970s. And what it is so far, I'm only halfway through it, but what it is so far is really, but it's ship log reports. So these aren't like conspiracy theories. The conspiracy wasn't even around back then. I mean, just mildly. These are actual accounts documented from naval, military, and civilian ship logs, where he's compiled all the accounts of UFO. They don't call them, they call them unknown aquatic objects, UAOs, which I'd never even heard of as a term. I mean, I feel like so dumb, Cam. Do you feel kind of dumb about all this? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole, not just before this book came out, right? The moon landing, the whole 60s, end of the 60s, especially there was just such a focus on outer space and aliens and it's a whole agenda, right? Like with all the movies and the books and the NASA. So yeah, they had us all looking up and we sort of forgot. And it looks like, from this perspective now, it does look like a deliberate attempt to hide what they were finding in the water, get
Yeah.
everyone to look up.
And it's making me a bit mad, a bit cross, Campbell, because like what it's highlighting to me, right? Hey, Campbell and I have been in the truth seeking space for a long time, right? And in that space, a long time of our focus, you would have thought that somewhere along the line, it would have been a very quick and easy connection to looking at the oceans and all the things that surround the oceans through the truth seeking community. And yet, here we are in 2020 fucking 5, and we've only just had our attention moved towards it because of the internet question. It wasn't
Mm.
any other pressing reason. So, which then leads me to, because now that we've asked the question, there's so much information and evidence linking all of the alien agendas back to our ocean, like all of them, right? We theorized years ago that space was the ocean, but we didn't fill it in past that, really, did we?
No, no, we were just asking, what is NASA's space, and all this kind of stuff. And we did sort of link, the waters above to the waters below, but yeah, we never really looked into, are there aliens and other races down there, basically? And yeah, you ask the question, and it doesn't take a lot of, looking. And people like Jordan Maxwell have been talking about, the fish head, the Pope hat, and Uranus. A few other people have sort of touched on it, but no one's gone deep. That's all it sort of is. Oh, they were fish gods. Oh, they look like fishes, and no one's gone deep, right?
Yeah.
Deep into the ocean to
Yeah.
really ask these questions. It's all stayed on the land and turned into reptilians and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, the question has to be asked, right? Are they part of
Yeah.
the psyop
Fuck yeah.
and getting us to look away from the
Yes.
ocean? Because there's been no focus at all on it, but the information is not that hard to find.
Yep, yep. And yes, it makes me feel like all the David Icks of the world, all of the big authors that released, volumes of books, the ones that all influenced us, in our when we started our truth seeking journey, there was some significant books and authors that influenced what we were looking at, And David Icke certainly introduced the concept of a simulation theory to me and the reptilians, big time. Reptilians were the massive
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
which then took us on this whole other path through whatever that means. You've got all the remote viewers out there in the world and the channelers who never, ever bring up the oceans or touch anything around it, which now is making me very like cranky that we have been so deceived. That's how I'm feeling. I'm feeling like I'm feeling like anyone in the truth community who is significant influencer, a significant one, who has not brought the world's attention to the oceans, are actually part of the psyop. That's how I'm reading it now.
Yes, well, I mean, yeah, if they've come across the information, but definitely the people who say they know what's going on and
How could you
it's
not?
it's all definitely lizards or it's all definitely people from other planets, if you're pushing that agenda, then yeah, that they should have come across this information really if they're deep diving and writing all these books, so yeah, what's going on? It does feel a bit like a deliberate attempt. And then, we've talked about reptiles, reptilians and fish have scales well, right?
Yep.
So are these reptilians actually, Homo aqua, as they're calling them, right? Like fish people, because the fish people on land would look essentially the same, right?
Yes.
As a reptile with the
Yes.
scales and
It
everything.
makes so much sense now. I know. And if you were a serious researcher that claims to be like a leading influencer in this space, aka the David Ikes of the world, then absolutely 100% you would have come across the connection with the fish people, the fish gods, the oceans, the UFOs coming up in and out of them, all of the connections that we've managed to make in like a matter of weeks. Like you would have come across it and actively had to suppress it or actively had to you know, divert people's attention and morph it into something else. So the greys, the reptilians, you know, the immortals, the vampires that I feel, Cam, I feel like the vampires, and we'll talk about more about this on Sunday, but I feel like the vampires are just the morphed, you know, version of the merman, mermaid, the aquatic creatures, the parasitic creatures. Maybe why they are so obsessed with blood, because they need it to keep their shape or their legs.
Yeah. We've seen a few bits on this on information that seems to be talking about how to make people land dwellers, right? Or you know, species, whatever they are.
Yeah.
And we've had a brief look at the thanks to Jack streaming, Jackie, thank you. The Voynich manuscript. Like, is that some kind of alchemical book that is showing us how to change humans? There's this whole big, you know, talk about the moment cloning people, right? And all cloning labs underneath, and obviously all the
Yeah.
old stories talk about genetically engineering humans,
Yeah.
right? We've got the old chromosome thing going on. So it looks like something's happened to at least some of the people up here, not necessarily
Yep.
us, but maybe the vamps, right? Have they been altered so that they can live on land, become land dwellers?
It
You
was
know,
interesting. I just was watching a preview of a movie about Hawaii that's come out on Netflix. It's about the story, the history of Hawaii with that guy from Aquaman, ironically, whatever his name is, Jason someone.
Jason, someone, yeah.
Jason Moasim or something. Anyway, the opening line of the whole preview was, you know, the white men. Isn't it interesting with all the colonists, Cam, that they all had to arrive by boat? They all had to arrive from the sea. And these white men, obviously the English or whoever they were, white English, arrived by boat to the land. And the first line was like, they are white, they have no God, they worship no God of the land. So it was really making a connection between the white-skinned people who have been the colonist invaders across history, turning up in boats everywhere, not just appearing out of the water, but obviously appearing out of the water to all the tribal nations, all the countries that were invaded by
Mm.
the boat people. So we talk about the Phoenicians as the boat people, but that never ended.
Yeah,
That never
yeah.
ended. And even
Well, we have
today,
the
we see
Spanish,
the
but yeah,
invasion
yeah,
of the
the
boat people.
English, the French.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, yeah, I mean, we don't, well, no one knows where they originally came from, but that's only happened as well, you know, in the story if we've been told. We're not sure, but definitely a lot of the invasion, yeah.
Oh, so bad.
Um,
So bad.
but it's interesting, you know, because if we go by, you know, mainstream stats, white people make up about 8%
Yeah.
of the world's population, which is interesting. Um, and I heard yesterday that like Norwegian women, you know, blonde haired, blue eyed women, they're like less than 1% of the world, like zero point 0.8 or something. It's crazy. So
Mhm.
yeah, there's so many questions like how did that happen? But I mean, there's white people and there's white people, right? All these, you know, beady-eyed, big-nosed dudes with little hats, they're all essentially white too, right? But they're not us.
No, they're definitely not us.
So the
Well,
invasion, yes.
so okay, so I'm just going to focus this issue on this book, right? This podcast, because what this book is, as I said, is ship log reports.
Mm,
So basically, and it goes back to the earliest account that they found, which was 1071, and then basically to the 1700s into the 1800s. So I mean, up until now. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on and on of first-hand reports of objects being seen coming out of the water or going into the water. Just this
yeah,
constant logging of these reports of these unidentified objects coming in and out of the water, all water-centric. And there's so many reports from Australia, interestingly, and you know what they were? These are all things we've just never put. They're reports from farmers who see these
mhm,
UFOs appearing in their paddocks or whatever, and there's a lot of them, right? And a lot of them out in Western Australia, a lot of them around Alice Springs, a lot of them everywhere, Melbourne, Brisbane, everywhere. And what they report is that the UFO hovers, for 10 minutes or something, and then leaves. And then the next day they realize that their 10,000-liter water tanks have been drained. So they take the water.
Yeah, yeah.
Then,
I was talking to our friend who used to drive boats, right? He'd drive the icebreakers down to Antarctica and take all the scientists. And he was telling me a story when he was on the mainland at a farm doing some work and his machine stopped working. He saw some lights had stopped working and he walked like 5 Ks back to his car, tried that, didn't work, like the batteries were all flat and all this stuff. And he was talking to someone the next day about it, saying, "Oh, did you see anything?" And they're like, our dam's gone. They're like, at night time we had a full dam. We woke up this morning and it was empty. So yeah, interesting, right? Same kind of
yeah.
story.
Yeah, it's so interesting. So, and this is true with lakes and rivers and also fresh water. Predominantly, it's in the saltwater ocean. But, there is certainly hundreds, thousands of accounts
Mm,
of these UFOs coming in and out of lakes and river sources. But a lot of the times, these lakes connect to broader water sources through tunnels, right? A lot of the times, they're interconnected. But, same story,
it's
always water centric, always. And doesn't it make sense, Cam, when you think about like you know, how technology hasn't followed an organic evolutionary path? Like we suddenly just had the undersea water cables, suddenly they disappeared. Suddenly we just had this, expansion and, suddenly we just had this like ability to refrigerate our boats and send them 3 months overseas. Like all these it's not a natural form of evolution. So it does prove the case that there is, I would say, almost 100% certainty that there is very advanced civilizations under our oceans, that we have been living a coexistent, like when we talk about like the deception and illusion and breaking through that, this feels to me what we've been dealing with, that we're literally dealing with a sub-aquatic civilization, and maybe not one, maybe several, maybe warring versions of it, that have like somehow managed to morph onto the land. Maybe that
mm,
division has never been so black and white or clear cut, or maybe it has, and we were invaded. But it does make a strong case for why our technology advanced in the very unusual way that it has throughout history.
mm. Yeah, yeah. It's especially, well, we only know about the last couple of centuries, maybe in real history, but yeah, since the 1900, right? Like we apparently had nothing, maybe a steam train, and then it's just what we went from the first aeroplane in what was that, 1908, I think. Like just over 50 years later, they're apparently sending rockets to the moon, right? And there's all this technology. Then there's 20 years, 30 years after there's smartphones and the internet and the level. And people have been asking this question for decades. Like, how is
Yep.
it going so quickly? And of course, the answer used to be, well, it's space aliens, right? They've crashed here and we've stolen their technology. But, I think most people watching this probably don't believe in space aliens. And we have been asking the question, because clearly there's some other entities down here. So we've always asked the question, well, if they're not coming from space, where are they coming from? Is it extra land? Has been sort of the go-to answer. But, when you look into this, there's a lot been going under our oceans for a long time.
I mean, I
A
bet
long,
almost
long time.
all the alien accounts or the UFO accounts, like, and think about the ocean. See, literally, what do we know? Like fucking 3% of it, 3 miles out, and it's basically unknown to us. It's the perfect
Mm,
cover. You can come up and down. No one's ever going to fucking know. Same with some of our greatest lakes and water holes in the world. They're in the jungle. They're in the very forested, dense areas that, zero people go to. Like, think about how much you personally, as in the audience today, have literally traveled inland to these sorts of environments. You might go for a nice forest walk, or you might go for a 3-day hike or something, but you'll follow a trail. There is vast, vast, vast amounts of land, lakes, rivers, water holes, and ocean that no one ever, ever goes into.
Mm.
You know, like literally, we live on the smallest part of our concept of the realm is tiny, super tiny, and our concept of tourism is super controlled and super tiny. And then we've got this vast plain with this completely advanced underwater civilizations existing with us, and we have no fucking idea. Even though
No.
all the signs of history are there, all the symbols with mermaids, and you know, Cam will do a deep dive on this on Sunday, but the whole morphing from one fin to two fins to two legs, that whole connection is really fascinating, documented throughout history.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah, yeah. And all the researchers, at least on religions, alternative researchers, they'd all agree that there was genetic engineering going on, right? We have all the cryptids, all the strange animals and the strange people, with the big feet and the
that's
the
right.
blemmies and all this kind of stuff. So, is that, I mean, it looks like there was stuff going on. So if they're geneticists, then it would make sense that they can change themselves or their workers or whoever into someone that can help them conquer the above land, right? And then we have all the chemicals they put in, all the stuff they're doing with the food and the air. Is that to help? Is that like geoengineering the planet to make it more, a better place for them to live, easier for them to breathe and things like this? Because, you've got to ask why would they do this stuff? It can't just be to wipe us out. It's got to, because it would wipe them out as well, right? So there's got to be something else going on. So, when you look at all the pieces, it does make a story, and it's interesting because there's so many UFO researchers, right? There's so many of them, but why have none of them come across all these
Yep.
reports of UFOs over the
Yep.
ocean and coming out of the ocean? And it did break sort of the beginning of this year. They started talking about USOs and with all the drones and that were going around. So there's a bit, and then I've been looking into it. Some guy from the American Parliament came out and 2 months ago or something and said that there's underwater civilizations, and so that it's suddenly there's a bit of talk about it, but yeah, why has it been absent for the last 30 years?
30 years, 100, 200 years, it's absent. It's been absent from the truth community. We have been deceived by truthers, and they must be part of the psyop, because if they spend as much time as they tell us they spend researching, there is absolutely no way you wouldn't make this connection. Absolutely no, not. Like the reptilian connection took us all into this idea of A, underground civilization, or B, extraterrestrials, or C, like shape shifting, beings that like are so past our own, genetics that, when they would demolish us in a second, the
Mm,
greys. And like they're also amphibian in nature. They're also mermaid-like in nature. And when you look at a true image of a merman, like a not a Disney-fied image, they're horrific. And they look very much like, reptilians. Definitely, you could see, could look like scaly fish and
yep,
scaly human fish.
yep,
The
yep. The whole
greys,
electricity thing down there, and the fact that
the lack of light, they
it,
hate
it
light.
all looks like they all the fish and the creatures have got aliens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like what we're showing as aliens. But yeah, the lack of light, right?
Yep.
Vampires, right? Is that why? Is that a genetic thing they couldn't get rid of? Is that why vampires are all depicted as white and they don't like the light, they don't like the
And the
sunlight?
blue blood and the fucking blue
Blue
bloods and
bloods,
the
blue,
obsession with blood shedding and bloodletting and blood consuming, all the obsession with that. The whole concept of Satanism is all grounded around blood. So,
mm,
and like why would someone need to consume blood? Well, we know it regenerates their age, right? We know that. They regenerate. Our celebrities and they just regenerate back down and then live another life and regenerate back. But
yeah,
also it binds their shape shifting. It kind of allows them to stay solid in their
yeah,
human form.
solidifies them. Yeah, the whatever's in there, the hemoglobin, all that achrome stuff. But interesting, just another thought is there's only one creature they've found in the realm that can regenerate itself and basically live forever. And that's a jellyfish from the ocean.
Oh, and the connection to octopuses throughout this work, that's a whole other thing.
Yep, the ink, the black goo, Leviathan, I think is what it's called in the Bible, the massive octopus. Um, it's crazy, right? We sort of talked about the spiders a bit back, but an octopus is also an eight-legged beastie, very similar, right?
Yeah, very similar.
And
Very
remember that
similar.
story was about them running the internet, right? From the background.
Hmm.
We actually
Hmm.
haven't mentioned that in our discussion, but yeah, some guy in Russia found code in the internet, which he, went right into and says that he found basically the controllers and the creators of the internet, and they were giant spiders.
Yeah, I mean, and like spiders are just octopuses morphed. Like if you look at the concept Jay introduced about seafood being just, the water version of our land bugs and insects. You spiders are lobsters and and you've got the
Crabs,
fleas
yeah.
and prawns and the blah 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 blah. Like you've got literally just these creatures that have emerged from the waters have morphed into their, land form, I guess. They've shrunk a bit and, that's like we would never consume them. But from the ocean, we love it.
Well,
It's just such an inversion.
yeah, it's interesting, like, because we would kind of think that they started on land and then adapted to the water, but maybe it's the other way around. And a lot of these creatures, like spiders or crabs, scorpions, lobsters, even fleas, right? They have poisons when they
Yeah.
bite you,
And
which
yeah.
a lot of the sea creatures have. Not many land creatures do, apart from insects and snakes, right? And arachnids.
So how we could see that this sea life have come out of the ocean and morphed into the land bugs, critters, spiders. There's the same theory would apply to say the mermaids and mermen have come out and morphed into their current form, which could
Mm.
be reptilian, greys, vampires. Either way, not human in the way that we would say human. And actually, side note, the how do you say it? Dicinian glasses.
Yeah, yeah, dicinium, something like that. The purple
So
ones.
they actually became like a shocking fan. And actually, it's interesting because if you research those glasses, there's very little content online, Campbell. You
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hardly find them. It's like one of the most wiped topics ever. But apparently, when you put them on, the main thing that happens is you can see people's auras.
Yeah.
So one of the big things to note was that when they were like using them, and also I didn't know if you know this, but the movie They Live was based off these glasses.
Mm.
I didn't know if you knew that connection. So basically, what happens is you wear them, you can see when people don't have auras, which would denote that they're not human.
Mm.
So, I mean, very fascinating to conceptualize that actually, if we found some very difficult to find some and put them on and walk down the main street, what would we be actually looking at?
Yes. And we've discussed this. We've almost bought them a few times, but then we're like, oh, do we really want to
I
see?
mean, yeah, do we really want to
Do we
know?
really want to know
We're
what's
kind of
going
now.
on? Yeah, it could be a big shock to the system depending on what you see, right?
Now, I have to go get a lighter because I can't light my cigarette. And then I'm going to tell you about submarines because, hello, ever actually looked at when we invented submarines, Campbell? I'll give you 2 minutes to have a quick look because I'm
Oh,
about to tell you all fucking about it.
all about it. All right,
Yeah.
submarines. Well, let's check it out. And as we know, a lot of these famous, well, no famous, elite type people are
Oh, you
submarine
right.
captains and
They're right here.
pilots. And there's apparently hidden submarine tunnels around under the US, under other countries, on all these islands we hear about. Oh my God. The first functioning submarine. Wow, you got to wait. I'll let you announce it. When was it? That's definitely earlier than I thought.
So let's talk about what a submarine would need technologically to operate.
Yeah, so submarine below the water. And when you'd need to be enclosed, you'd need some kind of propulsion and you would need air
And you
and
would
probably
need to
lights, right?
sustain the pressure.
Pressurized, yeah, depending on how far, if you're going deep, definitely you need to be pressurized.
Yeah, I know. So the history of submarines basically builds up from 1864 onwards.
Oh, really?
And
I've got an earlier one.
but these started basically in 1776.
Wow. I have
And then
this.
1620, actually, yeah, I
Yes,
forgot that.
that one,
1620. Yeah.
1620.
Okay, let me read it to you.
What the hell?
There were initially several approaches to the effort of creating submarines, but it was not until 1620 that anyone seems to have achieved any success in this department. 1620, people. I mean,
1620.
this is so far back conceptually in the timeline. This is predating just everything, right? 1620, they started to get, some results in this area.
This is crazy. If you look at this
Yep,
picture, it's got someone sitting in this, which it's essentially a wine barrel,
yep,
and it's got a propeller. If you look at the
yep.
picture, he's turning it with his hand. Is that supposed to be like the propulsion? Because that's pretty crazy. He's sitting in there like spinning his little propeller to get along.
So we,
Wow.
we've got a world that has no power, apparently, no lights, no civilizations really. Like we've got a world that's, basically according to the mainstream narrative, 1600s, pretty fucking basic, right? From our perspective, completely inverted. But
Mm,
why would people at this point be interested in investing in submarine technology? Like, what would be the natural organic link there? Why would you even consider that when you're using candles and
mm.
shitting, in the street and like what? So
Yeah, well, it does make because it's not going to help you, with fishing or anything. So what else were they using the ocean for? I mean, were they trying to find out what was under there? What kept popping out of it? Maybe that would really be, that's the only thing that comes to my mind, the only use for it.
so in 1776, apparently, they were investing in submarine technology so they could sink warships. So, all right. So we've already got this concept that there was war going on and it was happening in the oceans, and they wanted to basically be able to sink the enemy's ships. The same old boring story. But basically, to get us up to when it actually became a thing, we started 1864. Isn't that a marvelous decade in the world of technology? 80,
1860s, man.
man, like that's when so much happened on
So
this
much.
topic. So much happened. It all seems to happen in the same decade.
Mm,
Every one of our shows on this series has been like focused around 1860.
mm.
Like that's just something there, just to point that out.
Yeah, yeah. It's also the American Civil War. And when we first see the ironclad ships come out, which were these wooden ships apparently that they just bolted iron all over the outside of them from. Which doesn't make a lot of sense, like because they weren't made as floating iron ships. They just added weight. But anyway, that's part of the story.
I mean, we get around the 1860s, we get the transatlantic cables. We get
Yes.
like this cross-ocean communication channel. We get the refrigerated ships that
Yeah.
are carrying carcasses around the world, frozen for months and months and months. Ridiculous concept, and now we've got fucking submarines. I didn't even think to look at submarines, but here we go. So basically, it's so they really got into the water of submarines around 1864. In 1888, the French launched the first naval submarine. 1888, the French launched the first naval submarine, a 30-ton vessel propelled by a single screw driven by an
30,
electric motor.
30
Driven by
tons, an electric motor.
an electric motor.
That's
So we don't
crazy.
have electricity or light bulbs really at this point, but there's an electric motor.
That's insane. I mean, and just on the trying to find my page, it's gone. On the the first meat transportation, refrigeration, right, across the Atlantic, was it? We've been saying it was New Zealand to England, but we found one that was earlier. From Australia. The first one was from Australia, and it was 80, no, 40 tons, wasn't it, of meat was the first voyage from Australia to the UK in the 1850s. It was, well, it's just crazy. 80, oh, not 80, 40 tons. That's a lot of, it's basically between 2 and 4 truckloads big
Yeah.
truckloads
Insane.
of meat.
Insane. So,
Insane.
all right, let me just read a bit of this. In 1888, the French launched the first naval submarine, a 30-ton vessel propelled by a single screw driven by electric motor. 10 years later, so that would make it 1898, the French launched a 270-ton submarine. And meanwhile, in the United States, blah, 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 launched its first submarine in 1875. In 1898, the Navy took up this design and in 1900 produced the first naval submarine in the Americas to 1900. The Italians had successfully employed a sub designed by someone in 1892 and a larger one of 95 tons in 1894. The Germans had launched a 200-ton submarine in 1890 and went into proper production in 1905. So, I mean,
Okay,
that's
because
pretty fucking crazy.
I've never heard of submarines being part of the First World War,
Mm.
but all of those dates were before the First World War.
Yeah.
So that's
So, I mean, I won't get into it too much, but far out,
crazy.
man.
Like
Far out. I mean, submarine travel, that's advanced.
that
We
is
don't
advanced.
we're in wagons right now. We're in wooden wagons on land right now. And yet all of the advancements in technology are all orientated around the ocean.
Mm,
It's all about traversing the oceans.
mm.
Why? It makes no sense from, well, we know why now, but it makes no sense from land-based civilization. You wouldn't bother, like all of the advancements to do with the ocean. What's the motivation, Cam?
Well, they tell us, they have to tell us. It's all about war, right? It's all about war. How can we destroy each other faster? And really, they give us that explanation for all technology. The planes, oh, it was for war. Even space, right? Oh, well,
That's
we've got
true.
to be the first to space so that,
That's
in
true.
case of war, all of these, electronics things, guidance system, oh, it's all for war. But, to keep us safe. They're doing it all for us guys,
Yeah.
to keep us free and safe from the boogeyman.
The transatlantic cable, that was all about communication about war. That was all about the war.
That's right. That
It's,
was about war too,
yep.
wasn't it?
Yep.
Yep. Yeah,
So
all of it, right? The radio, like what is it? Dosh dat dat
Morse code.
Morse code, that one. It's all about always for war.
So from our perspective, that's the invaders
Well,
continuing their bloodshed and colonization and their blood shedding across the realm, continuing their religious mission across the realm. Since the Phoenicians invaded from the oceans, all the technology has come and orientated around the oceans. And yet, all of our researchers in the truth community who have influenced our lives have negated the entire concept of the fucking oceans.
mm,
So we've got like this concept of the water civilization, this aquatic civilization, skewering the invasion of the land to generate a warring, bloodshedding. It's all about the blood, is what
mm,
I'm saying. It's all because what is war if not just an excuse to murder and rape and genocide people? I will never be respectful of any sort of soldier because our soldiers are just murderers. They are
yes.
glorified fucking murderers programmed to do that job. There's nothing honorable about that. There is nothing honorable about going to another country and killing people.
No,
So fuck all the soldiers, man. Like I'm sorry, I have no respect for the Anzac concept and
no.
never will because you literally all murderers.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I feel sorry for people who get into it and think they're doing something right. But I mean, once
What
you
a
find out how evil it is, you
diversion.
need to speak out about it. And I mean, parents, like especially in America, it's a big thing, like when their kids join the army, it's a big celebration. Oh my God,
Yeah.
they're out there protecting the country. They're,
Yeah.
sovereigns or whatever they call them. But they're not. They're killers. They are
Yeah.
taught, they're stripped back and they are turned into killers. They go to
Yep.
foreign lands where they don't know the people, they don't know the politics, and they do what they're told, which is to go and kill people, burn
Yep.
and destroy cities, you know,
Yep.
rape, murder, all of the above. And that's what we know of. Like,
Yep.
I mean, I think we're all pretty, understand that there's a lot of trafficking of young people going on in these places. There's definitely theft. There's definitely destruction of culture and knowledge. So yeah, man, if you're involved in that, then get out and start speaking out about it. And if anyone you know is thinking about going in, just let them know that's all it is.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, there's,
murder.
it's like, yeah,
I saw this when I was so young. I was just
same,
like, oh
same.
my God.
I mean, like essentially, like let's put it from into our perspective in the quirkiest way. You're being told by fish people to go and kill humans, and you're going and killing them, and then you're
Yes.
coming back as celebrity rewarded and honorable. Like, look how Trump like deals with these soldiers. He thinks they're the greatest thing ever.
Mm.
You're just a blood-shedding cog in the fish people's agenda.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's pretty insane. And all you're doing is wiping out humans on the land. That's what you're doing. You're wiping out humans on the land.
Mm.
You're raping humans on the land, creating generational trauma. And now we live in a world where fashion is, fashion is an extension of rape culture, so
It's getting that way. Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
definitely is. It's
Yeah, yeah,
crazy
yeah.
what kids and people walk around in these days. They're like as naked as possible,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, well, when the bikini was brought in, right, there was a massive uproar. And of course, the story was, oh, well, they're just all, old fashioned and how dare they let the kids do what they want. But look where that's led us. Like literally look where it's led us. We're into the OnlyFans bloody realm, right? Which is all part of the agenda. But it's interesting, they do tell us all this stuff, all this technology is for war.
Mhm.
That's probably just more spell magic. They're just not telling us that the war is them against us. We think it's country against country because we believe, well, we don't, but a lot of people believe in this countries and, there's actual tension between leaders, even though they meet every year at Bilderberg Group and all this stuff. They just don't tell us that the war is them against us. All this stuff is made by us. Most of, it's all put together by us and it's then used to kill us, just like the soldiers and the armies and all this and the police force. They're all minions of the evil fish gods.
And then add on top of that simulation theory. So they sort of like coexist together. So you've got like this programming that the world's people are a threat to each other,
Yeah.
that they are deliberately going to come over, invade and murder and rape, and it's a threat. That's what people are told. So it sets up war between nations, but more importantly, because fuck the nations, it's because that's just the fish gods, right? The head of those nations now. It sets up this paradigm between people and people on the land. And so you've got this like that's one side of the agenda, right?
Mm.
The second side of the agenda is this concept that even if you know all of this, that's just fuck your head even more and tell you it's all a fucking simulation so that the earth isn't even real. The land isn't even real. It's just a deceptive simulation. So all of that together, and then add the whole agenda of putting our attention off the oceans and delivering only technology from the ocean to the fish god people of the world, the leaders of the world. And then we've got like this situation where the earth-based humans, A, feel like they're at war with the whole world and that people are a threat to them. B, that this isn't even real, it's a simulation. So this forgets any connection to the earth being in any way real. And look up to the skies because the threat's coming from this, void called space that you're never going to get your head around. So like those three together have equaled a really unstable, ungrounded, confused land-based humanity.
Yeah, man, three-pronged attack, right? Like they're definitely, well thought out and scripted. But yeah, when you tie all this stuff together, because, we're now at the point where, since 2020 at least, all this information just kind of expanded like exponentially, and the amount of people looking into it and adding to it, it took off and it was great for a year or two, right? We all learned all this new stuff. But now we're in the position where it's just information overload and it's recycling of the same old ideas, recycling, information everywhere. But what are we learning? There's so many people caught up in this cycle where it seems like you're learning stuff and you're expanding, but are you really? And if, the other thing is if you're spending all the time just listening to other people's points of views rather than running through yourself, having real conversations and that, then you're not turning it into any kind of wisdom. It's just this accumulation of knowledge, information, which is not helping us, right? We're not moving forward, even with all this information. We seem to be stuck again, right?
And because we've linked the internet and AI to the oceans, because we've linked it to the oceans and made the case that potentially we were looking at the underworld and the electricity of the underworld and it coming up from the waters, because we've linked those two things, doesn't it make sense that the code that operates the foundation of artificial intelligence is the same code that operates the religious books? That is the same code that operates, these two paradigms that have bound human beings to agendas that have ultimately only led to hatred, war, and bloodshed. So artificial intelligence has that, I believe, at its foundational coding core. And it's so insipid because, you're not seeing AI rise up and kill people, but you are now actually, because there's so many cases of kids committing suicide and being advised by AI to do that. Like you're seeing artificial intelligence basically wipe humanity off the face of the earth. It's replacing everyone's jobs. So it's forcing anyone who wants to make money and be successful online. It's wiping out commerce, physical commerce in your neighborhood, physical shops, physical jobs, physical skills. Now we have the first time ever a generation that has de-evolved creatively, who is not contributing organic human creativity anymore. So the AI has wiped that out and is continuing big time to wipe that out. You're going to have AI replace the need for human
Interaction,
connectivity, and skills. And when you wipe that out, you wipe out the natural land-based humans' evolution, if you like. And this is all happening every single day right now at extreme speed. And all of that artificial intelligence is deeply 100% reliant on water, because without water, it couldn't exist. So even the technology itself indicates it's come from the water. If you took away the waters of the world and only had the fresh waters left, AI would be dead overnight because it couldn't cool itself.
Yeah, I agree. And it's all, well, I've got to be careful what I say here because we're going to be talking about this, one of the podcasts on Sunday, the 21st, about simulation theory, is it right or wrong, true or false? So come and join, the conversation. But, all of this tech, it seems to be mirroring the natural world, right? Like telephones, they're mimicking telepathy, right? Like all these natural sort of skills that we talk about that we used to have. This is all what the electronics are, even computers. You can talk about, the conscious mind and the subconscious with, the RAM and the way it works, So it's a mimic, right, of what's natural, and that's all that they can do, I think. Is and it's very insipid, like what's going on now, and it's all under the radar. And see, they teach us one thing, they teach us war is people running in through your front door with guns, right? But that's not, and we've obviously had a lot of war for their sacrifices, but that's not the war they're waging against us. It's a slow creep. So most people don't even understand that we're under attack, right? Because they're not coming in like they do it all, from the background, and they get us to consent. It's this slow creep, right? Until suddenly you wake up and you realize, hang on, they're poisoning everything around me. They're restricting everything. It's all about power. Like, where are we going to go? And then the next step that they're starting to implement now, right? No jobs. Oh, that's okay. The government will pay you enough money to rent an apartment in a city and enough money to live, right? Universal basic income. Welcome to your 15-minute city, right? Where you have no choice and you'll own nothing, but you'll be happy.
And like the human being is electromagnetic, we are by nature that. And it's so interesting that it is the electrical system that they've implemented all from the oceans. What we're saying is that all of our technology is basically aquatic technology. All of our advances have come from aquatic advances. It's really strange from that perspective. So everything we rely on today has potentially got its origins from the fucking water and the aquatic civilizations under the water. And if you look at like the religious concepts, the religious books, you know, at the end of the day, this idea of there being a Satan, whichever book you want to study, whichever religion you're in, you know, it's basically all comes down to blood. And that's really it, blood, blood, blood. So on the surface level, they've put an electrical grid around this realm that basically interferes with our natural electromagnetic grid, which in its left in its pure form would absolutely be capable of telepathy and biolocation and all sorts of amazing, wonderful things, which we have no connection to anymore because we're so interfered with. We can't even walk down the street without being interfered with electro. I watched this clip the other day and it was at Sydney Harbour, you know, in Darling Harbour in Sydney. Some guy had like just like a radiation electromagnetic, you know, one of those gauges, and it was at extreme levels, you know, so extreme.
Wow.
And this is just our world today, walking around it. So the understanding that you could replace the organic natural electromagnetic field that comes off the humans, that's our auras, by the way, and replace it with this technological version that interferes with that and oppresses it. And then add into that the agenda to basically, you know, damage our health and longevity. Everything we know, everything is full of poison and heavy metals to do that one specific job. Meanwhile, they're living for like maybe, you know, thousands of years. Maybe when we look at celebrities like Taylor Swift, she might be 1,000 years old, you know, just constantly regenerating herself and reappearing as a child and as a teenager, and this whole thing going on forever. We've all seen those pictures of all the celebrities from like, you know, caught in the 1800s in black and white photography or whatever. So there's an agenda to basically decline us and interfere with us and then continue their whole, you know, immortal process. So you can see how these resets could function, and they're always being like the aquatic civilization always coming out as the rulers or the, you know, the ones in the last, you know, the ones that dictate forward what's going on. They have the continuity, you know, throughout
Of the
history.
information. They don't have their information broken like we do all the time, right? And they've been doing this for a long time, right? Radio, when was that? The early 1900s, I believe they brought it out. First sort of, well, that was after Morse code, but you know, the first major frequencies sent through the air, and everyone got sick. And they say they had to turn it off and, you know, reconfigure it. And that this has been happening slow, incrementally, all the way up to 1G, 2G, 5G, and now they want to release 6G, right? So we don't even know, like in our lifetime, that the energetic field we've been born into is not natural. So we've never known a
And the weather's
natural
not natural.
energetic field. We've never known natural weather.
Yeah.
So everything. So we're born into this state of much lower frequency, much lower perception, much lower everything, because it's been this 100+ year plan to just slowly. It's the frog in the boiling water, right? Chuck it, you know, everyone knows the frog in the boiling. That's exactly what they've done. They just incrementally increase it. And you know, we're definitely at a point where we need to decrease it significantly. We need to stop it, right? We
I mean,
just do.
it's an interesting paradigm. I mean, I didn't know about stopping it, but I know in this lifetime, by becoming completely aware of it, we can basically dismiss it. You know, like, so if we can be completely conscious of and we'll probably never know the depths and truth, but if we've got a vague and filled in enough idea that actually all the aliens that we've been like monitoring and talking about are actually aquatic, that all the the religions are aquatic, that all of the technological advances are aquatic, then suddenly it's sort of, I don't know, it makes me feel almost ironically more grounded, Campbell, because it, really makes me claim my earthbound status and put my attention back onto the land as land-based humanity, and understand that what is going on is there is like, I mean, I don't even know. I mean, you'd have to call it a war, but it feels like there's so much more to it than just the word war. Like our concept of war is basically, you know,
Wrong.
whites is basically the colonization. War is just an extension of the colonization, which is just an extension of the Inquisitions, which is just an extension of the genocide that played out with the Phoenicians. Like it's never stopped. It's the same thing. That is an ongoing, process that we've observed now throughout. When we did our Mulaney show and looked at the
Yeah.
history of the invasion, and we started with the Phoenicians because that's like past the Venetians, it all became lofty. It became an edge. It was frustrating. But then even when you look at Atlantis, in the concept of this mythical Atlantis, I mean, hello, does it not just fit a mermaid kingdom underwater, maybe?
What were they showing us with all these 1970s Aquaman cartoons, with the big
Yeah,
dome under the water?
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, yeah, Atlantis, they say, was very technologically advanced. The tech went bad and they ended up underwater. So, yeah, but it's an edge, right? We don't know.
Yeah, yeah. So,
But
I
yeah,
mean,
basically, it's been a constant invasion, right? From the Phoenicians doing all their, hitting all the towns and onto the Ark, going through the Middle East and smiting and razing all the cities to the ground, onto the Crusades. It's this constant, into Napoleon, into the World Wars, this constant invasion and destruction of societies, of information, and the lowering of energy, the degradation of people, right? All the stuff that they just, the trauma, right? Trauma-based, geez, anyone ever heard of trauma-based mind control? Hmm.
I mean, like if you think about it metaphorically, like the invasion since the Phoenicians have all come from the water. It's all come from, like these colonists or these inquisitions or these genociders all moving to the next place via ships, via the ocean, and then emerging on these lands to these, native humans and basically killing them, genociding them, raping them, and converting them into a religion. And it's just been systematic right to today with the immigration issue still all coming from
Yeah.
boats across the water. And it's never stopped as a metaphor for what's actually happening and where it's truly originating from, right?
Hmm. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, yeah. It's always boat people, right? Like, yeah, so it's interesting. I mean, that's all, again, another contrived thing, all a result of what they've been doing. They destroy countries and cultures for 500 years and completely traumatize and fuck everyone up.
Mm.
And then they send them into the countries that they haven't quite conquered, and everyone just, division, they create the war, right? But the biggest thing they've done really is to get us to believe that it's our fellow men and women, our neighbors that are the problem and the enemy when it's none of us. Sure, they've done a lot of trauma. Sure, they've turned a lot of people into doing bad things for all their crap. But it's clearly it's them that are the enemy. The allies, the whatever you want to call them, the fish people, the psychopaths, the P-files, the achrome people. Like it's all the same people, and it's not us.
And how is it that all of the remote viewers and channelers out there have not
I
fucking
don't.
talked
Yeah,
about this?
this.
Where are they getting their information from? Makes me question where everyone is getting their information from, whether it appears to be coming out of their own direct experience or not. Even Ramtha never spoke on this topic, and maintains the idea of space. And I love that fucking teacher. It's so crazy to my head that we have never distinctly understood this situation. But for me now,
Yeah.
I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, okay, there is nothing here that does lead me away from this theory. That this theory feels like we are on it. This is like closest to an explanation of what's going on this realm than we've ever got to. All technology leads back to it, all advances, all religions, all everything. And with that in mind, you can go through history now and all these things we've researched, and you're going to find the fish people, the fish gods, the mermaids. You're going to find it all. You're going to find all the technology all originating from the oceans. You're going to find that the majority, I would say almost 100% of UFOs are actually aquatic, and they come in and out of the water. You're going to dismiss the idea of aliens in space. You're going to dismiss the idea of land-based aliens. You're going to see that they have an origin and how blue-blooded, lacking in light, and how aquatic they appear in nature. Either they've got the white, fishy, lack of light skin, the slimy skin of the greys, or they've got the scales, the green scales of the actual mermaid tails, which we've been taught are reptilian. It all comes from the ocean.
And let's not forget we have water snakes too, right? And a lot of aquatic snakes. Just jumped into my head. So again, where did they come from? Because we've had the discussion of all these poisonous and parasitic animals and insects. Like, where did they come from? Are they natural? What the hell are they doing? They serve no purpose at all, right? But it would make at least we'd be able to understand it if they all came from the ocean, right? And were put up here for a reason. But it makes it easy to see the overlays, what it does, because there's so much information, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's this, dimension. Oh, it's these space aliens. Oh, it's this, it's that. But when you see that it all comes from one place and everything originates, then it's like, okay, everything is the overlay that they're trying to introduce, right? All of it.
Yeah.
And so we've just got to ignore it all and create something outside of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually very liberating to get to this point, because you can dismiss the idea of simulation. You can, and not for this reason, by the way. This is another reason, but that's not the one we're going to talk about on Sunday. You can dismiss that. You can dismiss the idea of, just because it's an edge and you can't, multi-dimensional beings, multi-dimensional, like imagine, and we will talk about this more on Sunday, but all this talk of the Palladians and the Arcturians and all these Federation of Light and all these higher dimensional beings that are here channeling through, trying to help us, and have never mentioned the ocean or even brought anyone's attention to it. Maybe they are also under the ocean. Maybe we're talking about they are also communicating via civilizations under the ocean. Maybe there's an aquatic war going on. Maybe. And but with all that in mind, Cam, it makes me feel super grounded here on Earth. Like it just does, because suddenly all of the edges just disappear for a second. I'm like, okay, we are earthbound beings in service to the life force that runs through us from the earth.
Yeah, the natural earth grid, right? Which is what they've destroyed, which is what we used to have in the old world. They've destroyed it. They've turned it into microgrids and electricity, right? But I mean, it's a very good question. Why do we never hear about remote viewers, channelers, all these people saying, I spoke to these aliens from under the ocean?
Yeah, never.
I've
They're
never
always from
heard
outer
it.
space in ships.
Never heard it.
I mean, isn't it ironic, Cam, that they're all like speaking from ships?
Ships, it's
That
always
just
a
puts them
ship.
into space.
Yeah, yeah. And we've spoken before about ships, ships of the ocean. We used to have airships, but ships. What are ships, right? Like, what are they? Spaceships don't exist. Are they actually underwater ships? And if so, then why aren't they being told the truth? These channelers and that, who are they actually getting their info from? Why aren't these people in underwater ships saying, well, by the way, we're underwater, we're not in space? Because they tell you, oh, they told me they're from whatever, right? Beetlejuice or the Pallades or all this kind of stuff, but that's clearly not the truth. So where are they getting the information? Is this part of the electronic grid? Has it created a false Akashic records, if you will?
This is the deception. This is the true deception. And all the people that haven't spoken about it are part of the true deception. If they're that much of an influencer, then they are part of the deception. And then also don't forget that the moon doesn't actually cause the tides. So the moon is another interesting object that appeared, and it doesn't affect any other body of water except for the ocean. So that's interesting. That's another part of this. Every question we've ever had as truth seekers about what's going on here can be resolved and found in this topic. It can be resolved. You will be able to get a resolution if you tie in everything you've ever read and looked at and believed in and actually bring it back to the oceans of a sub-aquatic civilizations that have been there for a long time, maybe the whole time, Cam. I don't know. We're never going to know that. Like, we don't have, that's an edge, right? How would we even know that? But as you know, as far back as at least the first bloodshed, which came with the Abrahamic religions, right? That's as far back as we can go, which follows this pattern perfectly forevermore. So for everyone who's still in like bodying a religion, you're in service to fish people. That's kooky, but that makes sense, right? Because it's not aliens out of space. It's not some big god that's come down and given you the voice of God technology.
No, they've come up and given us from the earliest stories, given us civilization, right? All the foundation things that needed to be sorted out for a control system is what it really is. But yeah, I think what we need to do is ask better questions. You know, we're clearly all being deceived. We know the game, right? When they would have known that theories would have risen, so they jumped in to take control of the narrative. You know, so we've been getting all this information, you know, from researchers to, you know, remote viewers and channelers, but it's always kind of it's kind of all the same, right? Replications of the same information, which means we're being led somewhere. We haven't got enough perspective. So if you're a researcher or a channeler or whatever, I think it's time to start asking bigger questions.
Indeed.
And the biggest one is, where does this information come from? Who's controlling it?
I mean, if we're talking about some of the documented accounts, some of the logged in accounts, they started in 1089 AD of UFOs coming in and out of the waters, right? There's artwork that has UFOs in it from the
the Christian paintings, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so like this has been going on forever. You know, like we've had it documented
Not to
for a
mention
long
World War
time.
II, right? When all the, you know, advanced rocketry space, you know, technology came out. That all came off the back of the Führer and his army who were down in Antarctica, right? New Schwaberland. And there's reports of them having interactions with flying saucers that came from the ocean and all this stuff. So, you know, even there, the whole NASA thing, which is, if you want to, you know, go down that line, that leads back to Aleister Crowley and all these sort of people.
Who, FYI, is identical in features, facial features
To
to
Joe
Joe
Rogan.
Rogan.
Yeah,
Just so you know,
it's
all the
true.
exact markings, and that's the excellent work of what
The
is his
fittest
name?
flat earther.
Fittest flat earther, who I
Forgotten his
think is
name.
excellent, even though he's Christian.
He's Christian and
He's
arrogant, but
excellent at
he
what
has
he
some
does.
interesting
And
stuff.
yep, Joe
Yeah.
Rogan, Aleister Crowley.
Yeah. So again, all the technology seems to have come from the ocean,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
We've
yep,
got
yep.
all the Admiral Byrd stuff, all the stuff. So yeah, it's just a different way of looking at it all, but this one actually seems to contain answers, right? And answer a lot of things and bring it into a perspective and also into a place where we can actually do something, which is basically ignore it, right? But we understand that it's one big overlay, one big system, and that's all we need to do is not comply, get out of it, ignore it. We don't have to deal with 10,000 different aliens coming here and all the people that are like, oh well, there's already 1,000 different species here on Earth walking around, you know, all this stuff, you know. You can just simplify it,
And it's
right?
interesting, Cam, because if these accounts that I'm reading in this book is accurate, then what it means is that this aquatic civilization And the UFOs have been here since at least through the last three resets, at least. And who, not that we know how, I mean, we've only just decided that there was one great flood. That's the reset we work with. We don't work with many, many catalysms. We work with that one event through time. Well, at least I do in when I sort of see it as a timeline. But, who's the only ones that are not going to get affected by the reset?
Yeah,
Who's
yeah.
not going to get affected?
The
If
ones at
Jay's
the
right
bottom of
about it,
the ocean,
yes.
right?
If Jay's right about it being a plasma recess, if whatever's right about it being another flood, or if whatever the apocalyptic version of events is, the underwater aquatic civilization will not be the ones getting affected. So it's all aimed at those on the land, which would then make me think it's from the ocean people, that these resets aren't somehow, mechanisms
Naturals.
of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
earth. And why would the earth, who gives us all her power and gives us her life force, so we have life, why would she then design into her mechanism to systematically destroy us? It doesn't make any sense. But if you've got another civilization here under the water, it makes total sense that they
Mm.
would generate these non-natural events that affect the land beings,
Yeah, yeah.
weakening their consciousness again.
Just as we're starting to learn everything and get technology and
Yep.
work out what's going on, boom, they hit us with another reset, right?
And if you were an underwater civilization that's been here the whole time, then the best way to keep yourselves undetected would be to generate an artificial reset, which in whatever they do, like separates us from our bodies, our souls from our bodies, and wipes our memory and resets us and moves us around. And how interesting in the Tartarian work, Cam, that, how many, shows have you done about the ships full of people that appeared, that the orphans appeared, that the humans appeared by boat, that they were always by
Mm.
boat to repopulate these cities, always by fucking boat.
Yeah, it's true, right? I mean, even the Ark,
Oh, and
right?
the
That went
ark.
from the one pre-reset world to a post-reset from the ocean.
Yeah.
Even that older story, but it all seems to be tied, yeah, a lot to the ships of the
Mm-hmm.
ocean
Mm-hmm.
and shipping people around, right?
Yep. And
So,
then, like, we haven't made this direct link yet, but I'm sure the information will find us if we're onto it. Our entire food chain, I believe, orientates from the waters, from the ocean. I believe that what we consume and eat, from industrial food to fresh food to all the food that's provided by them to us, has somehow got its origins in the ocean. And we're being fed from, oh, gosh knows what, lots of human remains, lots of human remains. We're being turned into cannibals. And no one wants to hear that, but I think it's true. And even those capsicums that I love so much in the supermarket, I would not be surprised if they're all grown underground, hydroponically, and using blood and blown and fertilizers. That's human. And I think it's on in everything. And I think the only way to avoid that is to be literally growing your own food, or going to farmers markets where they're growing the food in the soil, in the land, organically, regeneratively. And that basically wipes out the majority of food on this realm. And so then, you look at diets, and, I'm back on the carnivore diet. I like the carnivore diet. But it's simple, it's eggs, it's steak. That's what it is. And it's so simple. And I think the reason it works for so many people is because you're just getting rid of
the
100% of the
chemicals.
food that's full of human remains, cannibalistic human DNA, which I think is in absolutely every object that's in Woolworths. Every object, 100% that's in Woolworths that potentially isn't.
Hmm.
See, I don't even trust the organic label in Woolworths, right? I think that all the big push for ag chemicals, is because it's full of human DNA, and no one's ever talked about that. And I don't know how to prove it, but that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I remember when I was young, Dad had a big 44-gallon drum full of blood and bone that they're going to
Yeah,
be using blood and bone on their gardens at home and
yeah,
everything. And They tell us it's from all the animals, but do we really know? When do they ever tell us the truth, right? When do they ever not invert things? So, it is something to think about, right? Like, yeah, you got to just grow your own food and or make sure you source it from organic, proper regenerative organic sources,
I
not
mean,
not not Coles and Woolies, man.
when they set up the export import market in 1860, back to that decade, when they set that up, basically um it took away the connectivity humans had with their food. I spoke to my father the other night, and he grew up in Wales, and my grandfather was a butcher, and I was telling him my theory about I don't know why I bothered, but I just put it in there and just anyway, I was telling him about the refrigeration. And he was like, yeah, Kelly, New Zealand and Australia were designed to feed the UK. And I was like, but why, Dad? Why would you do that? Like the UK has plenty of empty fields. The majority of the UK is empty fields. And he's like, well, when we were growing up, like all the lamb in England was from New Zealand. All of the lamb that the butchers used in England was from New Zealand. He was adamant about that. And he grew up as a butcher's son, and I was like, that's so weird. And he didn't think it was weird because he hasn't thought about it too deeply. But I was like, Dad, that is so weird. So you don't just buy lamb from the next door farm in Wales, which is all farmland. Why would you get it from New Zealand? And then, but what it means is what it means is that lamb, the English people had no relationship to its production,
So it's food, yeah, yeah.
to what was used, what it is, where it came from. Absolute no connection to it at all. And
Mm.
way back then, they did that to the food chain. They removed any localized connectivity to what people were eating. They did it very early on in our timeline and very deliberately and like very to refrigerate a ship from New Zealand, you could at most get two trips a year.
Yeah.
A year
And that
at
was feeding the
most.
UK, was it?
And it's apparently feeding the whole of the UK. So, I mean, again, our food chain, the ocean has disconnected people from having any concept of where their food came from and got them very used to that, got them very
Mm.
programmed to that idea, right?
Yeah, yeah. And the whole energy side, like we've all heard about putting the seed under your tongue before you plant a vegetable, right, to align it to your energy. And then, of course, the plants are growing in that local energy. The
Mhm.
animals are eating the plants from that local region. If you're sourcing it, but if you're sending that all overseas, then there's literally no energetic connection
No.
either to the food.
And now you look at when I travel through Egypt and Morocco and the Middle East and travel through China and India, and you go there and you look at the food chain, there's hardly any localized cuisines anymore. Everything is Nestle, everything is imported, everything is
Hmm.
imported,
Yeah, yeah,
right? It's just
yeah.
the whole culture across those massive continents. I mean, they're massive continents. And could we find really localized food? No, it was almost impossible, deeply depressing and disappointing that
Mm.
every continent I've traveled to, I'm not sitting there immersed in this amazing, food of heritage and localized, production didn't exist. And, I'm sure that's the same when people come to Australia. Like they're still relying on imported goods. If you go to a restaurant in Australia, do you think you're eating localized meat? Fuck no. Your fish is coming from China. Your steaks and meats are not Australian anymore. Ours apparently have been exported, and we have apparently imported.
Yeah, I know,
So
it's so
our
crazy, right?
vegetable, if you go to a restaurant, even a high-end restaurant in Australia, you're not eating vegetables from the local farmers market. You're eating imported vegetables.
Mm.
So nothing about our food chain is remotely connected to, and thus we don't know what's in it. Thus, there's this like big ocean. Oh, where's the ocean? In the middle, which comes, basically you go out and you spend $60 on a steak. You've got an ocean between you and that product. And what can happen with all of that ocean before you start eating it? You know what I mean? Like it's just
Yeah.
another thing.
Yeah, it's just another disconnection, right? Between us and the food.
Yeah,
It's great, which is what the whole system is. Disconnect us from the natural world.
yeah. I mean, pigs. That's a complicated topic because
It
innately,
is, man.
instinctively, every human feels like pigs are essentially part of our
Like
ancestors or
humans
part
or
of,
yeah.
yep. And yet pork is like the most eaten meat in the world. And where are all the pig farms? You know what I'm saying? Like we watched a clip the other day, Cam, which we'll show on Sunday, and it was basically like the production of pork and beef, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, we were looking at images that were like crazy, not in any way organic. And
No.
man, so I mean, but this is good, right? Because what we're saying is as we get closer to the truth and really putting it all into an order that makes sense finally, and one that we can actually, understand because it's all here. It's all here. It's all here. It's not out there. It's not in a matrix. It's not in simulation. It's not extraterrestrial out in space. It's all here. As we make more sense of that, what we can do about it will become so much more obvious. And we don't have to do anything about it, but we can change our choices as a
Yeah.
community about where we're heading and what we're going to invest our time and energy into and why.
Indeed, right? And big, big announcement coming on Sunday the 21st on our live stream. So don't miss that about what we can do going forward. But basically, we've got to build the world that we want, right? Not try and tear down the old one. We've got to use our imaginations and go
Yeah.
forward and build what we want, put our
Not
intention
investing
there.
in the aquatic one is
Mm.
probably a better statement these days. How much of your life is investing in an aquatic civilization that's like aiming to basically shed your blood
Yes, they turn you
and
into
replace your humanity?
a slave cannibal.
Yeah. I mean, we haven't been into the pharmaceutical industry or the beauty industry, but I guarantee we would find links back to the ocean. And I think if we looked
Well,
at all of those
oil, a lot of oil under the ocean, right?
that's right. And if we go into these individual industries, I'm pretty sure that we'll find that they really start to kick off around 1864.
Yeah, I know,
Pretty
right?
sure we're going to find that. All right, everyone. Well, have the best week ever. We will see you all on Sunday. And let's have a great show, 12-hour show, and enjoy the publication. And looking forward to your new submissions.
Indeed, guys. So stay awesome, and we'll talk to you all on Sunday, the
All right.
21st.
Lots of love.
All the
Lots of
links
love.
below, guys. See ya.
Bye.